Reality warpers. Real pieces of work, aren't they? It's one thing when an anomaly is all claws and fangs like SCP-682, or if their attack of choice is snapping necks like SCP-173. But it is an entirely different story if an anomaly can turn the air you breathe into chocolate pudding, or shove you into a pocket dimension that looks almost like our own reality, except everyone is just a walking, talking pile of spiders. See what I mean? Reality warpers, real handfuls. Though, of course, not all reality warpers are created equal. Some are relatively weak, only affecting the world around them in a mild, ambient fashion. Others can rattle whole dimensions with their tremendous power. The same also goes for morality. Some reality warpers are loving and benevolent, such as SCP-343, the kindly, old, all-powerful being known to some as God. And some are pure evil beings who want nothing more than to use their immense power to sow chaos and misery among everyone else. And personally, we can't think of a better example of the latter than Bill Cipher from Gravity Falls. This demonic Dorito wants nothing more than to take over our dimension and rebuild it in his image of absolute insanity. So naturally, we started wondering, if these two reality-warping titans, SCP-343 and Bill Cipher, ever came to blows, who would win? We were so curious, in fact, that we fired up the Anomatron 6000, our state-of-the-art simulation supercomputer, to see how exactly the two might meet and how their epic battle would play out. Who do you think would take the coveted W on this one? Let us know down in the comments, along with any other out-of-universe what-if situations you'd love to see. But in the meantime, let's fire up the machine. Be warned, folks, it's gonna get weird. The date was July 12, 2013. For SCP-343, it had started out as a relatively normal day. He'd spent the night playing solitaire on the astral plane before warping back into his humanoid containment cell by morning, leaving the Foundation none the wiser. After all, he was really here voluntarily. If the Foundation had truly wanted to try to confine him here, they were welcome to give it a go, but it would be about as effective as trying to catch a whisper in a butterfly net. While God had come to this place to experience the joyful illusion of giving up control, it truly was little more than an illusion to him. If he wanted to, he could exterminate the SCP Foundation in less than an afternoon, then retire to Burger King for a Whopper. So really, they're all just lucky he is a benevolent being, more interested in hanging out than dispensing wrath on those he perceived as insolent. That was Old Testament him. He'd done a lot of soul-searching and growth since then. It'd been at least a millennium since he'd smote anyone for that matter, and the last guy really had it coming. However, today was going to be a little different. God knew that something was going to happen today. He sensed a great source of energy emerging, something dark and malevolent. He sighed and he closed his eyes for a moment, focusing himself. He knew whatever the nature of this threat, it would fall upon him to face and destroy it. How irritating. He was hoping to finally binge Stranger Things today. Elsewhere in Site-19, things seemed to be inordinately peaceful. There hadn't been any containment breaches or new anomalies brought in. There hadn't been any attacks from rival groups of interest. Dr. Bright hadn't even done anything stupid or started any fires. To borrow an old cliché, it was quiet, too quiet. Perhaps the only person who wasn't having a relatively mellow day was Security Officer Frederick Simmons, a mid-level guard who'd been stationed at Site-19 for 4 years now. He just wasn't really feeling himself today. The work didn't bother Simmons, emotionally at least. Typically, even after seeing rather traumatic things or being in near-death situations while in containment breaches, it hadn't left any lingering effects. But lately, he'd been having the strangest dreams. It always played out the same way. Shortly after going to sleep, he'd open his eyes in a strange multicolored void surrounded by bizarre, seemingly random floating objects, none of which seemed to have any real relevance to him or his life. And just when he'd begin to question it, the other recurring element of the dream would occur. Out of the shimmering oil-slick rainbow of mind-boggling colors, a strange being would suddenly emerge. A glowing golden triangle, almost like a drawing of a pyramid, the Eye of Providence, with a stovepipe hat, a little bow tie, thin black arms and legs, and most notable of all, a single large eye with a slit pupil staring out from the center. The eye almost seemed to have a strange hypnotic quality to it. Simmons felt bewitched whenever he looked into it. He wasn't afraid, quite the opposite actually. For reasons he couldn't understand, this strange creature from the world of dreams seemed like a good friend of his. He said,
Well, if it isn't my number one guy, the Fredmeister, in the house. I've missed you. Have you missed me? Put her there, good buddy.
The entity extended his hand and Simmons shook it. The Foundation guard could feel a strange tingling sensation jolting down his arm. The first time Simmons had encountered the entity, he'd told him his name, Bill Cipher, and he told him how incredibly important it was that Simmons kept their little nighttime meetings a secret. In exchange, Bill was here to listen. Simmons would spend his time in the mindscape pouring out his worries and frustrations with his daily work, as Bill paid impeccable attention. The strange little dream entities seemed fascinated by the work Simmons did, all the peculiar and wondrous anomalies he guarded at Site-19. But to Simmons, it was all just boring work. Zombie-creating supernatural plague doctors and immortal men with metal limbs lose their shine after you see them day in, day out for years on end. Frankly, Simmons needed a day off, but he'd already used up all his PTO when he'd gotten the flu earlier that year. He just didn't know what to do. Luckily for him, Bill had a solution. Bill, as it turned out, had a fancy little ability. He could occupy the body of a human being and operate it for them. Bill could take the wheel while Simmons took a load off in the mindscape. How hard could standing around pretending to look busy at the SCP Foundation really be? As Bill explained the offer to him, Simmons couldn't really see any flaws in his reasoning. After all, Bill was a friend. Why would he have any ill will towards him? With that, he shook hands with the bizarre supernatural triangle and felt the sudden rough sensation of having his consciousness ripped from his body, only for Bill to slither in and take his place. The new Simmons, the Bill-occupied Simmons, opened up his demonic yellow eyes and grinned. He gave a demented laugh to Simmons' floated, disembodied soul.
Oh, man!
He said, wiping away a tear of laughter with Simmons' finger.
With your body, I can use the SCP Foundation's technology to take over the multiverse. See ya, sucker!
And with one last demented chuckle, Bill left for work at the SCP Foundation, with Simmons being the latest in his long line of meat puppets. After arriving at Site-19, he sneaked through the facility, knowing exactly where he needed to be. You see, Bill is a native entity of the second dimension, the world of flat shapes, but he's able to access the minds of beings in the third dimension, like us, through the medium of the mindscape, rather than the physical realm. Bill's life goal has always been to find a way to permeate and take over the third dimension, turning it into his personal playground. All he needed was the right anomaly to bring him forth into our world. In this case, a little anomalous device favored by Dr. Kane Pathos Crow, SCP-158, also known as the Soul Extractor. While Dr. Crow left to the courtyard for his evening walkies, the being that most people assumed was Fred Simmons secreted himself into SCP-158's containment chamber and locked the door behind him. He didn't have much time. He'd need to do this perfectly if he wanted a real chance at taking over the universe. He was amused by the irony, at the least. The fact that in order to take over, he needed to sneak into the midst of the people most likely to destroy him. Still, where's the fun in life with no risk? At SCP-158's control console, he inputted the data to Soul Extraction and set a timer. However, there was one difference between this and the usual procedures performed with the Soul Extractor. There was no containment receptacle on the other end. Whatever was extracted would just be released into the world. And this was exactly what Bill was counting on. He laid Simmons' body down on the gurney and watched with glee as the robotic arm lowered towards him. It reached into his chest and pulled out the essence of one three-sided threat to reality, Bill Cipher. One quick journey through the bowels of the machine later, the nightmare scenario had come to pass. Bill floated around the room, dragged into physical reality. He let out a long, conceited cackle and spun his cane around. This was going to be fun. Elsewhere in the facility, alarms were going off and guards were deploying. Nobody was meant to be in Containment Chamber 158, so how was the Soul Extractor currently operating? This couldn't possibly end well. Bill, on the other end, was having a wonderful time. He was pondering all the different ways he could make the drab clinical corridors of the SCP Foundation into his vision of perfect weirdness. Maybe he'd turn all the researchers into mice, and turn Site-19 into a giant maze to run them through. Maybe he'd turn the air into farts, and release winged beasts from the Hell Dimension to ravage humanity. Maybe he'd go out into the parking lot and key everyone's cars. Oh, the diabolical possibilities were endless. As he floated out into the hall, his fantasizing was interrupted by a group of Foundation security operatives wielding assault rifles. They entered an attack formation and trained their rifles on him before opening fire. Bill just found himself laughing again. The gunfire just tickled.
Wow, you guys are hilarious!
Bill said between fits of laughter.
But wait, I can think of a better way to make you even funnier.
He snapped his fingers, and suddenly the guards were transformed. Instead of the serious first line of defense for the SCP Foundation, they were now a gang of literal clowns straight from the circus, holding balloon animals molded into the shapes of assault rifles. They giggled and threw pies at each other. Bill was right. This did make them even funnier. And he was just getting started, turning this Foundation snooze fest into a party of cosmic proportions. Bill began running a rampage of weirdness across the site. Essentially being the ultimate cosmic troll, he decided he'd simply bother every single anomaly he could with his demonic antics. First, he appeared in SCP-096's chamber and pulled a brown paper bag over his head, with the words "Ugliness lies within" written on the front. And just for fun, he then teleported the temperamental beast to a nearby Amish community. It quickly became enraged when a gust of wind blew the bag off its head, and a man named Jebediah saw its face. It then killed several others, also named Jebediah, during the rampage. Bill thought it was hilarious. He then released SCP-682 into Site-19, and just to annoy the creature into further violence, he stuck an indestructible party hat on the monster's head. No matter how hard 682 tried, it couldn't remove the party hat. This caused it great frustration, which it took out on any Foundation staff it happened to find in the area. It had fulfilled Bill's expectations wonderfully, but his quest for amusing carnage didn't end there. Next, he went to bother SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, who was in the process of doing surgery on a Foundation-provided dead goat. With a snap of his fingers, Bill transformed the Plague Doctor's surgical tools into colorful Play-Doh cutting tools. Needless to say, the supernatural surgeon was less than pleased. He was about as annoyed as Dr. Clef was when Bill turned his favorite shotgun into a bouquet of flowers, then sealed his feet into the floor. Or how vexed Dr. Gears was when Bill turned his plain beige necktie into a considerably more loud and colorful tie. People there at the time reported hearing Dr. Gears say, "I just don't think that was necessary." Oh, and he also did some more minor acts of malice. He filled the break room with an army of flesh-eating zombies. He made a moat filled with molten lava around the site that prevented anyone from escaping from his reign of terror. And he even covered all the walls in cognito-hazardous doodles that instantly drove any weak-minded human who saw them into complete gibbering madness. It was clear this reality-warping nightmare needed to be stopped before he got bored of playing with his new Foundation toys and decided to go remodel the universe in his own image. Thankfully, there was one anomaly on site who was up to the task. Bill was treating himself to another evil laugh in the Site-19 canteen when something peculiar happened. He looked down to see a man in what looked like a tunic with graying hair and a beard. He walked with a peculiar kind of calmness, his face blank. Why wasn't this guy panicking? Was he stupid? Bill would seemingly need to teach this guy a thing or two about fear.
Hey, Gramps! Don't know if it's escaped your attention, but I've been giving this place an extreme makeover. Did you forget to put on your glasses this morning, or are you just that senile?
The stranger remained calm as could be. He replied with a voice that was measured as it was deep.
Now, Bill, let's not resort to name-calling. That's just childish, don't you think?
Bill's single eye widened at this.
Wait, hold up. How did you know my name?
Bill asked, irritated.
Are you a friend of the Time Baby or something?
He floated over and began circling the stranger, hoping to intimidate him. Much to Bill's frustration, it didn't appear to be working.
I know lots of things, Bill. Lots of things.
The stranger replied.
That's my line!
Bill screeched, turning red.
Who do you think you are?
The stranger gave a quiet, reserved chuckle that infuriated Bill.
Oh, personally, I just like to think of myself as a humble craftsman, watching his beautiful creation play out,
He said.
But I suppose some of the people around here like to call me God.
Bill didn't like this. This whole universe was going to be his, and he certainly didn't appreciate some insolent old man acting like he ran the roost around here. Bill would give him an education in who was really holding the reins, and it would be the kind of education that left scars, if it left anything at all. He extended his spindly black arms and released bolts of lightning against the stranger, who simply continued to smile as the electricity rippled around him, seemingly causing no effect.
Are you done?
The stranger asked. Bill laughed, hoping to hide his irritation.
I'm just getting started,
He bellowed. With a thunderous roar that shook the very foundations of Site-19, Bill began to grow and shift. No longer a silly little triangle, he became a huge red pyramid of pure nightmares, covered in glowing golden arms and teeth, with long black tongues drooping out of each level. It was the most terrifying and demonic form in his entire arsenal, and yet he was astonished to find that the stranger still didn't seem to show any kind of fear.
Very impressive, Bill.
The stranger said, sounding almost bored.
But I think you might be trying a little too hard.
Oh, that does it. Bill would simply have to destroy him. It was a matter of pride now. He raised several of his huge golden fists and began pounding down on the comparatively tiny humanoid stranger. It was an assault so powerful that the ground began cracking around their feet, and yet it seemed that with almost no effort, the stranger was able to intercept and block every single blow. Naturally, Bill was infuriated. It was time to finally unleash the full breadth of his power on this beardy wise guy. He launched thunderbolts, fireballs, legions of giant mutant wasps, hailstorms, maelstroms, bubbles of pure madness, snakes made out of barbed wire, and even incredible coarse language. But despite it all, this man, the one who claimed people called him God, was utterly unfazed.
You can dish it out,
He said.
but let's see if you can take it.
Bill began to laugh.
What the heck's that supposed to mean? You can't.
God snapped his fingers, and Bill was gone, vanished. And with a flick of his wrist, all the damage and transformations that Bill had performed had disappeared. It was as though the demonic triangle had never even been there in the first place. Though Dr. Bright, who was acting site director at the time, had some Scranton reality anchors turned on around the perimeter just to be safe. You can never be too careful with reality warping demons after all. Later that day, Dr. Bright approached God and asked him what he'd actually done with Bill. God chuckled and replied,
For a being of such immense power, he really had a rather childish mindset. So I sealed him away inside a children's cartoon where he couldn't do any further damage.
"What was the cartoon?" Dr. Bright asked.
A charming little Disney show called Gravity Falls,
God replied. When you work for the SCP Foundation, you need to be ready for anything. That's why, as part of the Elite Foundation training regimen, senior researchers and guards are always running tests, even against things that aren't recorded anomalies under the auspices of the Foundation. That's why today, for a real change of pace here at SCP Explained, we're not talking about the SCP Foundation. We're talking about made-up monster stories crowdsourced over the internet. We're seeing how the Foundation might fare against iconic creepypasta monsters and maniacs like Herobrine, Jeff the Killer, the Slenderman, Eyeless Jack, Smile Dog, and many, many more. We've even created all new mobile task forces to take each one down. So could any of them best the Foundation's best and brightest? Let's take a look and find out. And be sure to tell us which is your favorite creepypasta entity down in the comments below. Let's get creepy. Jeff the Killer. First up, we've got everyone's favorite disfigured, knife-wielding, homicidal teenager. Whether it's his terrifying visage or the iconic go-to-sleep catchphrase that's forever carved into your mind, there are probably a lot of people out there who have lost nights of sleep worrying that this pale-faced monster could be crawling through their window. But we know what you're probably wondering. Isn't Jeff just a serial killer? Why would the SCP Foundation use up its time chasing down any old regular human murderer? We'd ask for you to think again. Jeff has displayed feats that clearly mark him as anomalous. Despite suffering debilitating burns to his face and body, he still shows superhuman strength, agility, and durability. He's also able to see without eyelids, suggesting some supernatural element is at play. Victims have also reported him dodging shotgun blasts while stalking prey. So, how would the Foundation catch him? Seeing as Jeff's modus operandi is breaking into the homes of his victims while they sleep, the best method would be staking out a neighborhood where he's been shown to be active, keeping close observations on houses, and even setting up personnel from Mobile Task Force Sigma-9, my name is Jeff, in vacant houses as honey traps. Jeff is undeniably strong, fast, and tough, but if attacked and surrounded by operatives with superior tactics, he could be subdued without casualties. Then it would just be a matter of transferring him to a standard high-security humanoid containment cell. Speaking of horrifying creatures that come to you in the dead of night, the Rake. This supernatural entity has been around for almost 1,000 years, as far as scattered reports are aware. It's also been reported across 4 continents and a huge number of locations within those continents, though most recently it's been reported in rural New York State and Idaho in the early 2000s. The Rake is an inhuman beast, most often known for its large, frightening eyes and its long, rake-like claws. Not only does the monster feed on human beings, but it also produces a traumatic level of fear in its victims. Thankfully, an entity like this is far more familiar territory for the SCP Foundation. Using their state-of-the-art web crawler software, they could catalog reported sightings as they happen, and use clusters of these sightings to triangulate the location of the Rake and dispatch field agents to perform reconnaissance missions. From there, it would just be a matter of waiting to strike and sending in Mobile Task Force Zeta-13 Rake Steppers, fitted with Dr. Dan's scramble goggles to prevent them from being affected by the seemingly cognito-hazardous effects of viewing the Rake. When the creature is placed in containment and kept in a state of perpetual bright light, it would simply be a matter of applying a Scranton reality anchor to prevent the creature from somehow phasing out of containment. Just make sure you avoid its big, staring eyes in the meantime. Though that won't be a problem with the next creepypasta monster, Eyeless Jack. This stealthy creature has its no eyes on one thing and one thing only: your kidneys. And unless you want to die or spend the rest of your life on a dialysis machine, we recommend you keep your distance from him. He's discreet, devious, and diabolical. And if you wake up in the middle of the night to see him staring down at you, it may be the last time your body is able to filter toxins out of its blood naturally. Thankfully, we have a way to make the Foundation put a stop to his organ harvesting ways. Sometimes to catch a Jack, you need to use a Jack. There's no way to catch Eyeless Jack without delicious live kidney bait, so we'd recommend sending in someone who has kidneys to spare. Dr. Jack Bright. Bright could be the perfect bait without losing his life, luring Eyeless Jack into a decoy house while Mobile Task Force Gamma 391, Hit the Road Jack, prepares to spring their cunning trap and plunge this unpleasant kidney muncher into a humanoid containment cell forever. But our next creepypasta entity doesn't want your kidneys, it wants your life. Smile Dog. Our next entity seems like a harmless little JPEG to the untrained eye. A little freaky, sure, but nothing to lose your mind over. But we know that there's far more to this grinning husky than meets the eye. If some reports are to be believed, this image may even be connected to the devil himself. If you're unlucky enough to see this image in the world, it may already be too late for you. Those who see it, typically as an email attachment from a mysterious address, spend the last week of their life in a hell of the mind before eventually succumbing to a bleak and mysterious death. It's a classic cognito-hazardous image, and the most frightening part is that it's self-propagating, with one of the only ways to even mildly alleviate the effects seeming to be spreading the word by subjecting another person to this nightmare. That's when we bring in Mobile Task Force Row 19 Naughty Dog, an elite group of hardened military programmers handpicked from the CIA's cyber warfare unit. They use their very particular set of skills to design web crawler software that roots out and takes down Smile Dog images across the web. And hopefully, one day find the origin of this whole thing. The next creature, on the other hand, we've given up on finding the origin of that. The Expressionless. This entity kind of looks like a terrifying store window mannequin, except rather than modeling fast fashion, she prefers to swallow cats whole and murder hospital staff. Oh, and she also calls herself God. Isn't she just so quirky? Her primary abilities seem to be extreme strength and large, sharp teeth that will easily rend through human flesh. Thankfully, not anything the SCP Foundation hasn't dealt with countless times before. Seeing as the only recorded incident involving the Expressionless took place at a hospital in Los Angeles, that would be the most sensible area to stake out. A detail from the creature's original encounter is also telling. It reacted severely to the doctor's attempts to sedate it, implying that chemical sedation is an effective method of incapacitating the beast. That's why every member of Mobile Task Force Kappa 99 ain't no dummy is a sharpshooter with a tranquilizer rifle capable of putting a hippo to sleep with a single shot. She'll probably feel less like a god in her containment cell, but while this monster is expressionless, the next one has one very notable expression: Mr. Widemouth. Compared to some of our other creepypasta contenders, Mr. Widemouth may not look like much, but that, our dear friends, is exactly what this nasty little malefactor wants you to think. He may look like Gizmo's slightly demented cousin, but his intentions are even more sinister than that of your average gremlin. If you're a kid home on a sick day, Mr. Widemouth might strike up a conversation. After gaining your trust, he'll try to lure you to his special place beyond the trees for some fun. But take it from us, all you'll find out there is your doom. This crafty little creep's small stature and manipulative stealth abilities might pose somewhat of a challenge for the SCP Foundation, but that doesn't mean they can't get him with a little intelligence and elbow grease. Mobile Task Force Alpha 18, the Smile Smashers, will follow reports of children disappearing from their isolated homes under mysterious circumstances. Then, using an extra-strength butterfly net straight from the folks at Foundation R and D, they can chase down and capture the nasty little monster. But that won't be the case for this next demonic offering. No, this creepypasta legend is the one that captures you. No End House. In recent years, there's been a spike in interest in so-called extreme haunted houses. If you're not sure what these places are like, basically picture a CIA black site with the occasional plastic skeleton. It's all waterboarding, stress positions, and car batteries. But even those places are nothing compared to the nightmare of No End House. It's a moving, possibly even sentient spatial anomaly hiding in a haunted house attraction. And if you find yourself inside, best believe you're never going to see the outside ever again. Thankfully, Mobile Task Force Delta 35, McCamey's Bane, are on the case. Around Halloween every year, they use web crawlers to detect chatter around No End House events, so they can swoop in and intercept, preventing hapless thrill seekers from being devoured by the house, and providing amnestic treatment for anyone who has too close of a call. Sadly, the Foundation will not be able to provide refunds for those who already paid. Speaking of paying, you'll really pay if you end up in our next creepypasta location of doom. Abandoned by Disney. Mowgli's Kingdom, an abandoned tropical Disney attraction based on the Jungle Book movie, is abandoned for a reason. It's a hotbed for anomalous activity, including freakishly large mutant snakes, reports of ghostly activity, and most prominent of all, a terrifying photo-negative Mickey Mouse that stalks any hapless urban explorers who happen to find their way onto the site. Of course, the Walt Disney Corporation keeps it all hush-hush, and the SCP Foundation is happy to give them a hand on that front. Even if the frightening photo-negative Mickey was removed from the site, it's likely the other may appear and continue haunting the site. And seeing that the site cannot be moved as a whole, the Foundation's best bet is to form a perimeter around the abandoned Disney attraction, preventing anything normal from getting in and anything abnormal from getting out. Mobile Task Force Omega-17, Sons of Shere Khan, are ever vigilant and maintain a strong presence in the surrounding area. But you don't need to go anywhere for this next anomalous terror. If you're a big Nintendo fan, it might be sitting in your house right now. Ben Drowned. This haunted NES cartridge of The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask contains the restless spirit of its last owner, a guy named Ben who, well, drowned. If you slot this creepy little gaming experience into your Nintendo Entertainment System, you'll soon find that the soul of Ben is communicating with you directly, telling you about how he died and why his consciousness lingers on, embedded in the code of the game. Thankfully, other than the psychological trauma of experiencing the game, you're unlikely to be actually harmed by playing it. However, Mobile Task Force Beta 51, Gamers Don't Have Rights, are still on the case. They'll try to intercept all cursed copies of the game and administer amnestics to anyone who is unfortunate enough to play it. While it is still undeniably spooky, it does feel like a relief to finally find a safe class anomaly on this list. The same can, sadly, not be said about our next creature, the Goat Man. If you're a fan of camping, then this malicious mimic is going to be your worst nightmare. This monster has existed as a fixture of terror in everything from a number of Native American mythologies to iconic 4chan green text posts. You may be thinking, oh, what's so scary about a goat? But this thing is no goat. Aside from the fact that it's the greatest of all time at getting you to crap your cargo shorts in the woods. First, you'll smell blood in the air, and then feel an odd electrical static, like the feeling all around you right before a lightning strike. Then you'll hear noises, strange noises. Something not quite like a voice, like an animal throat straining to form human words. That's when you might notice your group of friends has one more person than you remembered. And the one thing worse than noticing that is not noticing it. Because if you don't, you may end up as the shape-shifting Goatman's latest victim. Mobile Task Force Theta 11 Got Your Goat are constantly on the hunt for this one, but its extreme intelligence and ethereal nature make it a nightmare to track. But forget nightmares to track. It's time for Laughing Jack. This candy-striped clown from hell is a really nasty customer. Definitely do not engage unless you've got a Scranton Reality anchor on hand and you've got a backup from members of Mobile Task Force Iota 40. Put Jack in the box. As a former imaginary friend gone rogue, Laughing Jack is a semi-intangible reality warper of considerable power. He targets his victims with sadistic glee, pulling them into his dark carnival to experience all kinds of nasty tortures. Laughing Jack shows no remorse, giggling while committing every evil act you can imagine. You'll probably only find this clown funny if you're already a depraved serial killer, and his sense of humor is likely to utterly break your mind unless you've been given amnestic treatment from the SCP Foundation. This is an anomaly that would probably get along swimmingly with SCP-106, the Old Man. They could chat over a few drinks one evening and share notes on how to cause the maximum pain to their hapless victims. That being said, few people understand maximum pain more than the next horrifying abomination on our roster, the Russian sleep experiment test subjects. As anyone familiar with the work of GRU Division P will tell you, the Soviets performed some pretty horrific occult activities throughout the 20th century. One of the most disturbing of these was the infamous Russian sleep experiment, wherein a group of unfortunate political prisoners were doused on a classified anomalous gas that robbed them of their ability to sleep. A chemical compound that the scientists hope might increase the productivity of their workers and soldiers by eliminating sleep. Instead, over several terrifying days, the chemical and the sleep deprivation that ensued caused the subjects to instead become demonic monsters. While current accounts of the story suggest that all the subjects were killed, we can't say for sure there weren't more out there, or that the experiment hasn't been repeated. As such, Mobile Task Force Omicron 8, Nighty Night, is constantly on the lookout for freakish skeletal men wandering through the woods, never sleeping, outside the dark forests where Siberian gulags used to be based. Better safe than sorry, right? Though of course, you won't feel safe at all if you've spent your childhood watching scary media, like horror movies or eerie SCP YouTube channels, like and subscribe by the way, or scariest of all, a strange little puppet show called Candle Cove. Feel a little chill go down your spine. Oh yes, you remember this show, don't you? You love seeing all those cute little puppets going on swashbuckling pirate journeys on their adorable boat, the Laughing Stock. Though there was always that villain, wasn't there? You think his name was Jawbone, but that's not what you called him. You called him the Skin Taker, because he always had that long cloak made of tanned human skin. You also remember that one episode that was just all the characters screaming. I mean, how could you possibly forget? And most of all, you remember asking your mom about it, and her telling you that you never actually watched a show called Candle Cove. You just sat around watching static for hours on end. Of course, the SCP Foundation keeps close tabs on everything related to this traumatic childhood memory. Broadcasts of the show are seemingly impossible to contain. All the Foundation can really do is track down people who have seen it and provide amnestic treatment. Though trust us, there are things that will make your childhood far worse than just watching Candle Cove. Like running into this next iconic monster, the Slender Man. This terrifying entity is powerful as he is iconic. A shape-shifting, faceless, tentacled nightmare in a three-piece suit who likes to hide in forests and abandoned buildings, either stealing children away or influencing their minds until they become his proxies. Supernatural servants who do anything their inhuman master asks them to. The Slenderman is one of the most powerful monsters in all of Creepypasta, so the Foundation certainly has their hands full with keeping his tentacles under wraps. All that Mobile Task Force Chi-90 Marble Hornets can do is track sightings and keep children out of the woods when the danger of potential Slenderman encounters arises. Getting him actually contained basically seems out of the question. Whew. After all this, we might need to relax. Maybe grabbing a nice sugar-free soda and playing a session of Minecraft might make us feel better. We'll be safe there, right? Well, probably. Unless we encounter Herobrine. The SCP Foundation, funnily enough, is actually no stranger to anomalies trapped in Minecraft. They've got SCP-4335, a welt in the Crucible, to thank for that. But this Minecraft horror story is a little more personal. Herobrine is a mysterious user with the Minecraft default skin, except with one difference: completely white eyes. This mysterious figure invades different Minecraft servers, acting incredibly strange towards the people who created them. What makes this more than just some random troll? Well, according to legends, Herobrine is the manifestation of the dead brother of Minecraft's creator, Notch. Naturally, the Foundation doesn't want people running into ghosts on Minecraft, so they dispatch Mobile Task Force Chi-69, blocked and reported, to quarantine any servers where Herobrine is sighted, and spread misinformation that the crafty little entity had never actually existed in the first place. What is the truth of the situation? It's unclear, and that's exactly how the Foundation likes it. So there we have it, folks. How the SCP Foundation would counteract some of the most infamous creepypasta creeps and creatures out there. Which was your favorite? Did we miss any? And would you like to see any of these expanded into a full video in the future? Let us know down in the comments, if you dare. The SCP Foundation's existence might be a frightening thing to some, but if you ask us, it's comforting. Of course, the existence of the Foundation implies the existence of all the mind-meltingly terrifying entities they combat on a daily basis. But doesn't it put your mind at least a little at ease to know somebody out there knows what's going on? After all, sometimes knowledge is the only light we have in the darkness. It is humanity's greatest strength, to know things and to act accordingly. From knowledge, we can understand our enemies and the threats they pose against us. From knowledge, we can build sturdier defenses. From knowledge, we can develop the means to finally effectively strike back. And nobody among the ranks of humanity has more knowledge than the SCP Foundation. So what happens when the knowledge of the SCP Foundation fails us? What happens when a concept eludes even them? A concept like, say, SCP-2317, an old wooden door that hides within a truly terrible secret, a secret known by many as the Devourer of Worlds. a beast every bit as powerful and unpleasant as that name suggests. The SCP Foundation performs a complex set of rituals every single day to keep him contained, and if the top brass of the Foundation is to be believed, then these rituals are effective. But I think we all know better than to believe everything we're told around here, don't we? The truth is, beyond the wooden door known as SCP-2317, there is a hellish desert world, underneath which the Devourer of Worlds awaits. He is kept in place, bound by ancient chains created by a race that has long since been lost to the history books. And while the Foundation tells its underlings that the rituals D-Class personnel perform here every day helps to keep these chains in place, this is little more than a placebo. The rituals only exist to make the Foundation feel like they're doing something to bide time, while they figure out an actual lasting solution. In reality, based on the Foundation's current knowledge, these chains could break any day now, and sadly, there's nothing they can do about it. This may seem like the worst possible truth to learn, but we can think of one even worse truth, that any day now is today. When the chain breaks, the ground begins to rumble worldwide, like an earthquake so great it might even split the planet in two. No conventional scientist anywhere in the world has any idea what's happening, but the SCP Foundation does. For the first time in recorded history, the entire O5 Council are quaking. It's Judgment Day, and their every sin is on an express trip back to get them. They put out a call to dispatch every single mobile task force worldwide to come to Site-19 and combat this new threat. But deep down, the council members silently worried that this would be about as effective as the sham rituals they claimed every day would protect them. Meanwhile, Site-19 exploded. Most of the Foundation personnel and anomalies stationed there perished in an instant, as a giant clawed hand rose out of the ground, grasping at the sunlight for the first time in millions of years since imprisonment. Its sheer size, hundreds of kilometers in height, displaces and destroys the land around it as it climbs free from the earth. The Devourer of Worlds is a monster of such magnitude that it dwarfs even the Foundation's mightiest weapons, but their mobile task forces fight valiantly, or perhaps foolishly, nonetheless. The Foundation went in with its finest resources and weaponry, from advanced cruise missiles to classified laser projectile weapons that conventional militaries wouldn't be finding for another century, and all of it amounted to be the strength of getting a mid-rate birthday clown's cheap cream pie to the face. The thick, scaly hide of the beast somehow rejected everything they threw at it. Jets were scrambled, flying around the Devourer's gargantuan head and peppering its great eye with bullets, followed by heat-guided rockets. Nothing. The monster simply swatted them out of the air with its claws. Down below, ground forces mobilized en masse, from tanks to turrets, unleashing all kinds of hell onto the Devourer of Worlds from below. And still, what good did it do? The monster simply kept walking, killing thousands with every footfall. Its magnitude was simply unfathomable. Scranton reality anchors were placed at its feet in hopes of creating some kind of trap, but its ancient feet defied their force. Every mobile task force from Hammerdown to Samsara did what they could, and what they could do ultimately amounted to a fat lot of nothing. The rampage of the Devourer was undeterred. Within an hour, he would reach a population center, and then true hell would be unleashed upon the human race. But sometimes the only thing that could destroy something inhuman was something so much more than human. Over in the low-risk humanoid containment center of Site-17, SCP-343, perhaps better known as God, was watching all the horror unfold in his mind's eye. So the Devourer was finally free and wreaking havoc on the world that he put so much effort into creating. No, that simply would not do. How could he let such a vulgar creature taking billions of years of beauty, love, kindness, happiness, and natural majesty and turn it all into ash and dust? He would not stand for it. But God, while unimaginably powerful, is a philosopher, not a warrior, who would be not only beneath his celestial position but dangerous for all life on Earth if he were to unleash the power required to destroy the Devourer himself. The armies of God are the greatest in heaven or earth, but he would need a champion to lead them. And while the operatives of the SCP Foundation fought and died bravely for the human race, SCP-343 blipped out of Site-17 and reappeared in the Middle East, where his champion would be waiting, guarding the gate to paradise. SCP-001, in this case known as the Gate Guardian. A huge glowing humanoid with wings made of fire and a sword hotter than the sun, capable of cleaving its enemies apart on the atomic level. Typically, any being who traveled within a kilometer of the Gate Guardian would receive this treatment, a strike so powerful that in the aftermath, not even dust would remain. But when SCP-343 appeared mere feet away from the mighty Gate Guardian, the Guardian fell to one knee and bowed its glowing head in holy reverence.
Master,
The Guardian said,
you have returned to me at long last. I will do thy bidding. What must be done?
Uriel, God said gravely, an enemy is at the gates, one more powerful than this world has ever known. Battle him while I gather the armies. Do whatever it takes. He must be stopped. The Gate Guardian Uriel rose to his feet, spreading his great wings of fire.
It shall be done, my lord.
Uriel boomed, and faster than any human being could possibly perceive it, he had taken off into the sky, leaving the gate behind him unguarded for the first time in the memory of the human race. God sighed. It was time to finally open it. Back with the Devourer and the Mobile Task Force Army trying in vain to slow his advance. For the most part, the creature's hide was so thick, it was hard to even know if he noticed most of the puny humans firing on it. Some of the ones down below, driven half-mad with fear, rage, and the crushing weight of futility, pulled out knives, swords, and bayonets and ran at the creature's feet, stabbing away even as their blades were blunted and destroyed. Of course, the Devourer of Worlds paid no mind to them. It had something else in its sights. A human city, a mere handful of steps away. Yes, so teeming with life, such delicious morsels. The Devourer would live up to his terrifying namesake and feast on them all. Yes, it would be delicious. As he crushed further thousands of Mobile Task Force soldiers below him just by walking, he could hardly wait. Down below, things had never seemed so hopeless. Was this how it ended? One impotent last stand as a hungry monster of inconceivable size bulldozed through life and civilization and left nothing, nobody in its wake? Was this how the complicated but proud story of the human race would come to an end, down here in the worthless, blood-soaked mud? That's when something changed. The sky, once blotted out with the Devourer's shadow, was lit up by a brilliant white light, a light so dazzling, so holy and pure, that it gave even the Devourer pause. The human beings down below wept with joy and numinous awe. It was him. It was SCP-001, the Gate Guardian, spreading his fiery wings and drawing his solar sword.
My master ordered me to destroy you.
His deafening psychic voice boomed.
And thus you shall be destroyed. Prepare to meet your maker.
The Devourer immediately let out a world-shaking roar, so powerful that many of the humans down below felt their brains rattling and their ears literally beginning to bleed. The beast reached for Uriel with its huge clawed hand, moving at impossible speeds for a creature its size. Onlookers gasped in shock. Luckily, for as surprisingly fast as the Devourer of Worlds was, Uriel was faster. Like a flash of an exploding light bulb, the Guardian darted out of the Devourer's palm and cleaved a glowing gash into the monster's wrist with his solar sword. The creature growled, taken off guard. It was the first time in millions of years since it was attacked and bound by those impossible celestial armies that it had felt pain. What was this mysterious warrior of fire? All the Devourer knew was that if it wanted to turn the planet Earth into an all-you-can-eat buffet, it would need to do away with this glowing nuisance first.
Die!
The psychic voice of the Gate Guardian commanded as it flew in for another strike, this time cleaving into the beast's torso and leaving a long, glowing scar. But he didn't stop there. The Gate Guardian had changed posture from a defensive territorial stance to an all-out offensive warpath, as commanded by his all-powerful master. Uriel was not arrogant. He could see that the beast he was battling was undeniably formidable, but he had slain formidable enemies before, and he would do so again now. Taking advantage of the comparative slowness and clunkiness of the Devourer, a natural side effect of its truly immense size, Uriel decided to stay mobile, flying around the Devourer like an electron orbiting the nucleus of an atom. At any moment that he, with his warrior's judgment, detected an opening, a weakness, he flew in and struck with extreme fury, leaving another glowing scar in the monster's thick scales that fizzled with the impossible heat of his sword. Each time the beast gave a grunt or a growl in confused pain as it desperately flailed to try and grab the holy warrior. Meanwhile, the SCP Foundation had figured out what was happening and was reorienting its focus. While the Gate Guardian fought against and distracted the Devourer of Worlds, all surviving Foundation personnel, under the instruction of the O5 Council, converged on the nearest city to the Devourer. They would evacuate as many as they could, buying them more time to calculate some kind of meaningful counteroffensive to this XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. If this really could be humanity's last stand, they would go out swinging and leave their opponent with a black eye. While the evacuation efforts were underway, Uriel continued his relentless assault against the Devourer, carving scar after scar into the monster's body. He could not tell if he was leaving much lasting damage, but at the very least, he was getting the abomination's attention. After striking its body countless times though, Uriel finally felt bold enough to go against the creature's obvious weak point, its huge, staring, cycloptic eye. Perhaps with a decisive strike, he could blind the beast. Faster than the speed of sound, Uriel orbited the beast's body and reoriented himself in front of its eye. He could feel the nanoseconds passing as he charged, raising his sword. Now would be the time to end this. But wait, what's that? Why is the Devourer's eye suddenly glowing red? Before even Uriel had time to react, a tremendous force of pure energy blasted forth from the Devourer's eye, bombarding the angelic soldier and firing him straight into the ground below. He did not even know the monster possessed such a power, and now the force of it was hammering him into the earth. The blast kept going for a few more seconds, zapping Uriel's strength and introducing him to a long-forgotten pain. When the beam was done firing, Uriel felt as though he could barely move. He was a sitting duck. That's when the Devourer began marching towards him, every step rattling the earth. Even as the threat loomed, Uriel couldn't move. Was this the end?
Forgive me, Master.
Uriel said.
I have failed you.
Then, Uriel noticed something. Several projectiles firing towards the Devourer's head, seemingly out of thin air. A volley of intercontinental ballistic missiles, each equipped with a nuclear payload, exploded against the creature's head, blasting it with a shockwave that rattled the mighty creature on its feet. Had human beings made such weapons?
If they could still fight even after all this,
Uriel thought,
then I must fight too. I must fight to my last breath.
As the Devourer steadied itself, recovering from the nuclear bombardment to the head, Uriel rose with a terrifying warrior's roar, feeling his holy power return to him. His sword ignited, and he charged forward, faster than ever before, ready to strike clear and true into the Devourer's wretched heart. Before the beast could react, Uriel shoved his sword into the center of its chest, causing veins of agonizing flame to spread out over its whole body. At long last, he had well and truly harmed the unharmable. That knowledge sanctified him, even as the Devourer of Worlds grabbed Uriel in his fist and squeezed the life out of the warrior for God for the last time. Good, the Devourer thought in its own way. I can finally carry on now.
You fought bravely, Uriel,
said a booming voice from above the beast.
Your sacrifice will not be in vain. That much I promise you.
Confused, the Devourer turned and looked skyward, only to see a sight that struck pure and undiluted awe into even him. It was God and his army. SCP-343 floated in the sky, lightning emanating from his very being. Around him, glowing angelic warriors, each as large and as powerful as Uriel and as numerous as the stars in the sky above. God pointed at the Devourer.
Now, my children,
he said,
take that thing apart from me.
The SCP Foundation has dealt with its fair share of superheroes. From the delightful SCP-2800, the prickly Scottish vigilante known as Cactus Man, to the utterly tragic SCP-2241, also known as the superhero wannabe. But we couldn't help but wonder, what if the SCP Foundation went up against a truly evil anomalous force that simply masqueraded as a superhero? And we couldn't think of a character who fits this bill better than Homelander from The Boys, the hit TV series produced by our arch-nemesis at Amazon. Homelander is rotten to the core, and has a wide range of superpowers that allow him to make his darkest desires a reality. And that's why, today, we're powering up the Anomatron 6000, filling it with all 3 current seasons of The Boys, and posing the big question. Could the SCP Foundation bring this sadistic soup to his knees, or is he just too diabolical? Let's find out. People love superheroes. They love that warm, cozy feeling that soups give them, a golden beacon of righteousness to swoop out of the sky and save the day so we don't have to do it ourselves. But you see, the thing about superheroes is they aren't always nice. If the whole world holds someone up on a pedestal, makes them believe from a young age that they can do no wrong, that they're the ultimate paragon of virtue, and that they have the powers and freedom to do anything they want, well, you end up with him, the Homelander. Now, some look to Homelander as a hero, and why wouldn't they? He flies around saving people, wearing those distinctive stars and stripes on his back, and stars in all those movies about how great he is. But that's just a cover story, the publicly acceptable story put out by Vought, the company responsible for creating him in the first place. They're there to sweep under the rug any bad thing that Homelander or any of their so-called superheroes has ever done, so that nobody will ever figure out the truth. And what is the truth? Well, as far as soups go, Homelander's even worse than the very worst of the worst. He's a murderous, self-absorbed, narcissistic psychopath with no empathy for powerless human beings. He thinks of himself as superior to the rest of us. Ordinary people are just expendable, and he'll gladly allow an entire plane full of innocent civilians to die with little care or remorse. Oh, but Homelander will play all that up for the cameras, though, which is why nobody would ever think to question his status as a hero. As far as the public knows, Homelander's actions are always justified, and that he can do no wrong. And it's this mentality that allows him to carry on doing whatever he wants with total impunity. But what if everyone turned on Homelander? Say his cover was finally blown and the rest of the world got to see him as he really is. A murderer with too much power, rampant insecurity, an explosive temper, and some nasty, lingering parental issues. Sure, getting a look at the real Homelander might be a cause for celebration from his most hardcore fanboys, allowing them to rally behind what they think he stands for. But what if we all had enough? What if everybody rejected Homelander? As it turns out, that might be the final straw that breaks him. By his own admission, Homelander would much prefer to be loved by everyone. But if you take that away, he's more than happy to settle for being feared. And with the level of power that he has, flight, super strength, invulnerability, heat vision, all it would take would be a show of his abilities in order to incite fear. And now, it's happened. The love anyone had for Homelander is gone. Maybe his crimes have finally been exposed, or he might have laser visioned someone in broad daylight. Regardless of the spark that started it, the fire has started burning. And now he's no longer chained. Homelander is free to do whatever he wants. He started tactically taking out key structures of influence in the United States. The White House went first, the red-hot beams of his laser eyes carving through the entire building, separating staff and Secret Service members at the waist or the neck, splattering the walls with blood. The, quote, world's greatest superhero took care of the president personally, melting him down with his heat vision before flying away. Next on his list of targets was the Pentagon, shrugging off bullets and tank shells from the United States military as they were rapidly deploying to stop him. It didn't take long for Homelander to cut through the soldiers sent to stop him, before demolishing the Pentagon with as little as a supersonic clap of his hands. As the building crumbled around him, so did a number of the country's defenses fall as well. But there was one last line of defense. One organization that just might have access to the means to bring the only man in the sky back down to ground level. The SCP Foundation were no strangers to powerful beings running amok, but they were the only ones with the means to oppose a rampage like this. Now, while Homelander had already decimated much of the regular armed forces, the Foundation brought an army of their own to bear. Enter the Mobile Task Forces, the organization's most elite special operatives. They're specifically trained to deal with threats well beyond the capabilities of the regular military and can be quickly deployed almost anywhere in the world at a moment's notice, ready for action. Mobilizing their collected forces, the Foundation dispatched its MTFs at once. They had to be smart. Homelander was playing this tactically, taking out centers of influence and defense capabilities, still unleashing his years' worth of bottled-up rage, but using it in a controlled, calculated way. If they sent every mobile task force to where Homelander was, he could easily fly away at supersonic speeds, outmaneuver them, or just disintegrate the Foundation's entire reserve of troops in one move. So their primary goal was to divide and conquer, and spread their MTFs across the country so that anywhere Homelander went, they would be waiting for him. Of course, the fall of the regular military had already shown that conventional weapons had little to no effect on Homelander. He is completely resistant to almost every form of physical harm, not only completely bulletproof, but unfazed by explosions as well. On top of that, his powers for detecting threats were also unparalleled. Homelander had the ability to see through almost any solid object or surface using X-ray vision. However, the Foundation knew there was a limit to this ability, and that the soup couldn't see through certain metals, specifically zinc. He also had tremendous olfactory and auditory senses, well beyond that of any ordinary human being. Homelander could detect changes in smell on such an acute level that he could detect changes to someone's adrenaline levels, as well as using that ability to detect explosives. But it was his super hearing that the Foundation was planning to exploit. They knew Homelander's senses were so attuned, he could detect changes in a person's heartbeat, enough to know when someone was lying. However, having such a high level of sensitive hearing meant that Homelander had at least one vulnerability: high-frequency sound waves. The Foundation knew it wouldn't be enough to kill the man in the sky, but they had another trick up their sleeve for that. First, they needed to draw him out. But how would they, when Homelander could easily overhear the orders being broadcast to their troops? Simple, they could lie. The Foundation started issuing falsified directions to its MTFs on the ground. Each one followed up with a written digital message via each troop's heads-up display. All Foundation operatives were reminded to disregard any radio communications, that these weren't real orders, merely just interference to throw Homelander off what they were actually doing. While the fake radio orders were attempting to nudge Homelander closer and closer towards New York, which was where Vought Tower, his headquarters, were located, one team was already there lying in wait: Mobile Task Force Pi 1, also known by the codename City Slickers. They had received a coded message from the Foundation. They were instructed to infiltrate Vought Tower, retrieve an item from the company's research and development labs, and then make their way to the roof. Once they were there, the next stage of the plan was to administer what they found in R&D, and await an airdrop of high-frequency sonic weaponry that the Foundation was sending to aid them. Storming Vought Tower had been the surprisingly easy part. The entire company had fallen into chaos. Now that their #1 product was raining death from the sky, the employees at Vought didn't seem to care much about their jobs anymore. The City Slickers had snuck into the laboratory and found what they were sent for: Temporary Compound 5, a chemical that would alter human biology and grant anyone superpowers for a 24-hour period. It had the nasty side effect of turning the user's brain into Swiss cheese, but under the circumstances, it seemed necessary. Dosing themselves with it, all the City Slickers were in agony as they felt the V-24 burning in their veins. Just as the chopper was arriving to drop off their weaponry, a loud, booming sound rang out, shattering windows across the city as Homelander's approach broke the sound barrier. The MTF stared up in horror as his laser vision cut through the helicopter above their heads, one of the crates landing on the roof as the fiery wreck plummeted down towards the street.
Jackson!
The team leader yelled to one of his men before pausing. He knew that if he told them to retrieve the sonic cannon, Homelander would destroy it in seconds. Instead, Jackson watched as his commanding officer leaped up into the air hundreds of feet higher than he would normally have been capable of. He careened towards a surprised Homelander, swinging a compound V-fueled uppercut that connected with his jaw, reeling him slightly as he hovered above. Taking that as their cue, the other members of the City Slickers started attacking the out-of-control Soup. One of them was firing energy blasts from his palms, and another had her arms stretching out like rubber, grabbing Homelander's cape in an attempt to drag him out of the sky. Meanwhile, Jackson was scrambling across the roof of the tower, fumbling with the clasps on the crate that contained the weapon. He could hear snarling behind him as Homelander roared in disapproval, disgusted that these so-called ordinary people were daring to attack him. His heat vision burned through the City Slickers' uniforms, but couldn't pierce their skin. Enraged, Homelander gripped the commander's head as he made another jump towards him, pushing both his super strong hands together until he could hear the man's skull beginning to crack. Then he kept squeezing. Flattening the commander between his palms, Homelander flew downwards, landing a dual-fisted punch that burst through the chests of the other two Slickers. He pulled both hands back, his red gloves, like the rest of his uniform, already slickened with copious amounts of blood. Then, a loud shrieking sound pierced his attuned ears as Jackson fired the sonic cannon. The cacophony of high-frequency sound waves it emitted were deafening to Homelander's attuned, sensitive ears, sending pain shooting through his head. Unfortunately, pain meant little to Homelander, and he could still function despite it. It angered him even further that someone was trying to best him, that they'd highlighted and tried to exploit a weakness, something the Soup had told himself he didn't have. He shot forwards lightning fast, wrenching the device out of Jackson's hands before gripping him by the throat, lifting him up off his feet so that he was dangling over the edge of the tower. "Who in the hell do you think you are?" Homelander muttered, disturbingly subdued despite the obvious unhinged look in his eyes. "Just..." Jackson gasped for breath as he felt fingers clasping around his fault. In the distance, there was a low, rhythmic rumbling, like an earthquake, or heavy footsteps getting closer. "Just a distraction." With that, Homelander's hand closed tight the very second that Jackson teleported out of his grip, leaving the Soup standing on the roof alone, save for the bodies of the other City Slickers. He turned to face the sound of the oncoming footsteps, detecting the sound of whirring machinery along with it. This was something new. It was rare for Homelander to ever face a real challenge. Nothing ever forced him to improve his skills in combat. In most cases, he could just rely on his strength, or bring a quick end to confrontations with his eye lasers, which made the sight of SCP-5514 approaching all the more surprising to him. Striding across the city like something out of a Pacific Rim movie was a gigantic mech, known as SCP-5514, or by its far cooler-sounding nickname, the Dragon Slayer. Working with the Global Occult Coalition and High Brazil, the Foundation themselves constructed SCP-5514 using various anomalous methods, designing the machine to combat large-scale aggressors, or LSAs. While the Dragon Slayer, like the name implies, was built with fighting monsters and kaiju similar to its own size, these desperate times had called for desperate measures. The mech's huge robotic arm hosted its primary weapon, a cold iron sword, its blade 20 meters long. Inside, Mobile Task Force 8 of 5, the Jaeger bombers, were piloting the Dragon Slayer, readying for battle with Homelander. He was staying still, not attempting to run or even fly away. Instead, he stayed at the top of Vought Tower. It was like he was waiting, watching, unfazed by the approaching humanoid machine, looking right at it, or through it. The Dragon Slayer brought its cold iron sword swooping down through the air, the blade coming right down on where Homelander stood. It cleaved directly through the building beneath him, carving Vought Tower in two, sending a shower of glass and concrete over the plaza below. The Soup caught the blade as it came at him, screaming in pain as he felt it cut into his hands. Any wound left by the cold iron sword was permanent. There was no regeneration or recovering from it. Homelander's natural durability gave him an edge. That, and being so much smaller than the sword itself, allowed him not to be sliced to pieces, but even touching it through his gloves hurt. The tower was rubble. Homelander was down, but far from out. He climbed up through the debris and bodies he was buried under, not caring when he blasted his heat vision through the dead and wounded to clear a path back up. Looming above, the Dragon Slayer stood taller than most buildings, his eyes glowing both with anger and the red light of his lasers. Homelander pushed himself up off the ground and flew up into the air. The mech's arm moved weightlessly to swat him out of the air, but Homelander used his speed and momentum to shoot through the metal, ripping through the machine's hand before it could land a strike. Homelander started zipping out of the path of the Dragon Slayer as it opened fire with its various anomalous armaments. While the mech was primarily used for close-quarters melee combat with various LSAs, it also featured a number of longer-range weaponry. Mounted on SCP-5514's shoulder was a Beowulf Sigurd railgun, an anomalous weapon that could use altered gravity to affect the weight of its targets, causing projectiles to impact with higher velocity. Yet none of these projectiles landed a shot, unable to catch Homelander at his current flight speed. With every supersonic pass he made of the Dragon Slayer, the deranged Soup took another look at his current enemy. His X-ray eyes could penetrate most of the metal and gave him a clear enough view of what was inside. There was a miniature sun powering it, kept perpetually stable while it generated energy for SCP-5514. Surrounding it were subdimensional portals, venting the excess heat off this plane of reality so that the mech and nothing around it melted. A similar process was moving some of the substantial weight of the mech into a tiny pocket dimension, which had allowed it to move so swiftly without being too cumbersome. Piloting it were humans, more MTF operatives. Spotting them through the metal hull, Homelander flew towards the Dragon Slayer like a bullet. The force of the impact caused the mech to wobble slightly as Homelander shot through the outer layers of armor. He came bursting out into the main chamber, eyes burning intense lasers through the vital inner components of the Dragon Slayer. The beam sliced the unprotected MTFs up, reducing them to a bloody paste before Homelander turned his rage towards the power source. Ripping through more of the metalwork, he looked at the housing for the subdimensional portals venting out of the mini-sun's heat. Though he had a limited understanding of what exactly this all was, Homelander could make sense of what it was doing. He fired off another series of blasts with his heat beams, tearing through the devices that regulated the portals before flying back out of the Dragon Slayer as fast as he could. Landing at its feet, he looked up to see his despicable handiwork. From within, the subdimensional portals began pulling the insides of SCP-5514 in different directions, pulling it apart and sucking it into different pocket dimensions as it collapsed in on itself. Homelander sighed, the tiniest hint of fatigue he felt passing in a fleeting moment, gone before the Dragon Slayer eventually fell.
"Enough! Cease this villainy!"
a voice called from nearby. Homelander sighed in exasperation to face this latest nuisance that dared oppose him. When he saw the shadowy figure approaching him, he was taken aback at first, thinking he recognized who it was.
"Noir?"
he asked in disbelief.
"No, that is not my name,"
the dark-clad figure announced.
"Homelander of the Seven, your time has come. For now, you face the Spectre."
Otherwise known as SCP-4494, was the physical embodiment of crime fighting itself. Its long, dark cloak whipped in the wind, a wide-brimmed hat pulled low, giving it the appearance of a shadowy gunslinger. From head to toe, the Spectre seemed to pull all light on the visible spectrum into itself, making it look like a ghostly shadow come to life. "And how the hell do they expect you to stop me?" Homelander sneered.
"I go wherever injustice reigns," the Spectre
replied, not short on dramatic flair.
"And you have unleashed horrific, unspeakable terror on the innocents of this world. I will ask you once, and once only. Stop this. Walk away."
Immediately, Homelander started laughing.
"Really? That's all you've got?"
he scoffed. "Just asking nicely."
"You've lost your way,"
SCP-4494 declared.
"All this destruction, and for what? Just to display your power? To subjugate? Make people fear you? Or are you still trying to win the approval of a mother and father you never had?"
The last sentence struck a nerve with Homelander, enough to make him zip forward, launching a punch at the Spectre. His fist passed through a dark fog that took the place of its intended target, as SCP-4494 dissipated and then reformed behind Homelander. It put two shadowy arms around his neck, gripping the maddening Soup in a headlock.
"You were made to be a hero," the Spectre whispered. "Look at how far you've fallen."
Homelander angrily wrenched the arm away and threw his captor over his head. only for the Spectre to become a mist again, surrounding the hero in a thick, black cloud. He fired his heat vision again, the beams passing through the layer of fog without causing any damage.
"It's over, Homelander. No longer will you terrorize the innocent,"
came a booming, dramatic voice from all angles.
"You are not the hero you think of yourself as, but a villain. This mistake stops here."
"This isn't a mistake. I don't make mistakes," Homelander roared. "I'm not like the rest of you. I'm stronger, smarter, I'm better. I am better. I'm the real hero."
"Are you?"
echoed
the Spectre's voice.
Something thin and papery landed at Homelander's feet, the fog dissipating again as
the Spectre
stood before him. Confused, Homelander picked up the papery object. It was a comic book, the words Action Comics emblazoned on the top. The cover showed a man dressed much like himself, lifting an old green car above his head, his red cape billowing in the wind. A letter S worn across his chest. As he flicked through the pages, tears formed in Homelander's eyes.
"This is what you think you are," the Spectre said solemnly. "But look around. Look at the lives you've taken or ruined. A hero? No. Heroism is not subjugating others, not viewing yourself as superior. Heroism is realizing we are all the same and standing up to those that would try to disagree." The Spectre
brought his dark cloak around Homelander's shoulder. There were no survivors around to see where they went or to hear SCP-4494's final words.
"You aren't a real hero."
And then they were gone. There are few mysteries more fundamental to modern astrophysics than the riddle of the black hole. Ultra-dense areas of space which catch every surrounding form of matter and light within their gravitational pull and spirit them to a place beyond the event horizon. Nobody knows for certain what might occur when something disappears into a black hole, and in that way, it is not unlike SCP-914, the Clockworks. Whatever object or creature is placed in the intake booth of SCP-914, and the settings are adjusted accordingly, the output booth produces a unique variation of whatever was inside of the Clockworks. The different settings range from rough to very fine, and given the amount of different things that could enter the intake booth, the possibilities of what could be made within SCP-914 are almost limitless. A black hole, on the other hand, and this certainly includes Gaia BH1, the closest of such abyssal celestial bodies to Earth, only has one setting, and as far as science is concerned, no output. Under most circumstances, these two transformative forces would never meet, but when science calls, the SCP Foundation answers with an emphatic, "Sure, why not?" It was an ordinary day at Site-19 when Dr. Gears received a knock on his office door. He invited the unexpected visitor in to find that it was the recently promoted assistant researcher Dr. Neil Carlisle. Dr. Carlisle had come all the way to Site-19 to propose a new test for SCP-914. He wanted to know if it were possible to create a transportation wormhole by refining a black hole. The Foundation had made numerous strides towards space travel in search of anomalies, but had been able to keep ahead of non-anomalous technology by a decade on estimate. Yet apart from improvements in speed and fuel efficiency, the space program at the Foundation had not been able to introduce any remarkable breakthroughs for exploring the universe. With Dr. Carlisle's proposed wormhole, the Foundation might be able to instantly move its spacecraft anywhere in the known universe through the power of a controlled gravity vortex. Dr. Gears, of course, thought the idea was intriguing in theory, but was against it in practice. The nearest black hole to Earth was Gaia BH1, and to transport the entire apparatus of SCP-914 into space and 1,560 light-years away would be incredibly costly. Not to mention the strong possibility of losing SCP-914 to an accident, or even to the depths of the black hole itself. For such a versatile safe-class SCP to be potentially neutralized for the sake of an experiment would be a huge loss for little gain. To be a researcher in Dr. Gears' position meant making hard decisions about containing SCPs, and when it is appropriate to use them for other purposes. It was better for Dr. Carlisle to learn this lesson at the assistant researcher phase of his career rather than go on and compromise the safety of Foundation staff or useful SCPs. Dr. Gears told him no for the proposal and hoped that it would make the gravity of the situation clear, no pun intended. Dr. Carlyle left Dr. Gear's office feeling dejected and occupied himself with an entire tub of ice cream later that evening. The cold dairy delight did help numb the feeling of getting his first research proposal since promotion turned down. He wanted to experiment with a black hole, but now, the only black hole he could feel aware of was the sinking pit inside of his heart. Carlyle spent the next few hours rewatching his comfort shows, but then decided to reach out to a colleague for advice. He got in contact with Dr. Blanche, his trusted mentor, who had been the one to recommend him for promotion. Blanche was frank with Carlyle about the idea needing some work, but also couldn't resist getting some barbs in at Dr. Gear's. "That's typically for researchers watching over safe-class SCPs," she laughed. "Taking risks is the farthest thing from their minds." While Dr. Blanche did have a great deal of respect for Dr. Gears, her own experiences with Euclid-class SCPs meant that her days at the Foundation were filled with more chaotic and immediate problems that demanded her own actions be less measured. She was much more of a think on her feet and roll with the punches sort of researcher, and saw in Dr. Carlyle the same potential to work with volatile SCPs. As such, Dr. Blanche decided to offer her mentee an easy win, a chance to assist in the containment and research of SCP-123, otherwise known as the Miniature Black Hole. Dr. Carlyle was quick to accept the position, and the next day he was sent off to the secure facility that housed SCP-123. Seeing the miniature black hole in person was all that Dr. Carlyle needed to lift his spirits, though he needed to go through several levels of security clearance in order to get to it. Being only a Level 2 personnel whose access was officiated recently, Dr. Carlyle was only just barely allowed to be within the same room as SCP-123. Having graduated from a prestigious university for science well before the SCP Foundation got in touch with him for a position, Dr. Carlyle was first and foremost interested in the non-anomalous mysteries of the universe. He had wanted to continue his research into theoretical physics ever since he completed his degree, but the demands of having to remain up to speed on all manner of SCPs seriously hampered his ability to do so. To stand before SCP-123 was at once a reminder of what he had wanted to do with his career, and also a clear symbol of how far his expectations were from the truth. There were so many things he wished to know about the inner workings of these heavy gravity wells, and so, against the wishes of his mentor, Dr. Carlyle absconded with SCP-123. He waited until a severe but inevitable containment breach occurred, and used the chaos as a cover to enact his extraction of the miniature black hole. It was no easy feat to transport the lightless orb out of its secure facility, even with the skeletal cage of metallic triangles that surrounded it as a buffer. The slow and methodical removal with a seamless net was the only way to make sure the black hole couldn't absorb any matter in the process of its transport. While this was a reckless endeavor, Dr. Carlyle knew the properties of black holes well, and as long as his goal was scientific progress, there was no limit to the lengths he would go. The containment breach that gave him his window was extra fortuitous because it offered an easy alibi for why he would be missing. The mobile task forces would be searching for his body, alive or not, and the Foundation worried he could transport SCP-123 back to the facility for SCP-914. By the time the personnel in charge of SCP-123 realized it was missing, the experiments would have already begun. Instead of bringing SCP-914 to Gaia BH-1, Dr. Carlyle had brought a portable and functioning model of a black hole to SCP-914. This is the threshold of scientific advancement, Dr. Carlyle thought to himself. He had run the scenarios 100 times over in his head, and was sure that by placing the miniature black hole into the clockworks, the world's first wormhole transportation would be born. All would be forgiven, and Dr. Carlyle would be exalted as the man who brought the interstellar travel of the far-flung future to the present day. Even Dr. Gears would understand that SCP-914 had to be used in order to bring about this glorious leap in technology. Carlyle had to act quickly, though, because there would only be a limited amount of time before he was discovered within the facility. With a deliberate and measured hustle, he used the net to maneuver SCP-123 into the intake booth of SCP-914 and closed the door. He ran over to the knob and turned it to the very fine setting. The gears of the clockworks began to move, signaling that the process of refinement had begun. With the countdown to his breakthrough now begun, Dr. Carlyle barred the door to the room that housed the clockworks. The mobile task forces would be arriving soon, and they would attempt to stop him from achieving his goal. It would be likely that he would lose his promotion if they succeeded. Dr. Blanche would also be punished for letting Dr. Carlyle get so close to SCP-123. Carlyle would, of course, feel bad for the trouble his mentor would go through in that outcome, but he was determined to make sure it did not happen. The refinement process would reach the output stage, and then the acclaim for himself would be assured. The gears continued to turn, and Dr. Carlyle listened carefully to each mechanical noise and puff of stuff that rumbled from SCP-914. Dr. Carlyle clenched his fist tightly, growing more anxious with each passing moment. It has to work, he thought. It has to. Amidst the clockwork noises, a new sound became apparent to Dr. Carlyle. It was the mobile task force trying to break down the barricade. They called out to Dr. Carlyle, using his name as they did. It was clear that they knew everything. Time had run its course, and all of Carlyle's careful planning had reached its limit. Fortunately, the refinement process had also reached its limit. SCP-914 made a distinctive noise, indicating the complete conversion of SCP-123 into its very fine state. Dr. Carlyle put on the astronaut suit that he had stashed in the room in advance. If the result of the output was indeed a wormhole as planned, then he needed to be protected from the potential exposure to deep space. Time to make history, Carlyle said as he placed the space helmet over his head. The door to the chamber was thrust open from the other side, and mobile task force agents began to move in past the barricade. The MTF were now brandishing arms and demanding that Dr. Carlyle stay where he is. But the Level 2 assistant researcher was already at the door to the output booth. He reached forward and grabbed the handle, flinging open the space to the interior. Inside, a gray sphere of intense gravitational energy tugged on Dr. Carlyle, and within seconds, it pulled him through the small gap which was only a few feet wide. He had disappeared into the wormhole of the refined SCP-123, beyond its event horizon, and into the unknowable depths that existed beyond. The mobile task force agents stood in stunned silence for a moment, until Dr. Gears forced his way into the room. The veteran researcher was quick to ask for an explanation of exactly what happened, and the agents did the best they could try and piece together a reasonable explanation. Meanwhile, inside of the gravitic tunnel of SCP-123, Dr. Carlyle was flung through vast distances in the form of a strand of spaghettified matter. He could scarcely comprehend the sensation of what was happening to his body, the unfathomable movement between dimensions feeling like 1,000 dreams and nightmares colliding. He had succeeded. He had failed. He was going somewhere. He was nowhere. He was traveling beyond the stars. He was stuck in liminal stasis. All of these thoughts passed through Dr. Carlyle's elongated head simultaneously before they all came crashing together with the force of an avalanche. His physical body followed suit, returning to its original shape as he exited the event horizon to the other side of the wormhole. Dr. Carlyle could now see thousands of stars glowing in every direction around him. The emptiness of the expanse he had found himself in became immediately apparent, as did the lack of any gravity beyond a persistent pull behind him. He looked over his shoulder, and through the visor of his helmet, he could see an enormous black hole, or rather, a full-sized one. Gaia BH1, Carlyle spoke. His highly intelligent mind formed a hypothesis within mere moments. The refined form of SCP-123 had become the entrance to a wormhole as he had expected, but the exit had to naturally develop somewhere, and thus it appeared that Gaia BH1 was chosen as the other side of the wormhole due to nothing else besides its relative proximity to the entrance. Essentially, the refining process had formed a link between the two closest black holes in the universe. Now Dr. Carlyle was faced with a new dilemma. If he passed through Gaia BH1, Dr. Carlyle wasn't sure if he would arrive back on Earth, exiting out of the very fine version of SCP-123, or be flung even farther beyond his current location in space to the next closest black hole to Earth. His consideration of the situation was a moot point, however, as the gravity of Gaia BH1 was already pulling him back through. Dr. Carlyle simply accepted his fate, as there was no sense fighting against gravity. If he did return to Earth, he'd be a hero, and if he didn't, his hypothesis would have been proven right anyway. Dr. Carlyle went once more into the breach. getting spaghettified as he traveled back through the wormhole for an indeterminate amount of time before he was flung out of the event horizon of SCP-123. Earth's gravity hit the Doctor like a truck, and he flopped onto the floor in his spacesuit. It seemed as though more time had passed in his absence than he had anticipated, since he was now in the secure containment unit for SCP-123. He stood and removed his helmet, having only a bit of time to take a deep breath before a pair of Level 2 researchers entered the room.
"That suit,"
one of them said.
"You're Dr. Carlyle! We thought you were dead!"
added the other. The Level 2 researchers explained that Dr. Carlyle had been away from Earth for 2 whole days, around 53 hours in total. His experiment had been considered a failure, and containing the altered SCP-123 had taken precedence over doing further tests on it. SCP-914 and SCP-123 had been separated ever since the refining, and Dr. Carlyle's supposed fate of being sucked into the black hole had been deemed sufficient punishment for all parties. Upon hearing the news, Dr. Carlyle simply laughed and laughed. He couldn't help but find some hilarity in the way that everything turned out. The SCP Foundation now had access to a wormhole thanks to him, and he would be sure to be involved in whatever further research would take place regarding it. Dr. Carlyle realized he was still laughing. The stares of the 2 researchers in front of him were becoming unbearable, so he forced himself to regain his composure. You should let Dr. Gears know that I returned," Dr. Carlyle said. The researchers looked at each other and nodded. They then described the state of absolute anger that Dr. Gears had been in for the past few days. He was considering upping the amount of clearance needed to utilize SCP-914, as in his own words, "These experiment pitches were getting ridiculous." Aside from Dr. Gears, Dr. Blanche had been burying herself in a few tubs of ice cream in mourning for the supposed loss of her protege. Like mentor, like student, it seemed. Upon giving it some consideration, Dr. Carlyle decided he would go see Dr. Blanche first. She was unlikely to be proud of him exactly, but she'd definitely be relieved that Dr. Carlyle was still alive, after all. An organization with as many secrets as the SCP Foundation requires the ability to dispose of material that could prove harmful to the facade of normalcy that the O5 Council desperately wishes to uphold. And because most of the high-ranking researchers are a bit too smart and practical to simply flush classified documents and unwanted objects down the toilet, that means the Foundation has to get rid of evidence thorough enough to guarantee that absolutely no trace of what needs to be disposed of survives. For this purpose, several waste disposal plants are used as front companies for the Foundation and function internally as a foolproof way to liquidate hazardous material and comprising information. But not all secrets are so easily forgotten with the push of a button, and a rare few can prove too resilient to be burned away. This is the regrettable case of the anomalies contained within the site now designated SCP-2419, a place where the unfortunate consequence of amnestic experiments has led to the creation of hateful, immortal humanoids, fated to be sealed within the incinerators of the facility. These undead freaks are known as SCP-2419-A, and though they were made from human bodies, the consciousness that dwells within each instance is nothing short of pure evil. Every happy memory and associated positive emotion was extracted from the brains of SCP-2419-A corpses prior to their attempted disposal in the incinerators. This was done in order to increase the effectiveness of standard-issue Foundation amnestics. But the cost of this minor breakthrough was that these bodies, all of which were once D-Class personnel, had effectively been stripped of all human qualities. Given the sorts of violent criminal backgrounds that earns an individual the designation of D-Class personnel, these former humans were the last people that should have been deprived of the love and joy in their hearts. And when the first of these psychopathic laughing men crawled out of one of SCP-2419's incinerators, the Foundation learned all too well what an uninhibited criminal mind looked like. Driven only by rage and fury that inspired their most gruesome acts of exploitation and violence in life, their pain has made them too hateful to succumb to the flames. They are the archetypal sinners of a burning hell that the Foundation's best intentions pave the road to. And when they break loose, all that hell breaks loose with them. but no place of the damned leaves its gates unguarded. Dante's Inferno posits that the ancient Greek mythological figure Minos, serpentine father of the Minotaur and judge of wicked souls, guards the pit of hell with stern vigilance. The Greeks themselves favored the image of Cerberus, a three-headed hound that served its lord Hades as a watchdog. For the ancient Egyptians, there was Amuth, the devourer of the dead, who consumed the hearts of the unrighteous in the afterlife. While this sort of guardian beast is not officially on the Foundation's payroll, the concept turned out to be alive and well in the present day when SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile, stood against the Laughing Men and gave them the fight of their tortured, unliving existence. It all began when the guards stationed at SCP-2419 began to hear banging from inside one of the incinerators. It seemed as though the SCP-2419-A instance on the other side was determined to breach containment, so Mobile Task Force Beta-7, the Maz Hatters, were called in to stand with all weapons at the ready. But this was exactly what the instance wanted. As soon as the armed force had fully assembled, the Laughing Man inside ripped the door from its hinges. It proceeded to use it as a cover and run full speed towards the Mobile Task Force, who opened fire immediately. SCP-2419-A were known to possess extremely fast regenerative abilities, so it would take a lot of punishment to slow this instance down. But this was no unthinking zombie, and the instance broke its charge the second it was in the midst of the Mobile Task Force agents to twirl the door around like a trained martial artist. This not only sent the incoming bullets ricocheting everywhere, causing many of the Beta-7 operatives to be hit by their own friendly fire, it also allowed the instance to bludgeon several agents with sides of the door. As the remaining Mobile Task Force members retreated to a less exposed vantage point, where they could employ heavy artillery, the instance used this moment of confusion to pitch the door backwards towards the incinerators in a boomerang trajectory. The force and spin of the door knocked two more incinerator doors off their hinges, and caused two other instances of SCP-2419-A to emerge. One, who was so thoroughly decomposed that it appeared to be more than a flaming skeleton, sprinted forth and threw handfuls of hot cinders at the Foundation agents. It used its still-burning body to ignite a few of the closest agents, laughing with sadistic glee as it did so. Seconds after the emergence of the two new instances, a grenade launcher was fired at the first escapee. The blast was enough to deal significant damage, but the instance was indifferent to its own pain. It pointed to the agent wielding the grenade launcher, and a moment later, the third instance was at the agent's throat, strangling him to death. It was starting to become clear to the Mobile Task Force that this was no random containment breach. It was a coordinated escape attempt by three ruthless criminal masterminds, who in their time contained at the site SCP-2419 had probably decided there was some truth to the old adage that misery loves company. And indeed, these three D-Class were some of the best when it came to being the worst of the worst. D-1576, formerly Police Lieutenant Campbell Farage, a riot cop with a serious taste for carnage. Whenever the streets of the city precinct he presided over turned violent, Farage always made sure that the violence didn't die down too quickly. His nasty penchant for bludgeoning suspects and citizens alike with his riot shield did wonders for the escape plan he had coordinated with his fellow Laughing Men. He was eventually tried and sent to a supermax after picking a fight with several other officers in the line of duty. A fight that resulted in a pair of rookie officers who opposed his violent methods being hospitalized with permanent comas. The skeleton was D-4483, Damian Lambert, a prolific arsonist who terrorized 3 counties while avoiding detection under the guise of being a sovereign citizen. If there was ever a person who wanted just to watch the world burn, it was Damian Lambert. He was caught in the process of setting fire to an elementary school and was thankfully apprehended before any of the kerosene he had poured through the halls ignited. When the truth about his previous history of pyromania came out, Lambert faced death row until the Foundation chose to recruit him as D-Class. Then there was D-2316, Arnold Roper, who was better known as the Illinois Strangler, responsible for over 50 deaths in 2 decades before he was arrested and detained. While he mostly used his bare hands to do the deed, Roper was fond of using metal chains and heavy-duty choke collars, usually worn by animals, to perform his namesake act of violence. Roper wasn't just brutally strong, he was crafty too, and the trio of Laughing Men had him to thank for some of the finer points of the escape plan. The three now immortal D-Class also had one thing in common. Each of them had met the ends of their cruel and violent lives at the jaws and claws of SCP-682, and now that they had outmaneuvered and slaughtered Mobile Task Force Beta-7, their only collective goal was to get revenge on the monster that condemned them all to the fiery hell of the incinerator. The Laughing Men soon breached the limits of the SCP-2419 containment site and began making their way overland towards the facility where all of them had met their original fate. They knew they needed wheels to get there, so the instances made their way to the nearest gas station from the waste disposal plant they'd come from and made short work of the staff. Lambert stocked up on lighters, kerosene, and Duraflame, while Faraj took the emergency shotgun that the cashier hadn't had time to fire. In her defense, it would have been difficult to accomplish much of anything with Roper's hands clasped around her throat. Once the trio of undead psychopaths had stocked up on weapons, they waited for a suitable vehicle to pull into the lot, and before long, there was. A family SUV, with a happy family inside no less. Faraj ordered Lambert to keep his fire-starting tendencies in check, as a gas station explosion was the last thing they needed right now. The former riot cop made his way out to the car and used the shotgun to threaten the family out of the car. Family road trips can be stressful, but rarely does one expect to be carjacked by a gang of the undead. Faraj told the unlucky mortals that he wouldn't hurt them if they let himself and his two friends use their car. And true to his word, he didn't fire a single shot. The family were all added to Roper's list of victims instead. After that, the three men took to the wheel, and with only their hazy memories of pain and suffering to guide them, drove relentlessly towards the Foundation facility, where their enemy SCP-682 was contained. The three had made sure to leave no human alive at their original containment site, and would allow no witnesses who saw their anomalous corpse-like forms to survive. They couldn't afford to give the Foundation a heads up that the reckoning was on its way in a family motor vehicle. Meanwhile, at the Laughing Men's intended destination, SCP-682 was having another perfectly routine day of painfully soaking in a tank of corrosive acid. This was par for the course for the reptile, and it found itself as eager as anyone else stuck in a rut to get a break from the repetitive mundanity of containment. Little did the human-hating monster know, it would soon get its wish. A few hours later, the facility was shocked to find that several fires had been lit at the fringes of the testing units. These were no freak accidents, but rather the work of Damian Lambert. The arsonist still had memories of all the times he wished he could just burn his jailer's buildings to the ground, and had targeted the most vulnerable areas for combustion. The flames threatened the integrity of several areas of the facility, and multiple containment breaches were imminent if the blaze couldn't be kept under control. While any available agents with firefighting experience sought to minimize the damage, the researchers evacuated to safer parts of the building, bringing any sensitive documents and flammable items far away from the affected sections. This kind of pandemonium was exactly where Officer Faraj thrived, and he soon entered the fray, causing enough commotion that Roper was able to slip deeper into the facility completely undetected. This turned out to be the perfect role for the Strangler, as he hadn't eluded the police for 20 years of his life just by being lucky. Faraj and Lambert would both join up with him after they were finished having their fun. For now, his task was to locate the containment unit of SCP-682 and give the beast a taste of what the trio had in store. Along the way, he made sure to obtain some durable metal chains from a different containment unit. He likely released some kind of elder evil in the process, but Roper didn't care about the consequences. The bottom line was that he was always able to do his best work when he was armed. It wasn't long before he found the large chamber which housed his most hated foe, SCP-682. Roper laughed maniacally as he approached the creature floating in its acid tank. "Remember me, lizard?" the Strangler said, sporting a wide grin. The monster simply growled back at Roper, wishing to tear him apart. Roper chuckled again and wrapped the iron chains around the vat. With all the considerable strength of his immortal muscles, the Strangler pulled the chains taut and shattered 682's containment unit. The anomalous chain snared the creature's body, holding it in place.
How about now?
Roper taunted 682. He laughed, but the creature laughed back.
No,
Said the reptile.
I don't remember you, but you are disgusting.
The monster lunged towards a nearby wall and burst through, dragging Roper along with it by his chains still wrapped around the creature's body. 682 twisted and turned, flinging Roper against every wall and obstacle in sight. But to its surprise, the stranger was regenerating, and his grip on the chains was unyielding. Back down the hall, Faraj was still continuing his rampage when he ran into an unlikely adversary. Dr. Alto Clef stood between the Laughing Man and the other researchers, and as usual, the good doctor was packing heat. He told the other researchers to go on without him, while he contained the SCP-2419 instance on his own. A bold move, to be sure, but Dr. Clef had made the same mistake he was always making, by assuming that guns were the solution to this problem. Faraj laughed off the bullets and slammed into Dr. Clef with enough force to leave a crater in the wall behind him. He followed up with a merciless barrage of punches, beating the armed researcher senseless, and only relenting for a moment to steal a few of his prized firearms. With a blow that would have taken the life of any normal man, Faraj struck Dr. Clef once more and left him lying there a hair's length from death. Dr. Clef's anti-anomaly field may have protected him from reality warpers, but it did very little against being kicked repeatedly, very hard in the face. Elsewhere, Lambert had made his way into the facility, setting more fires as he went. The arsonist's skeleton was a terrifying sight to all that beheld it, and when the guards realized that none of their weapons would have any effect, most of them started to run away from Lambert rather than towards him. All three Laughing Men would soon be upon 682, and then the fight of their afterlives could truly begin. Until that moment, Roper was buying his partners in hatred more time. The chains he had stolen were no ordinary metal, and with them he had managed to keep 682's jaws shut, while he pounded away at its exposed ribs with his inhuman strength. Roper had killed more people than either of his former D-Class compatriots, but all that seemed to mean nothing in the face of this invincible reptile. The shame and powerlessness he had once felt as the creature had mauled him to death made his immortal heart beat with outrage. When he was alive, the Illinois stranger had always thought that his gift for murder made him better than the average person, a man among men. But this thing had made him feel weak in his last moments of humanity, and that sickening emotion of weakness was still sliding around in his soul with all of the other despair and malice. If his fate were to live forever as a dead man walking, then he would make damn sure that any humiliation he suffered would be paid back threefold. This soup of impotent fury bubbled within Roper as SCP-682's strength suddenly increased, shattering the weak link of the chains and sending the hapless strangler flying backwards. At that precise moment, Faraj leaped out of a nearby hallway and unleashed Dr. Clef's arsenal on the reptile. This sustained fire irritated the creature, and it turned its focus towards the unliving dirty cop. It readied a charge only to be suddenly held fast by Roper, who had grabbed its tail. Faraj fired until there was no more ammo, then pistol-whipped the creature in both of its eye sockets. SCP-682 thrashed and struggled, so the men began to circle the reptile and alternate delivering formidable body blows. They took far more damage than they could dish out with their bare hands, but the regeneration that their preternatural hatred granted them meant that both instances could theoretically keep this up all day. Roper grabbed a broken length of the anomalous chain, while Faraj picked up a metal table to use as a makeshift riot shield. The beatdown continued as 682's eyes regenerated, along with several new sensory organs to give it a full 360-degree view of the pitched brawl that was taking place. A fiery explosion blew open a nearby wall, and in walked Lambert, still skeletal and laughing as uproariously as ever. He threw a Molotov cocktail at 682's back, causing the creature to ignite immediately. The reptile roared in sudden agony. Faraj, Lambert, Roper regrouped at the creature's flank and pushed together until they forced it back through the hole where the arsonist had entered from. They were now all together in the inferno. The three Laughing Men who refused to die and the indestructible monster that made them into what they were. Roper quickly knotted the chains and wrapped them around one of the creature's claws, securing the other end around his waist. Like a trained boxer, he bobbed and weaved, pummeling the beast with all he had. Any step back from SCP-682 was met with the immortal man shifting his entire body weight to pull the creature's leg out from under it. Viraj wedged his shield into the creature's open jaw, widening it to an uncomfortable degree and temporarily limiting 682's bite force. He took out the shotgun that he had stolen from the gas station and blasted it down the reptile's gullet. When that plan had run its course, he started clubbing 682 about its neck and head with the butt of the shotgun. Lambert simply continued to douse the arena with more flammable material, especially himself and the creature. He climbed onto 682's back with his burning bones and hammered away at its defenses with literal fists of fire. The arsonist was incapable of articulate speech due to the damage to his body prior to his death, but if he could speak, he would probably be celebrating the fact that he had become what he had always wanted to be. Damien Lambert was no mere pretender with a fetish for fire. He was fire itself, a brightly burning god of destruction that left no inch of the world unburnt and no molecule of oxygen unconsumed. His mother and father would be proud of him as they waited in hell for the son who would never arrive, the son who would make the planet they left behind into a true hell where he would reign supreme. That is, until SCP-682 stole that dream out from under him. With a flash of blue and green from deep within, 682 began to burn with a never-before-seen chemical reaction, an impossible event that could only be described as anti-fire. The turquoise anti-flames devoured the orange and yellow ones, leaving Lambert in a state of panic, which was soon shared by his fellow Laughing Men. The three former D-classes had gotten so used to the torments of the incinerator that the idea that anything could be more painful had never occurred to them. And yet, here it was, the anti-fire, which devoured all flames and directly inflicted unimaginable suffering to the trio of instances. Every particle of their still regenerating bodies felt as if it were ice cold and melting into nothingness at the same time. Numbed and broken all over again, the Laughing Men were consumed all over by the anti-flames and fell into a state of suspended animation. With the Foundation finally getting everything back under control 24 hours later, SCP-682 was contained in a new acidic chamber. There were some new ordinances from all present and surviving researchers about exposing it to fire, as the anti-flames it produced were considered too hazardous to ever exist within the facility again. As for the three Laughing Men who had escaped from SCP-2419, they were returned to their containment units inside of the incinerators and never exhibited signs of aggression or escape attempts ever again. A psychological profile of Viraj, Lambert, and Roper that all of them could still feel the sting of the burns left by 682's anti-fire to this day, and that not even exposure to natural heat and fire could ever reduce that pain.
Pale fists of fury pound against the inside of a metal containment unit located in SCP Foundation Site-19. SCP-096, also known as the Shy Guy, was on the verge of a containment breach. Mobile Task Force agents stood vigilantly with their weapons at the ready, making peace with whatever important gods they thought would accept their weary souls. A dent formed in the wall of the unit, and with another mighty impact from within, the Shy Guy smashed through the reinforced metal lining of its cell as if it were cardboard. Too bad for the Foundation, the two materials did not cost anywhere near the same amount. SCP-096 blazed straight ahead into the hapless crowd of MTF agents as if they were a set of heavily armed bowling pins. It toppled two of the most happily married members of the squad with a doubled lariat that shattered both of their spines upon impact with the floor. Two company funerals in one blow. The other well-intentioned but ultimately foolish agents opened fire on SCP-096, but the Shy Guy was never known to be slowed for long by any amount of firearms. The dubious value of arming staff with so-called conventional weaponry had been a point of contention among the Foundation Budget Department, and here was the argument against in full display. In a flash of pale flesh that rivaled an albino Olympian, SCP-096 dispatched the MTF and bashed through the effectively papier-mâché walls of Site-19. Escaping beyond into the great big world
where some unfortunate soul had gazed upon his face. A mysterious soul in touch with the ancient world, a not-so-average man named Gary. Gary had been hiking through the mountains for several miles, peering back over his shoulder for any sign of the dreaded creature that he feared had been pursuing him. When he got on that plane to Tibet, he knew there was no turning back other than in a literal sense. He had come to see a reclusive mystic who was said to hold the forbidden knowledge to all of the ancient mysteries in the world. I have an intuition that even my peculiar issue, a bizarre and anomalous happening, can be solved when I seek the wisdom of this truly enlightened sage. He held out the legendary dodecahedron that he found in that public park, the only artifact that seemed capable of holding the creature at bay. The strange black-suited individuals guarding it referred to the dodecahedron as SCP-184, but Gary knew better than to think numbers and labels could sum up the totality of its ancient mysteries. Whenever I'm inside a building, the dodecahedron alters the dimensions of the hallways, making it so that the creature following me is always farther away. Gary needed any amount of distance he could get from the relentless pursuer, a thing that was clearly inhuman in every way except for the fact that it had 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head. But beyond the superficial appearance of being humanoid, the monster conveyed an unspeakable degree of malice and fright in its appearance. He had seen its face in his dreams and his nightmares ever since that terrifying incident that befell him so many desperate years ago. Years of running, years of isolation, years of being confounded by ancient mysteries. During those years, he had assembled the ancient tables that had long ago been unearthed in the Superstition Mountains, which depicted a horse on one tablet and a heart on another. When the 2 slabs of stone were combined, the truth could be revealed. And what the truth was an ancient mystery. Of all things, Gary never expected to see a carved depiction of SCP-096, or whatever the long, pale thing that was chasing him was called. "It's that one guy," Gary exclaimed, staring at the stone carving. "It must be from this mountain or something. But who's to say? It's a mystery." That was only the beginning of Gary's travels, and every next step took him farther from the creature, but also closer to it in a metaphorical sense. The pale humanoid haunted him, and this mystic of the mountain would soon give him the answers to how to be free of it forever. He came upon a hut in the deep mountain as he expected to. Opening his third eye, Gary could sense a pervasive aura of mystery surrounding the building before him. He advanced with trepidation, for as tantalizing as the solution to his problem was, the idea of lingering mystery was perhaps more so. Gary stepped inside and saw through the hazy smoke of incense a man who could only be described as the Mystic. It was unclear whether he was young or old, but one thing was for sure. His starry robes and conical hat denoted him as a member of a secret order from the distant past.
"I am the Mystic, and I was expecting you. Now I will explain everything about everything."
The Mystic gestured to a grand knitted tapestry over his head, depicting an ancient or perhaps yet-to-happen battle between a long-limbed pallid giant and Gary himself. In the tapestry, Gary was surrounded by ancient mysteries, all of them powerful, all of them ancient, and all of them mysterious. He listened closely to the Mystic's words, knowing that the fated fight that he was dreading would soon take place. Mastering the ancient mysteries was his only hope of being free, but also of avenging his family. Gary had never wanted this life. Several years before, he'd graduated from college, majoring in theology and comparative mythology. With his entire life ahead of him, he returned home after completing his PhD, excited to soon enter the wonderful world of academia. It felt like such a profound victory coming back to the sleepy Massachusetts town, having gained knowledge and experience in the world around him. But he wasn't the only one in his family with that inclination. His brother Michael never had the talent for academics. He didn't want to hit the books. He wanted to hit the excitement and danger of adventure. He was born too late to explore the world, too early to explore the galaxy, but just in time to test his mettle against the toughest expeditions Earth in all her glory had to offer. It was this thirst for adventure that sent him to the rugged Himalayas with only himself and a Sherpa guide. He'd climbed to the highest peak and stuck in the family crest of his forebears. And of course, he'd taken photos. So many photos. Photos that he would be eager to show everyone. including his academic brother Gary when he got back home. He had no idea that he was putting himself and so many others on a collision course with destruction. It was the same frosty white Christmas when Gary and Michael returned to their familial homestead with stories to tell and experiences to share. It had in fact been years since the two brothers had seen each other, and little did they know, they would never see each other again after this night, and what would change everything would be a simple slideshow. Gary understood that his family wouldn't necessarily appreciate his dissertation on the ancient mysteries of East Asia, but Michael was more than happy to share his own experiences. He pulled out the family projector, plugged in his memory card, and began to regale his family with the tales of expeditions, the Amazon, Death Valley, Mumbai, Mount Everest, and of course, the Himalayas. Photo after photo, his family found it increasingly difficult to pretend they were interested, but they did so anyway out of politeness. At a certain point in the seemingly eternal slideshow, Gary relieved himself to go to the bathroom, encouraging his gregarious brother to keep going on without him. There were another 800 photos to go through, after all. While Gary was trying to pee extremely slowly, as photos clicked through in the living room, an omen of death flashed up onto the wall from the projector. Not that any of them would ever know the danger of what they were witnessing. Not yet, anyway. The photo was a seemingly simple one. Michael standing on the slopes of the mountain. Stark white abounds behind him. Only a keen eye would notice the little gray cluster of pixels nestled deep in the mountain behind him. But you didn't need to notice something in order to see it, and to see SCP-096 meant to die. It didn't take the beast long to zero in on their location, and poor Gary, who was lucky or unlucky depending on your perspective, was still pretending to pee. But if he hadn't been, he would have died with the rest of his family, as SCP-096 tore through their home like wet toilet paper and made each of the ones who had seen it disappear entirely. By the time the door opened, the bathroom was the only freestanding room in the house. He was in the ruins of his own home, surrounded by destruction and carnage, and a long, terrible being with stone-white flesh, having a bag slid over its head by men in black tactical gear. When those same men saw him, they immediately zeroed in and restrained him. He heard one of them say, "Thank God he didn't see the thing's face." What happened next, the most horrific hours of Gary's life, were just standard procedure for the SCP Foundation. He was debriefed and given amnestics, but that was when the next major mystery of Gary's life began to unfold. By some 1 in a billion chance, the amnestics did not work. He retained every memory of the terrible tragedy that had befallen him, of the monster that had devoured his life, of the SCP Foundation's unwillingness to do anything other than sweep it all under the rug. If he wanted his revenge, he would have to get it himself. That's when his degree in theology and comparative mythology came in handy. It was essentially a degree in ancient mystery, and perhaps those mysteries would be the key to defeating the monster that had ruined his life. It was this plan that he'd spent all these years putting into motion. When SCP-096 came tearing through the foliage onto the mountaintop, Gary was waiting. Tapping into the mystical arts that had been bestowed upon him after solving the puzzle that adorned the Shepherd's Monument, Gary manifested a sturdy prison of gravestone around his gaunt and fearsome foe. The stone would not hold the creature forever, but its forbidding weight and severity would give Gary time to prepare his next countermeasure. "How do you like a taste of my ancient geomancy, you dirty brother killer?" Gary boasted. "I will avenge you, Michael. Watch me from up there in ancient mystery heaven." SCP-096 sprinted into the clearing, leaping toward Gary and raking his face with its terrible claws. But just as quickly as the wounds were inflicted, they closed, leaving only smooth and slight sun-damaged skin behind. "I was prepared for this. You see, I had a very particular, very special drink some time ago." After solving the mysterious puzzle of the Shepherd's Monument, Gary uncovered its many secrets. One of these was the location of a certain cup, the Holy Grail. Ever heard of it? He came upon it tucked behind a waterfall in the English wilderness. It had traveled a long way from the land of biblical myth, but Gary supposed the Crusades probably had something to do with it. When he laid eyes on that mythic chalice, he couldn't help but fill it with some of the crystal clear water and take a drink. The water was quite polluted, actually, but due to the healing properties of the Grail, he was spared any digestive issues. Oh, and it made him functionally immortal. Now SCP-096 would have to work a lot harder if it wished to destroy his fleshy vessel. His body was truly a temple, and his offering was revenge.
Sa, Re, Ga, Ma.
Gary chanted, invoking the powers of the musical pillars of Vishnu. His mind entered the Akashic record, and within mere seconds, he searched through eternity for the power he needed to bring justice to this conflict. In astral form, he reached into the river of Samsara and pulled forth the flaming sword of Kalki, the incarnation of Vishnu that was to appear in the culmination of the Kali Yuga.
Sa, Re, Ga, Ma.
Back in the physical realm, Gary was now wielding a Movanic celestial blade of pure cosmic divine flame. He brandished the holy arm and pointed it towards his gruesomely elongated foe. He braced as it approached and swung with all of his might, rending a wound in SCP-096's chest and setting it alight with the white-hot intensity of the universe itself.
It's a good day to do what must be done by me and avenge my family! With the sacred and undying light of Lord Vishnu in my hand, I will bring the Kali Yuga crashing down upon you!
Like a pair of samurai warriors locked in a cinematic standoff, Gary and the Shy Guy charged towards each other, and each delivered a brutal and flashy attack. They moved a few paces past each other, then stood there like a pair of wondrous monuments. A moment passed, with no indication of who would fall first. But then the Sword of Fire did its job, burning up the body of SCP-096 and causing it to fade away into ashes. Gary dropped to his knees, and the sword vanished from his hand, back into the depths of the cosmic ether, where it returned.
I did it,
said Gary, before he collapsed onto the ground. The fatal results of the wounds that had been dealt by SCP-096 took its toll, and Gary could feel himself slipping out of the mortal coil. He closed his eyes, content to leave the world behind if it meant that he had defeated his anomalous foe. On the other side of the cosmic divide between life and death, Gary met his brother, who had been waiting there in the Well of Souls next to the river Styx. Gary was happy to see Michael again, and expressed great interest in ascending together to the higher plane. But Michael shook his head. No, Gary, it's not your time yet. Michael spoke in astral form. There are mysteries you have yet to solve. Gary's eyes bulged with disbelief. He realized that his brother was right. While the infinite majesty of Nirvana had its charms, the world he was about to leave behind was still filled with so many unknowns, and he could not truly rest until he had unearthed the mystical answers behind all of them. When Gary opened his eyes, he was lying on the side of the mountain, a few feet from the ashes of SCP-096. He looked at the dodecahedron, his closest companion, and smiled. Agent Lane's eyes scanned over the document he'd been sent. The decryption program had finished unraveling the sensitive data that the SCP Foundation's cybersecurity kept hidden beneath layers of encryption. It had been a few hours since he'd received the leaked document, sent to him from a mole that had been active within the ranks of Foundation personnel for some time. And as for what was on this secret document, it was an intake list, the records and names of everyone recently brought into D-Class. Lane scoured the rows upon rows of inmates, violent criminals, the worst of the worst that the Foundation used as human lab rats. Then his eyes settled over one name, the exact one he'd been looking for. The true identity of a man codenamed the Hatchet, a mass murderer responsible for coordinating multiple acts of international terrorism. But to Agent Lane, this man wasn't a threat to be feared. He was a bait in a trap for something far worse. The Global Occult Coalition had long been the face of officially sanctioned legitimacy in the fight against the anomalous. While the SCP Foundation operated in a more clandestine fashion, the GOC was operated by and acted under the authority of the United Nations. They were mandated with policing the paranormal world, a role nobody in the GOC took lightly. Their ultimate goal was a world rid of all anomalies. While the Foundation opted for containment, the Coalition preferred extermination. But despite this fundamental difference in their operational structures, the two organizations maintained a fragile alliance, which is why Agent Lane needed bait in order for his plan to work. The objective was simple: kill SCP-096, also known as the Shy Guy, an anomalous entity with a long, disproportionate human body that could use impossible speeds to kill anyone that looked at its face, even through an image. That was what worried the GOC. It seemed all too easy for SCP-096 to be used as a weapon, especially for assassinations. It wouldn't take much for the Foundation to mail a photo of SCP-096 to anyone, say a politician who opposed them or the head of another group of interest. Then all they'd have to do is sit back and wait as SCP-096 dispatched its unwitting target, along with any witnesses that happened to see it appear. So the Coalition had decided it was time to take the Shy Guy off the board before anyone got any unsavory ideas. But there was still one issue with that. Given the GOC and SCP Foundation's rocky relationship, Agent Lane had been instructed to leave no trace of the Coalition's involvement. He needed someone else to be responsible for the actual elimination of SCP-096, so that the GOC could deny any and all involvement. That's when he'd gotten the idea. Who better to call on for a covert, strictly off-the-books mission? Only one of the world's most elite Special Forces units, with no affiliation to the GOC whatsoever, Delta Force. Engineering a scenario where Lane could get the Deltas to take out SCP-096 was going to be tricky. He couldn't give them a direct order to kill the creature. That could too easily lead back to the GOC. So the mastermind behind this mission needed to think outside of the box. How could he get the attention of Delta Force? Well, by offering up one of the world's most wanted terrorists. After all, Delta Force was renowned for undertaking missions that involved counterterrorism, as well as the securing and sometimes elimination of high-value targets. And that was where the Hatchet came into plan. Given the severity and extreme nature of his many crimes, he was certainly considered high value by the US government. However, it was while awaiting trial that the Hatchet had disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The official story was that he had died in prison following a fight with another inmate, but rumors circulated about an escape attempt. Of course, neither were correct. Now Agent Lane knew the truth. The Foundation had him, which means he was within the reach of the GOC. Issuing a coded command to his mole working inside the SCP Foundation, Lane instructed that the Hatchet would be making an escape of sorts. At least that's how it would appear, but it would be completely staged. Under the cover of night, the mole drugged and kidnapped the Hatchet, breaking open an air vent and making it look like someone had crawled their way through. Nobody had, and instead the Hatchet was carried unconscious to a Foundation vehicle the mole had hotwired. If he drove off in his own car, the Foundation would be able to trace the escape back to him, and then the GOC. Bundling the terrorist into the trunk, the mole drove several miles away from the Foundation site to an extraction point where Agent Lane was waiting.
"So he's how you're gonna lure out the Delta Force," the mole said as he and Lane lifted the Hatchet aboard the chopper. "But how are you going to get SCP-096 to come out too? The Foundation keeps it crying in that cell."
"They can't stop it getting out when someone sees it though, right?" Lane replied.
"Yeah, it moves way too fast," the mole confirmed. "All someone has to do is look at it, and it can get out even when
they look at a picture of it." The agent finished his sentence.
"Oh,"
the mole gasped, realization spreading across his face. "Our friend the Hatchet here isn't just bait to lure out Delta Force," Agent Lane explained. "He's bait for both. SCP-096 and Delta will both be coming after him. That way, as far as the Foundation knows, SCP-096 will be killed during a standard Delta Force mission to recapture an on-the-run terrorist mastermind. And meanwhile, the GOC gets complete deniability. It was nothing to do with us, we weren't involved."
"Perfect scapegoat," the mole commented. "Thing is, if this is meant to be such a covert mission, then why risk security by telling me?"
"Dead man don't talk," Agent Lane replied quietly, pulling a silenced handgun from his holster and squeezing the trigger, firing 3 times for good measure. With the loose end tied up, nothing linked the global cult coalition to the Hatchet's apparent escape. Sure enough, the Foundation fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. While they were busy locking down the facility, sealing the air vents that they believed their D-class prisoner had escaped through, Agent Lane had the Hatchet handcuffed, securely under lock and key. The helicopter took them a short distance to a quiet airstrip, where they boarded an uncharted plane to a safe house. To avoid any further links to the GOC, Lane had to transport the Hatchet as off the grid as possible until he got him to their destination. Even then, the safe house couldn't be one that the GOC had ever used before. Any link in the Foundation or Delta Force would smell a rat. The leaked intelligence that was soon received by Delta Force seemed to confirm their worst fears. Not only was the Hatchet still alive, but he was free,
and apparently hiding out in a safe house. While they would never publicly acknowledge the unit's activities, the Department of Defense issued an objective to Delta Force: track down the Hatchet to his current location and either capture him or kill him. A squad of some of the most highly trained United States troops were assembled. Before joining Delta Force, most of them had been recruited from the elite 75th Ranger Regiment, as well as from other branches of Special Forces and the wider U.S. Army. The team wasn't told by their commander, whose identity was classified, where they were going. All the information they were given was only the essentials, just that there was a high-value target holed up in a safe house. Although they had no idea there would actually be two, only the second was unlike anything the Deltas had ever seen. Agent Lane was watching over hidden infrared cameras. They were sent to cut out the minute the lights came on. No point in going through all this trouble, only to see 096 on his feed and be killed too. Silently, using all the skills and stealth that they had been trained in, the squad of Delta Force operators slipped into the safe house. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, practiced hours and hours at a time. They checked corners. Two would sweep one room of the building whilst two more protected them, and none of them would move on until they confirmed that the area was clear. Floor by floor, they worked their way up the building, ascending closer and closer to where the Hatchet was. The operators were fully expecting to meet armed resistance from the Hatchet's loyalists when they arrived. The fact that the place was so quiet didn't seem right. In fact, none of the lights were on either. The Delta Force unit needed to wear night vision just to navigate their way around. Despite it seeming suspicious, none of them could have guessed it was intentional. Agent Lane had set everything up to work perfectly. Arriving at one room, the Special Forces troops could hear the sound of someone behind the door. Their voice was muffled, like something was obscuring their mouth and preventing them from speaking. This was it. The team lined up against the nearest wall and placed an explosive charge on the door. With a mighty explosion, the entrance burst wide open, and the team filed in, weapons trained on the room's sole occupant. They could see through the hazy green of their goggles a figure sat in a chair. No, restrained to a chair, with something in front of him. It looked like a frame, a photograph in a frame. Who sits in front of a photo in the dark? Suddenly, the lights came up, causing the operator's night vision goggles to beam bright white straight into their eyes. The second the lights came on, the camera's Agent Lane was watching through cut off, and he purged the hard drive they were connected to, leaving no recording, no evidence of the situation he'd engineered. Meanwhile, as the room was illuminated, the first of the Delta Force team to take off his goggles saw who it was tied to the chair. It was the Hatchet, bound by his wrists and ankles, eyes pried open, so he couldn't look away from the framed photo in front of him. A photo of SCP-096. Suddenly, within the blink of an eye, the tall, slender creature had appeared in the room with the captive terrorist. The Deltas, removing their goggles, turned in horror to see 096 slaughtering their target. And the moment they looked at it, the wailing Shy Guy started bearing down on them, too. Contact! Their captain yelled.
Open fire! Hostile contact!
They started shooting, their bullets having little effect on the looming, wiry monster as it came at each of the squad one by one. The muzzle flashes illuminated the oncoming anomaly. Those brief glimpses of it flickering of gunfire made it look all the more horrifying. Screams filled the room, echoing through the building as SCP-096 decimated the team that had unknowingly been sent in to kill it. One of the Deltas was still struggling with his night vision, unable to detach them from his face thanks to a clasp that had gotten stuck. All he could hear were his squad mates around him being killed, but with no way of seeing what was happening.
Private! Private!
The captain gurgled. He sounded hurt, but the operator couldn't see how badly or what had attacked him.
Shoot the thing! Shoot it now! I can't see, sir!
He yelled back, goggles still strapped to his face, eyes shut to keep out the searing whiteness.
10 o'clock!
The captain replied, directing his subordinate to aim his weapon slightly to the left. There was a sickening twisting sound, and the captain's voice cut out. The private fired, his shot winging the creature. It whimpered, then seemed to vanish as quickly as it had arrived. Pulling a combat knife from the sheath on his belt, the operator was able to cut the strap, keeping the goggles over his eyes. When his vision cleared, he looked around to see an empty room smeared in blood. Even the Hatchet hadn't survived, killed in the chair he'd been held in. The operator took a closer look at the photo the terrorist had been made to look directly at. It was hideous, tall and thin, arms that looked too long and a huge mouth. And now, It was behind him. It would never stop killing anyone that looked at it.
Having your ordinary life unceremoniously change forever without a moment's notice is something that people can often find themselves hoping for. Anything to break life's monotony and change circumstances to make them more interesting. Although when that change comes in the form of being trapped in an endless IKEA outlet, it's not exactly the different kind of circumstances that people usually hope for. That was the situation that had befallen Winston not too long ago. What started as a simplistic, straightforward shopping trip with the goal of purchasing some affordable, stylish Swedish furniture had resulted in him having to adopt a completely different lifestyle. You see, Winston was one of the untold number of people to have an encounter with SCP-3008, better known colloquially as the Infinite IKEA. Appearing as an ordinary store, those entering the doors of SCP-3008 find themselves in an unending labyrinth of aisles upon aisles filled with flat-pack homeware. It can be quite the system shock, of course, especially when people that find themselves inside the Infinite IKEA learn there's no way to escape, even by retracing their steps back the way they came. Doing so, they'll only be met with a disheartening realization that the entrance isn't where it was upon their arrival. Now at first, learning that you've lost your entire life and are doomed to spend the rest of your days inside a limitless IKEA is admittedly a lot to take in. Your friends, family, job, all your worldly possessions are now unreachable, and everyone back home might likely spend many years wondering what happened to you. But it's not all bad news. As previously mentioned, Winston wasn't the only one to find himself in this predicament. Over the years, countless people have found their way inside the Infinite IKEA. Given how expansive the interior of the never-ending store was, there has never been a way to know for certain exactly how many people have come to reside within SCP-3008, but it's enough to populate the number of small settlements that these survivors have been able to establish inside. By innovatively repurposing the materials around them, these individuals have found themselves to be the new denizens of SCP-3008. Imagine whole towns constructed from chairs and tables that have been used as building materials to provide a place of sanctuary to those that need it when they first arrive in the Infinite IKEA. Sure, it takes a pretty big adjustment to this new lifestyle, but luckily, SCP-3008 provides for its inhabitants by automatically replenishing the food within its canteen. Naturally, it only offers items that are on the IKEA menu, but that's at least a consistent source of food and nutrition for those dwelling in its aisles. With food already taken care of, people inside SCP-3008 didn't even need to work. That was the strangest part that Winston found himself having to adapt to when he first got to the settlement of Cookware, named after the nearby sign that hung from the ceiling nearby, denoting one of the many departments of the store. It was odd to him how friendly everyone was, how much the people trapped inside 3008 cut off from the outside world forever seemed happy. There were many who'd been there for the longest that even claimed it was a better sense of life than out there in the real world. Inside the IKEA, there was a strong sense of community. Settlements helped each other out with construction, and because everything was provided for, no one had any need for selfishness or greed. After all, there was plenty of food to go around and money had no relevance. Ironic given they were all living inside a huge furniture store. Witnessing all of that helped Winston adapt to his new life inside SCP-3008 and made him feel a lot better about being in this predicament. The only real thing anyone inside the Infinite IKEA had to worry about was the threat of the staff. These were the tall, faceless humanoids with elongated arms and legs that roamed the aisles of the furniture store while wearing distinctive IKEA uniforms. Most of the time, they remained docile, paying the human survivors little attention. That is, until the fluorescent lights above dimmed, signaling the beginning of nighttime. The staff usually became aggressive, repeating the ominous phrase, "The store is now closed. Please exit the building," and attacking anyone they came into contact with. Thanks to their ingenuity, the survivors in the IKEA had constructed barriers around their settlements to keep the staff out. And that did the trick, repelling the faceless employees that come at night. But little did anyone inside SCP-3008 realize that simple barricades wouldn't stop an entirely new threat from entering the store to disrupt their peaceful way of life. For outside the infinite IKEA, something wicked was stirring. Meanwhile, at a facility belonging to the SCP Foundation, a researcher by the name of Corbin Donnell had recently been assigned to SCP-035. Also known as the Possessive Mask, this white porcelain mask could shift between a comedy grin or a tragic frown. It also had the nasty trait of being an evil psychic artifact that could manipulate anyone around it into placing the mask over their face. At that point, SCP-035 would take full control of its wearer, making them into a host for the mask itself. So, would you like to take a guess as to what happened to researcher Donnell? The voice in his head, that persuasive whisper, it wouldn't leave him alone. All day long, it was there, but whenever Corbin was near SCP-035, it got louder, and as the days he was studying the Possessive Mask went on, the whisper became a shout. The screams to put on the mask were taunting him, keeping him awake at night, tormenting him all through the waking day, until eventually he'd had enough. Given that SCP-035 produced a corrosive black substance that usually melted anything around it, the mask had to periodically be taken out of its containment case so that the container housing it could be replaced. And it was during one of these transfers that researcher Donnell calmly swept in, pushing away the guards taking it out of its melted case before they could place it in a new one. The aggression from the researcher caught the security personnel by surprise, as did what he did next. Not caring what the Possessive Mask would do to him, Corbin lifted the white porcelain to his face. He wasn't even aware that the containment breach alarms were sounding. All that noise sank into the background as the psychic voice in his head got louder than it ever had before. There wasn't even so much as a split-second awareness from researcher Donnell of the searing pain as the dark sludge oozing from the mask made contact with his skin, melting his face as he wore SCP-035. By that point, it was already too late. The Possessive Mask had full control. Corbin's body wasn't his own anymore. Although it still moved, walking quickly out of the room and through the halls of the Foundation facility, the researcher beneath was already dead. There was only SCP-035, piloting its newest host to freedom. Of course, while containment breach was still an urgent matter, the Foundation knew that SCP-035's biggest weakness was itself. The black secretion that poured out of the Possessive Mask would melt anything it came into contact with, and would ultimately cause the body of its host to melt into nothing. Once that happened, it would be far easier to recontain SCP-035. Someone would merely have to pick it up and place it back in the containment case. However, SCP-035 knew this, too. The mask itself was cunning. It hadn't just picked researcher Donnell at random to be its new vehicle. It wanted him specifically because of his previous posting. Before he had worked with SCP-035, Corbin had been stationed to observe any potential changes at the entrance of SCP-3008. As it stayed firmly on the researcher's face, using him to carry itself out of the Foundation's site it had been trapped in, SCP-035 was scouring the remnants of Corbin's mind. It used its innate psychic abilities to plunder the depths of his brain, looking for information. The location of SCP-3008 was right there, stored away safely in researcher Donnell's memories, as was the way to get there. And on top of that, the reason SCP-035 had taken such an interest in making it to the infinite IKEA. During the Foundation's many years of study and exploration of SCP-3008, they came to learn that not all of the survivors inside the infinite IKEA had originated from the same universe. The current theory was that the entrances to this endless furniture store existed simultaneously in multiple realities, meaning that the people now living alongside each other inside SCP-3008 were actually from varying different worlds across the multiverse. Now, if you were incredibly cunning, incredibly clever, and incredibly sick of being held captive by the Foundation, then perhaps you could figure out a way to navigate your way through the infinite IKEA. You could enter through the front door in one universe, and then exit into another. And of course, that was what the Possessive Mask was planning to do. As it approached the main entrance of SCP-3008, the black sludge leaking out of the mask had almost destroyed what was left of researcher Corbin Donnell. It wiped more of the corrosive secretion onto the guards stationed at the infinite IKEA, melting through them as SCP-035 made its way inside. First things first,
The mask knew it had to find itself a new body to pilot before Corbin's expired, and it didn't take long for the possessive mask to happen across an unwitting candidate between the aisles of flat-pack tables. At around the same time this was happening, Winston, having long since gotten used to the rhythm of life inside SCP-3008, was on his way to the food court. He knew the route by heart now, and as he strolled closer, he was pondering over what he'd help himself to today from the menu. But it was while making his way there that he noticed something, or rather, he noticed not something, that he usually did. There were no staff anywhere around. Although they did not pay the survivors any mind during the day, when the lights of the IKEA were on, Winston knew that the staff members were always present. There were usually a couple milling about the aisles he had to pass in order to get from the settlement of cookware to the food hall, but today, there were none. And while this wouldn't usually be any cause for alarm, it kept playing on Winston's mind as he sat down to eat his plate of Swedish meatballs. He'd been inside SCP-3008 for such a long time that he'd become accustomed to the routine of living there, and the absence of the staff immediately stuck out as something that was out of its usual place. Finishing his food, Winston asked around, talking with his fellow residents of the infinite IKEA, asking if any of them had encountered any of the tall, faceless staff members on their way to get their meals. Each and every one of them that he asked, from varying different settlements, all answered the same, that they hadn't spotted any staff all day. As much as they were a minor threat to the human beings living inside the infinite IKEA, the absence of the store's only other residents kept playing on Winston's mind. Whatever was going on, the staff seemingly vanishing couldn't mean anything good, and so he decided to venture out into the aisles to figure out what exactly was going on. What he found was unlike anything anyone had ever seen in SCP-3008 before. It took Winston several long and uneventful hours to catch even a momentary glimpse of a staff member. He almost felt like someone trekking through a forest looking to get a sighting of Bigfoot or some other elusive urban legend. But as the third hour became the fourth, he spotted a hint of movement between the aisles. Following at a safe distance, listening out for the slightest sounds, Winston couldn't help but think he detected the noise of something heavy being dragged along the stone floor. Peeking out from between the aisles, he saw them. A huge group of staff members were all huddled in a display dining room, only there was something different about all of them. They still retained their recognizable tall and humanoid shapes, with long, disproportionate limbs, but there was something smeared over the staff, a dark, oily black substance that seemed to melt through the floor as it dripped off them. From his hiding place, Winston soon saw where that substance had originated from. The thing being dragged across the floor was another staff member, looking more normal than the rest. One of the others, covered in the corrosive sludge, was gripping it by the collar of its IKEA polo shirt and bringing it through the group. Meanwhile, the ordinary creature was thrashing and flailing its lengthy arms around, trying to get free. It was dragged up to a staff member in the middle of the group, which turned and shocked Winston at the strange sight of it. This staff member, evidently the leader, had a face, or rather, it was wearing a mask. SCP-035 was now firmly affixed to the slender, faceless being, its expression locked in a wide grin that seemed to convey a twisted sense of glee. Its black secretion didn't seem to be affecting its new host in the same way it usually did. The body of the staff member it was now piloting didn't seem to dissolve. As the uncorrupted staff creature was presented to the masked leader, SCP-035 compelled its newfound followers to restrain their prisoner. The workers within SCP-3008 didn't have much in the way of their own free will, or even personalities to speak of. They did, however, seem to share some sort of connection to each other, a hive mind of sorts. So presented with a powerful psychic force like the possessive mask, the entity had been able to not only take over one of the staff members as its new host, but spread its influence to the others. And while Winston watched horrified, it unknowingly demonstrated this. The captive staff member was grabbed and held by the others, its long arms and legs pulled apart. The huddled group lifted it up off the floor so that it couldn't free itself and run off into the endless aisles of furniture. Wearing SCP-035, the leader extended an arm, black ooze dripping from it, the droplets burning holes in the floor as it reached towards the faceless head of the restrained staff member. It placed a large hand over the faceless head of the captive, more of the corrosive secretion passed on to the newest addition to SCP-035's growing army. As the black substance spread over the staff member, so did the influence of the possessive mask force its way into another vessel.
I'm telling you, I know what I saw!
Winston protested, after recounting the events to the other settlers back at Cookware.
There's something else out there, something new and dangerous, and it's infecting the staff.
Oh, that's ridiculous,
replied Bryce, one of the survivors who had been there much longer.
I've been here for years and I've never even heard of such a thing.
They yelled.
I saw it with my own eyes,
Winston argued.
It has a small army of them already under its control. Even if what you're saying is true,
someone else chimed in.
What does it matter? We've already got barriers that keep the staff out, and they only attack at night anyways. Surely, even if this mask thing really is in control of them now, who cares?
As if on cue, one of the lookouts at the Cookware settlement started frantically trying to get everyone's attention. They pointed to the ominous glow coming from just beyond the nearby aisles filled with wardrobe frames. An orange flicker was visible, even under the lights of the store which were still on, although blocked a little by thick plumes of black smoke rising up towards the ceiling.
That's lighting,
the lookout said in shocked disbelief, stating the name of another nearby community of survivors that was named after an IKEA store department.
Something must have happened over there,
Bryce declared.
Maybe it's an electrical fire that's gotten out of control.
It's them, Winston said solemnly.
It can't be them,
the older survivor snapped.
The lights are still on. It's still daytime in the store and the staff never attack during the day. I don't think the rules are the same anymore.
Frustrated, Winston continued to argue.
There's no telling what that mask did to them. Perhaps.
Bryce was trying desperately to come up with a suggestion, but was clearly grasping at straws.
What if this mask can be reasoned with? If it's more intelligent than the staff, we can negotiate. There must be something it wants. What do you think it wants? It wants this place, this IKEA. And now it has control of enough staff to form a small army. You think it's just gonna stop there? It's coming for all of us. And it won't stop until it's got the whole store under its control. And if it has to wipe us out to do that, well, it looks like it's not hesitating. So what do we do?
A voice called meekly. Winston turned to see the townsfolk of Cookware had gathered, all looking up at him with terrified expressions on their faces. He gazed back at each one of them, then looked back over at the smoke now towering over where lighting had been, and was now in flames. Who knew how many of the settlers there were still alive, and how long it would be before SCP-035 and its new army did the same to Cookware? Something had to be done.
We need to get the word out,
Winston announced to the other survivors.
I need our fastest to run over to the other towns in the store. You each take one, you pass on the message, and then you come back. You know your way around well enough, so avoid anywhere you'd normally see staff. Even if they haven't been corrupted, we can't chance it. Why don't we tell the other settlements?
Somebody in the crowd called.
You tell them what's going on. You say that something has come here to threaten this IKEA and our way of life. This place isn't where any of us first came from, but it's all our home now. It's provided for us, but now it needs us to defend it,
Winston explained.
And how exactly are we gonna do that?
Bryce asked. The lights had gone out, but although night had fallen, it wasn't dark yet. Standing with their fellow survivors from numerous other settlements, the residents of SCP-3008 had fashioned flaming torches from the legs of IKEA desks and tables. And that wasn't all. They were carrying makeshift weapons. Some had spears crafted using curtain rails with sharp kitchen implements fashioned to the end. Others had wardrobe doors in their hands to act as rudimentary shields. They were hardly warriors, but as an army of corrupted staff members lurched out of the darkness towards them, each survivor of SCP-3008 knew what they had to do. At the front of the army towered the staff member with SCP-035 on its faceless head. The possessive mask's wide grin had shifted, now a long frown, almost one of disgust at the amassed settlers who opposed it. As it raised an elongated arm to command its horde, Winston raised a curtain rail spear into the air.
For IKEA!
He yelled, as the residents of SCP-3008 charged. The bulkhead door slammed closed behind him as Williams practically collapsed against the metal surface, panting, breathless, his skin covered with droplets of sweat and splatters of blood. Blood that was not his own. He checked the ammo counter. The numbers displayed on the side of the weapon he held in his trembling hands. 2 blinking zeros taunted him. His still shaking fingers scrambled at his pouches, searching for a spare magazine, only to find nothing.
Rico had the bag with the spare ammo, and that thing had just got to Rico. Williams pulled out his sidearm, sliding out the magazine to find 3 measly rounds left. The new experimental ammunition was designed not to damage the ship itself, avoiding punching a hole in the hull by only harming organic life forms. It had meant there were barely enough bullets to go around, but they were told they wouldn't need to use them. Just a precaution, the company had said. The sound of something moving made Williams's pounding heart lurch beneath his ribs. He hurriedly slotted the magazine back into the pistol and pointed it outwards, turning the corridor of the ship. The ceiling and walls had been torn apart, damaged either in the impact or by the creature that was on board. Sparks burst from the exposed wiring, the only source of light since the flashlight on Williams's shoulder stopped working. He froze mid-step. Something that looked like a tail was trailing down from the ceiling. Williams felt his blood run cold. It was here, hiding in the ventilation system right above his head. He pointed his gun upwards. Then he remembered what had happened to Lance Corporal Henrik when he'd gotten its blood on him. His mind momentarily flashed to the side of the commanding officer screaming as he melted alive. The same would happen to Williams if he landed a shot. Instead, he punched at the flashlight mounted on his shoulder, frantically trying to will it into working when suddenly the beam came back on, revealing that what was in front of him was just a cable, a loose strand of electrical wiring that must have come loose, and now, in the dark, Williams had mistaken it for the creature's long prehensile tail. He breathed a shaky breath, despite it doing hardly anything to steady his nerves. Then something behind him breathed too. Feeling the warm exhale against his neck, Williams battled against every frantic nerve in his body that urged him to turn around and shoot it, or run for his life in the false hope that he'd outpace the creature. It was faster than anything he'd ever seen, able to move in the blink of an eye. His only defense was that he hadn't seen its face yet. His eyes had been glued to the motion tracker up until the second it attacked, and when the frantic gunfire had started, he'd only caught glimpses of the monster's dark, chitinous hide in the glare of muzzle flashes. His heart simultaneously sank and pounded as a heavy clawed hand rested on his shoulder, and Williams slowly turned around to face the creature. He screwed his eyes shut, hoping that would be enough to save himself. Then it hissed, a grating, piercing noise like nails dragging down a chalkboard. Although he couldn't see it, frozen to the spot in terror and held firm by the creature's grip, it was readying itself to strike. Beneath the domed, elongated carapace of its head, the huge, gaping-wide maw of SCP-096 still hung open in a permanent scream. Only now, there was a second inner pharyngeal jaw, like another mouth on the tip of a tongue that came shooting out like a piston. The excruciating pain shot through William's eye to the back of his skull, instincts causing his one remaining eye to snap open, and he saw it looking down at him through an eyeless face. The towering, terrifying creature coated with a biomechanical-looking exoskeleton, huge rows of fangs lining both of its mouths, poised to make another strike. There were more above, crawling upside down along the ceiling. They were the smaller, faster creatures, like drones of a beehive now moving out of the shadows from where they'd been keeping perfectly still, camouflaged directly over William's head. The 096 creature let out another bite from its inner jaws, piercing William's skull as he let out a blood-curdling scream. The scream echoed through the ship's metal corridors and then faded. Outside in the cold, empty vacuum of space, not a sound could be heard as the ship slowly crawled through the stars, carrying nightmares aboard. The year was 2150, but the problems had started long before. By now, humanity had become a spacefaring species, setting out from an overpopulated, overpolluted Earth to colonize other worlds that were barely more habitable. And as humanity ventured out across the stars, unbeknownst to most of them, the SCP Foundation had followed. With the sheer amount of anomalies encountered on Earth alone, the O5 Council deemed it wise course of action to embed Foundation operatives among off-world human colonies, continuing to further the Foundation's goals of containing anomalous creatures, entities, objects, persons, and places. However, conditions on Earth did not improve. If anything, they got worse. People boarding spaceships and going to found new colonies on worlds with letters and numbers for names did free up a little room on the human homeworld, but that barely made a difference. There were already those on Earth without any room for themselves. and without the funds to secure a spot on one of the departing interplanetary vessels. Add that to the sheer damage done by the launching of these ships, and those still stuck on Earth were now choking in fumes. And so was the Foundation. A mass exodus took place over the course of several decades. Many were given free passages to certain planets courtesy of the Weyland-Yutani Corporation, one of the companies bankrolling the various colonization missions and terraforming new planets for humans to live on. Hence their slogan, Building Better Worlds. The company arranged some passengers to travel to one world, LV-426, even if they couldn't afford the space travel charges. Weyland-Yutani also worked closely with the SCP Foundation. When it became clear that the Foundation could no longer continue to operate on Earth, the corporation assisted them in shipping their extensive coterie of SCPs to facilities that had been established off-world. The USCSS Remus, a commercial secure transport ship owned by Weyland-Yutani, was tasked with moving one of the SCP Foundation's most infamous anomalies to a newly built containment site on a distant planet. With its face covered, led along by the nooses of catchpoles around its head and arms, SCP-096 was moved into a chamber at the heart of the Remus, in preparation for the Shy Guy to be shipped off to its new home. Projections had the estimated time of arrival set for roughly 9 months later, with a layover scheduled partway through. As part of their agreement with the Foundation, Weyland-Yutani would use the transport ship to pick up items and materials deemed highly important to the company. Foundation personnel were told to allow the Weyland employees to go about their work and forbidden from accessing certain parts of the ship's cargo hold, reserved for company use only. After the layover, 9 months passed, then another 6. The Remus seemed to vanish without a trace, missing its expected arrival date by a considerable margin. Foundation personnel on the destination planet began scouring deep space frequencies for any sign of the ship, a distress call, anything, with no idea what had happened or where in space the vessel containing SCP-096 was. Unbeknownst to anyone, 5 months into the journey, an encoded directive from the Weyland-Yutani Corporation had urged the Remus to alter its course slightly. It had veered off into the wilder reaches of deep space shortly after departing from its brief layover at a company outpost. None of the crew aboard, asleep soundly in their cryogenic suspension pods, noticed the change, until an emergency alert forced them all to wake up suddenly. A crew comprised of the Foundation's Mobile Task Force Jewel 86 was left aboard the Remus, given only basic training in piloting the vessel. They'd been told the ship's computer would handle the most part of their journey. None of them had been expecting to have to navigate their way through an asteroid storm. The bombardment struck the Remus, causing severe damage through the ship and multiple critical system failures, including the containment chamber housing SCP-096. Once control had been re-established over the damaged vessel, MTF Jewel 86 quickly realized warnings coming from the life sign scanners and motion detectors. Having a camera system aboard was ill-advised with SCP-096. It seemed that the ship's only other occupant was free from its containment chamber. At least, they thought the Shy Guy was the only other living thing on the Remus with them. Clambering out of the unsealed chamber, SCP-096 found itself free to move around for the first time in a long while. It hadn't been afforded the luxury of a cryogenic nap, meaning it had been awake and stuck inside the chamber for every agonizing month ever since the Remus had departed Earth. Stretching its elongated limbs to will them out of atrophy, it started to explore the dank, dark belly of the spaceship. Out here, so far from home, there weren't any prying eyes to look at it. SCP-096 didn't feel the usual pull that drove it towards whoever saw it. The rage state that boiled up and compelled it to kill was quiet. Following a path of doors that had been suspiciously left open, SCP-096 walked through ruined corridors, only to trip over something heavy lying on the ground. It was a body. It recognized the clothing from back at the Foundation, the telltale jumpsuit of a member of D-Class personnel. There was another symbol, though, alongside the SCP Foundation's own insignia, a yellow W with a gray Y underneath it, one the Shy Guy had never seen before. The body had a cavity in its chest, as if something had broken through its ribs from the inside. The further the anomaly ventured, the stranger this unfamiliar place became. Metal corridors gave way to a hardened, more organic-looking substance, a kind of black resin coating the walls and the floor, the entire corridor. Something moved, something hiding, blending in with the strange surface.
SCP-096 could feel itself being watched, the rage rising but not fully. It was different somehow. When humans looked at it, it felt it. Whatever was here seemed to look without eyes, preventing the Shy Guy from instinctively knowing where it was. With a sudden hiss, that something pounced at SCP-096. The thin, pale creature shrieked, trying to raise its elongated limbs to defend itself, only to cry out in pain as it felt teeth sinking into its arms. Above it was a flailing, hideous monster, something like drool practically pouring from its mouth. The Shy Guy was too busy struggling to get a good enough look at it. Summoning up what little rage it could, SCP-096 hurled the nightmare back and scrambled back to its feet, just as the Xenomorph did the same. It had come out of the D-Class, the company property left aboard the Ramus during the ship's short layover. A near cylindrical skull was encased beneath a smooth, vaguely translucent carapace. No eyes beneath its dome, just a featureless face, save for its dribbling, snarling mouth. The alien lurched, whipping its flimsy, prehensile tail towards SCP-096, the barb at the tip like a stinger of a scorpion. The Shy Guy effortlessly swiped it away with a single swipe of its large hand, screaming at the horrifying Xenomorph. Lowering itself onto all fours, the alien began to charge at SCP-096, and the anomalous creature, fearful for its safety but ready to defend itself, responded in kind. It lumbered through the narrow, cramped corridor. The ship had been designed for humans, not to accommodate a being of SCP-096's height and stature. It ran towards the hideous alien, expecting to tackle it head-on, only for the creature to leap out of SCP-096's path at the pivotal second, crawling up the resin-covered wall and up onto the ceiling. Outflanking the Shy Guy before it could react, the Xenomorph gave another strike with its tail. This one landed, piercing the anomaly's shoulder and causing it to howl in pain. It staggered, hit mid-charge, falling to the floor gripping its injury. SCP-096 made loud, distressed noises that were heard over on the other side of the Ramus, as members of MTF Jewel 86 scrambled to get on their combat gear and figure out a strategy to recapture their anomalous passenger. A sudden silence befell the group as they all realized something. If they were the only other ones aboard the ship apart from the Shy Guy, then what was making it scream? The Xenomorph crawled towards the downed SCP-096 as it rolled onto its front, still gripping its injured shoulder, then tried to push itself back up onto its legs to run. Before it could stand, sharp, needle-like teeth burrowed into its ankles, and the alien's inner pharyngeal jaw shot out to bite the Shy Guy. It screamed in pain again, trying desperately to crawl to safety on its wounded legs. It pulled away as the eyeless face of the alien drew nearer, hissing and drooling menacingly. SCP-096 was expecting a killing strike, one more bite from that piston-like inner jaw to finish it off. But it never happened. The Xenomorph was almost studying the frightened creature cowering before it, silently regarding it. The Shy Guy felt woozy, succumbing to its injuries. The only thing it saw before falling unconscious, a horrific nightmare, as was the sight awaiting it when it woke back up. SCP-096 struggled, regaining consciousness to find itself stuck fast to a wall with the same dark resin substance that coated this part of the ship. Resting before it was a large, leathery object, 4 lobes on its top. It was clear what the object was. It was an egg. As the Shy Guy started to struggle in its confinement, the top of the egg unfolded, like the petals of a flower, and 8 long legs began scrabbling around at the opening, before a facehugger leapt out of the egg, and what a face it found. Some of the Ramus soon found themselves in a similar predicament. The ones that didn't were met with a new breed of horror. A tall, slightly paler alien creature with misshapen, elongated limbs, the Xenomorph's characteristically shaped head, and a wide mouth locked in a permanently screaming expression. It could move faster than the other drones that were soon infesting the ship, appearing behind the Foundation crew the moment they looked at its face. Before long, the screaming aboard the ship had stopped. The computer filed one more message before shutting down. Final report of the commercial starship Ramus. All members of the crew, Heinrich, Matthews, Rico, Williams, Bayan, Paxton, and Weaver, all deceased. Subject SCP-096 destroyed. New cargo acquired, as per company directive. Rapid footsteps echoed through the halls of Site-19 as one of the Foundation's most eccentric researchers, Dr. Casper Horton, an expert and enthusiast for all things Keter class,
rushed towards the conference room where another discussion on how to eliminate SCP-682 was being held. Without warning to those already inside, Dr. Horton burst in through the doors of the conference room, dropping the stacks of paper he was carrying in the process. Too high on his latest idea to let that stop him, the erratic researcher blurted out one highly improbable sentence.
Why don't we take the lizard and just chuck it into a black hole?
The room was stunned. Nobody was sure how to respond at first, so Horton repeated himself, placing greater emphasis on the words lizard, chuck, and black hole. Again, the Keter fanboy was met with confused silence. Then, from the very back of the room, a visiting intern from another containment site began to clap his hands. This small act of solidarity with Dr. Horton was contagious, and slowly but surely, the room was filled with the sounds of clapping hands. Soon, everyone in the room was clapping at Dr. Horton's insane but potentially brilliant suggestion. It was one of those ideas that was so crazy that it just might work. For as long as anyone at the Foundation could seem to remember, the destruction of SCP-682, fittingly referred to as the hard-to-destroy reptile, had been one of the top priorities of the entire organization. The loathsome and wrathful creature represented an existential threat to all life in the known universe, and its tendency to adapt to any form of external attack only compounded the problem. Of all the multifarious methods that the SCP Foundation has tried in their attempts to lose the lizard, the concept of hurling the anomalous beast through the event horizon of a black hole had never been attempted before. This was in due part to the fact that as a Keter-class SCP, SCP-682 was difficult to transport across great distances due to the level of security required to contain it. Even so, if the required resources could be allocated to placing SCP-682's containment unit onto a spacecraft and sending it on a decisive course to the Gaia BH1 black hole, the nearest black hole to Earth, it is quite possible that the hard-to-destroy reptile could be neutralized by a merit of it being removed from all observable reality. Dr. Horton and the rest of the present researchers began to concoct what they believed would be the best execution of this harebrained plan, as well as set their expectations for the possible negative outcomes of such an experiment. The scope of SCP-682's adaptability was so infamous that many seemingly obvious methods of disposal had never been tried, including the deployment of nuclear weapons. The risks of the reptile shaking off the damage from the blast and becoming a walking embodiment of atomic Armageddon was deemed not worth the low chance of success. In light of that, every possibility needed to be considered when it came to the consequences of dropping 682 into Gaia BH1. In one hypothetical K-class scenario, the hard-to-destroy reptile would merge with the black hole and somehow grant the all-devouring consequence of gravity a present and malicious mind, akin to 682's own. The newly intelligent and compulsively destructive black hole could even become mobile, traversing the universe as it devours entire galaxies worth of stars. In another possibility, SCP-682 simply reverses the expected outcome of exposure to the black hole and consumes the event horizon. This could grant the hard-to-destroy reptile the ability to forcibly transmute matter into a string-like spaghettified state, either through contact or mere proximity. This variation might be easier to manage than the fully black hole SCP-682, but it would still result in a containment breach of epic proportions. At this point, all eyes were focused on Dr. Casper Horton. Since he had been the one to make the suggestion, there were expectations that he could produce the logic that would lead the rest of the researchers to a more acceptable hypothesis. Dr. Horton simply shook his head and gave a succinct, if not optimistic, response. "We're not going to know until we try it. But if that lizard is subject to gravity, it can be subject to the black hole. From there on out, it's pure luck." There was then a bit of outrage in the room, considering that luck was not a variable any member of the Foundation personnel wanted to rely on with regards to SCP-682. Every one of them had a horror story about the reptile, and several of them had lost trusted confidants and co-workers to it. Any faith they had in something like luck had been long since burned out of them. But not Dr. Horton, who said the following. "If we take no chances, we guarantee that this thing breaks containment over and over again for as long as this organization exists. And mark my words, we can't keep this up forever. When all of us are gone and one of the next generations inherit our ruins and crumbling infrastructure, there will come a point where the normalcy facade falls away entirely. That is inevitable. Horton went on to convince the other personnel that were present that throwing SCP-682 into the black hole was of moral significance, because any day that they did not do so was making the dark future where normalcy had collapsed, and SCP-682 was free among the chaos more of a possibility. The spacecraft was completed within a month of the meeting, and SCP-682 was herded into a fresh new vat of acid aboard the highly secure ship. A military force of autonomous drones with the firepower equivalent to 3 mobile task forces was programmed to serve as the crew. In the event that SCP-682 broke containment in deep space, the robots would battle with the reptile in an attempt to contain it. Before the day of the launch, Dr. Horton was approached by junior researcher Ed Bloomsville, who proposed an 11th hour challenge to the plan. Ed held up a comic book with the Incredible Hulk on it, gesturing to the alien background behind the famous fictional superhuman. "I'm just saying that if we drop SCP-682 on Mars..." Dr. Horton swatted the comic book out of Bloomsville's hands and grabbed the younger man by his collar.
We are not doing Planet Hulk! He came back to Earth when that run completed, and the one thing we don't need is a version of SCP-682 with character development. Could you imagine how terrifying that would be? It would be like the Backrooms all over again.
"Sir, put me down, please," Bloomsville whimpered. "Also, what are the Backrooms?"
Dr. Horton leaned in, close enough to be whispering in the junior researcher's ear.
Nobody knows anymore, Ed. Nobody knows.
With that, Dr. Horton let go of his coworker and went off to make the decisive preparations for 682's trip into space. It would be a straight shot to the heart of Gaia BH1, and hopefully, to the ultimate demise of 682. Horton and his fellow researchers would be watching and observing the progress of SCP-682 from the safety of ground control, and all high-ranking personnel up to and including the O5 Council would receive regular briefs on any updates regarding this titanic gamble. The interplanetary journey of the spacecraft was a multiple weeks-long process, and there were several close calls as the crew of drones managed to keep 682's escape attempts in check. The ship itself was repaired by that same crew multiple times over. While a team of humans wouldn't have survived the constant stress and physical trauma, the automated workers were fulfilling their experimental function in an exemplary manner. Props were given to the entire staff of engineers that had planned and implemented the drones. Soon enough, the grueling trek through space had reached its planned destination, Gaia BH1. The moment of truth was upon Dr. Casper Horton, as well as every active member of the Foundation who believed in this one-in-a-million plan. With so much at stake and the event horizon hovering so close to the shuttle containing 682, the order was given to fly the silver vessel into the belly of the beast. "Goodbye, 682, Horton snarked. With a mighty thrust of the engines, the spacecraft entered the orbit of Gaia BH1 and was soon pulled through the event horizon. Ground control observed the readings of several indicators to confirm that both 682 and the shuttle transporting it would disappear from reality. Energy signatures and galactic drone cameras were able to depict the exact moment that 682 crossed the line. By all accounts, the lizard had been neutralized. For minutes, no activity at all was reported from the inside of Gaia BH1. Even if SCP-682 had endured the crushing pressure of gravity and the ensuing spaghettification, it may not have had access to the reality-facing side of the vortex at all. While there was still the possibility of the hard-to-destroy reptile emerging, the fact that its presence had so completely vanished was a positive sign.
Well, said Dr. Casper Horton, are we calling it neutralized?
The ground control operatives chattered amongst themselves, as did the O5 Council. Had it truly been as simple as throwing the anomaly down a hole and forgetting about it? If so, this fateful day might be remembered as the moment that the Foundation stopped taking itself so seriously when it came to Keter-class SCPs. Why not chuck them all into Gaia BH1? If normalcy was like a clean office, then naturally having access to a garbage disposal would be part of the cleaning process. Of course, it could never have been so simple. A new reading of absurdly potent and totally unidentified energy surged forth on every available interface. Something big was going to spring from Gaia BH1, and whatever it was could not even be recognized as SCP-682. Not anymore. The being that broke free of the event horizon was like a self-made god from another reality, a much less celebrated and revered reality, but one that always held terrifying secrets of its own. This thing resembled a superior form of SCP-682,
with muscles swollen by the condensed power of absorbing over 999 individual liminal pocket dimensions. Its wicked laughter boomed across the void of space as air and cascades of powerful lightning leapt from its body. The first words it spoke revealed its true origins.
Let me tell you about the Backrooms.
After an unfathomable eternity of time passing between several SCP-explained YouTube videos, Entity 682 had returned to its native reality and canon from the mimetic nightmarescape of the Backrooms. It had gained phenomenal powers only told about in a playlist and compilation that you can watch right here, as well as the most fearsome improvement of all. 682 had undergone a character arc. With its already prodigious plot armor in place and the added benefits of becoming the hero of its own story, the Backrooms god Entity 682 would be one of the most unstoppable threats that the SCP Foundation could ever have conceived. Dr. Horton was horrified. He dropped to his knees, pounding his fists into the floor.
No! No! It can't be!
The expert of Keter-class research had been beaten at his own game. His risky experiment had unwittingly opened the door to a continuity that most had assumed was abandoned. He screamed, he cried, he ripped out a chunk of his own hair.
This is the worst thing a human being could ever go through.
Every member of the O5 Council shook their heads or equivalent appendages for the potentially non-humanoid ones. This was not the success or standing ovation that Horton had bet everything on. It was an inconceivable worst-case scenario, beyond even Black Hole 682 or Flying Spaghetti Monster 682. Back in the depths of space, near the entrance of Gaia BH1, Entity 682 was still gloating about its return from the Backrooms dimension.
It's good to be back, you disgusting fools. I'm going to wreck this reality so fast and so totally that it would look like a speed run.
Having dwelled for so long inside of an alternate universe composed mostly of nostalgic images and ephemera tinged with gamification, SCP-682 was now aware of the concept of speedruns. But SCP-682 would soon find that conquering the original reality was not as easy as it expected, even though the ultimate and strongest boss was about to make an appearance. As if to say, "Are you winning, son?" The Scarlet King materialized in front of Entity 682 and was immediately disgusted by the extent to which its spawn had been altered by contact with the insidious Backrooms. The palpable, rumbling, and eldritch voice of the hard-to-destroy reptile's brood father seemed to carry across multiple dimensions.
How far have you fallen, my spawn?
Did you really think I'd let you conquer the universe before me in such a pitiable state?
The Scarlet King snarled.
If you forsake these washed-up Backrooms and join with me, I will allow you a place among the foot soldiers of my army.
Seemingly unafraid of the Scarlet King, Entity 682 roared back.
This isn't a phase, Dad,
the godlike lizard hissed.
The Backrooms gave me everything.
And in many ways, 682 had spoken the truth. In journeying through the liminal abyss, the hard-to-destroy reptile had become more patient, as well as learned to absorb other dimensions into its form. This was not to mention the unusually wholesome bond that the creature had been able to form with Entity 7, aka Jerry, a blue hyacinth macaw with a powerful cult-forming psychic ability. But even without its once dear traveling companion, 682 was not alone. Behind the entity, the black hole of Gaia BH1 inverted and became a gloriously burning sun. This golden ball of divine light unfolded like a portal, ushering in SCP-682's own invincible army of searing flames. These paragons of the element of fire once belonged to a great Backrooms legend known as Rajiran, but after he was defeated by Entity 682, the entire burning entourage had been bestowed upon the reptile to serve as its elite guard until the cessation of time.
What manner of ridiculous nonsense is this?
Bellowed the Scarlet King.
You would stand against your own creator. You cannot expect to win. I think you're the one who's confused, old man.
682 chuckled.
The front rooms are not yours to conquer. You dare insult my quarry by calling it the front rooms? You must die!
Replied the Scarlet King. Just like that, an epic battle between the two most powerful evil beings in all realities had begun.
As panic spread through the Foundation, Dr. Casper Horton now lay face down on the floor in a pathetic heap of exhaustion. Although he had been adamant about making the highly unorthodox plan of pitting 682 against a black hole, he could hardly stand to live with the place that his ambition had taken him and the entire universe. "It had to be the back rooms," he mumbled. "Why did it have to be the back rooms?" The battle in the stars raged on, despite the misgivings of the people of Earth. Entity 682 blasted the Scarlet King with an almighty beam of superheated cosmic flame, to which the Scarlet King retaliated using a destructive spear of pure and profane darkness. The armies of Flame and the rest of the Scarlet King's brood clashed across multiple planets and dimensions. While the winner was nowhere close to being determined, humanity had only one clever tagline to describe this situation: whoever wins, we lose.
Greetings, brave adventurers, seekers of knowledge, explorers of the great unknown. No doubt by now you've heard the stories of the noble Lord Theodore Thomas Blackwood, gentleman explorer and naturalist, also known as SCP-1867. His exploits are known far and wide, though some question the validity of his tales due to the simple fact that he is a neon sea slug and not a human man. Ha 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 ha! These are, of course, fools! We have even covered Lord Blackwood before in a sea snail's fantasy, SCP-1867, A Gentleman. But never before have we taken a look at such a daring account of his work. Today we discuss a most curious hunting expedition, one that brought our Lord Blackwood face to face with the great beast, the hard-to-destroy reptile, SCP-682 itself. What will become of our hero? What sights will he see on his journey? Let us find out! Tally-ho! On May 14th, 1883, months after nearly losing his life while climbing Mount Everest, Lord Blackwood received a letter at his London home. Upon opening it, he saw that it was a formal invitation from one Colonel Joseph Defont of the French army. It invited him to participate in a hunt for a monster known as the Tarrasque that threatened the lives and security of the French people. Anyone who was able to slay the creature would receive a handsome award of £5 million for their trouble. Unable to resist a challenge, the chance to face off against a creature he had never heard of before, or the allure of such an impressive prize, Lord Blackwood sent off an acceptance. So what was the Tarrasque? Lord Blackwood's research turned up a fearsome description. It was a massive scaly creature with a hide that seemed impossible to pierce, that breathed fire and killed everything in its path without batting an eye. A worthy foe indeed. By the end of the day, Lord Blackwood had received an address where he would attend a briefing before the hunt would commence. The meeting was held in a private room in the city, in an exclusive club. There were 3 other would-be hunters there: Mr. Roosevelt from America, Mr. Dukov from Russia, and Mr. Harris from England. The colonel greeted the men and told them what they were up against. A beast had laid waste to a French town, ripping men, women, and children to shreds and resisting every blow dealt against it by the army. So the colonel vowed to gather expert scientists and hunters, for if they could not take down the monster, it was likely that no one could. On May the 20th, the party arrived in France to begin the great adventure. Each man brought his own armaments, a combination of specialized weapons and knowledge for the task at hand. The following day, the colonel escorted the man to the quarantine zone, where the beast's attack had led it. Lord Blackwood was troubled by the sights there. It was a city at war. Soldiers patrolled the streets and barricades were placed at the edge of town. Citizens were being evacuated as soldiers aided them, and few had seen the beast themselves. At least they had not been unfortunate enough to see it up close. Beyond the quarantine barrier, it was hell on Earth. There were bodies laying in the streets, buildings burnt to the ground, castles and stone walls reduced to piles of rubble. There was not one living thing in sight, not a person, a farm, animal, or even so much as an insect. The men set up camp near the edge of town, and Mr. Harris set about tracking the beast. Before too long, he had found it, to the southwest, and the next day they would set off after it. The next day the party made its way southwest to Belleville, following a trail of destruction. There they found it having a nap in the sun. It was longer than a whale, taller than a giraffe, and bigger than both. Lord Blackwood thought that, if it had any visible wings, he would consider it a dragon. They approached it slowly, careful not to wake the Tarrasque. Lord Blackwood crouched behind a fence, steadied his gun, and fired right at its head. The shot hit, and the top of the Tarrasque's head came off with its impact. It seemed as if the beast was, after so much pomp and circumstance, dead right there. But sadly, it was not. It sprang to life, blood and brains dripping from its open skull as it turned to the men and roared, then charged. The men scattered, firing their guns as they ran, the monster gaining on them faster and faster, until Mr. Dukov fired into its open wound with an electric rifle. It was stunned long enough for the men to make it onto their horses. As they rode away, the monster continued to chase them, new skin and bone growing over what had once been a hole in its skull. Lord Blackwood fired a particle destabilizer at its leg, tearing it off, but as he watched in horror, the leg began to grow back. The hunting party managed to escape with their lives, though their confidence was thoroughly shaken. They rested that night with the soldiers at the barricade. They attempted to attack the Terraske again the following day, but failed once more. The men realized that a simple gunshot, electrocution, or fire would not be enough to kill the monster. It simply healed too fast, and its tolerance for pain was too high. In order to kill it, they realized they would have to render it immobile and destroy its body so thoroughly that it would die before it could rebuild itself. And so, they decided to set a trap. They dug a massive trench, wide and long enough for the monster, and deep enough that it would not be able to climb out before they had killed it. In the bottom of the pit, they had placed hundreds of steel spikes, the tips dipped in poison. They placed a bridge across it, strong enough for the men and horses but weak enough to break under the Terraske's weight, and covered it all with grass and leaves. Now, they just had to wait. Mr. Roosevelt acted as bait, approaching the monster on horseback and attacking it with a gunshot, then running and leading it back toward the trap. As Roosevelt raced across the bridge, the creature pursued him and fell into the pit where it was impaled on the spikes. Then the man rained down hellfire. They shot it with bullets, explosives, jellied kerosene. Mr. Dukov fired a pitch-blende gun that, upon firing, released a blur of smoke and fire. Once the fire had receded, all that remained was a skeleton. The men took the skull, charred from the flames, and planned to take it back as a trophy. All was well, or so it seemed. The men returned to the town with the monster skull in tow, and the soldiers cheered at the sight. They posed for photographs, and Mr. Dukov decided to pose with his head between the jaws of the beast. This was a grave mistake on his part, and the jaws closed tight around his neck, his head falling to the ground. The skull acted on its own, rolling and biting, all the while growing fresh skin and scales. It opened its gaping maw and shouted, or, for those of you that are not familiar with the French language, "You make me sick." Screams ran out behind Lord Blackwood, and he turned to see the rest of the Terraske's body. A headless corpse covered with stringy bits of muscle and slowly growing brand new flesh. It stomped through the field, crushing men and tents beneath its great feet on its way to reclaim its head. Mr. Harris ran for the bank vault to grab a weapon he had only referred to previously as his secret weapon. Lord Blackwood chased after him and found Harris pulling a large crate, which he opened with a sense of desperation. There inside was a sarcophagus, bound in chains and covered in ancient runes. Blackwood begged Harris to leave the thing behind and run for his life, but he did not have a chance to finish before Harris opened the lid and an arm wielding a sword emerged and sliced his head from his body. A man emerged from the sarcophagus, naked, wielding a sword covered in tattoos. Blackwood had no way of knowing this, but the man was none other than the deadly warrior, SCP-076, or Abel. The mysterious man attacked Blackwood and Roosevelt, and though they tried to defend themselves, no weapon seemed to have an effect on him. He was preparing to deliver a final blow to Blackwood and kill him once and for all, when the Terraske burst through the wall of the building with a mighty bellow. At the sight of the enormous monster, Abel turned his focus from the two men to the beast. And so the two seemingly unkillable creatures, driven by bloodlust and inhuman strength, began to fight. It took over an hour and left destruction and death in its wake. Abel armed himself with explosives, mounting them to his chest along with the pitch-blende gun, and ran towards the Terraske. Knowing what would come next, Roosevelt and Blackwood locked themselves in the bank vault and prayed that someone would find them before they starved to death. After 2 days, the men were saved by a major of the army, who was leading a group of soldiers in search for any survivors. They were taken to a hospital and nursed back to health by the staff there, as well as a friend of Blackwood's named Henry. The major who rescued them told them that the colonel was dead, and so were 10,000 others claimed by the massive explosion. The Terraske and Abel had both disappeared, and there was no indication of where either of them had gone. All that was left was destruction and the memory that a true monster had made itself known on French soil. Now, the only thing left to do was recover, as best as anyone could. It would certainly take a very long time. The army was very suspicious of both Roosevelt and Blackwood, as the only survivors of an explosion so large it had been seen throughout France. They demanded to know how the two had survived and what they had seen. Throughout this process, an Englishman watched and took notes, but did not speak a word. Roosevelt and Blackwood were eventually released, but they did not receive a penny of their promised reward, and were told they could not return to France again for the rest of their lives. They were not to speak a word of what they had seen to anyone, or there would be dire consequences. In Calais, the two survivors said goodbye, and Roosevelt announced he would return to America to pursue a career in politics. Who can say what happened to him after that? Upon returning to his home in London, Lord Blackwood found that he had received a postcard. It read, "The Royal Foundation for the Security, Containment, and Protection of Anomalous Objects in Phantasmagoria requests a meeting for the purpose of negotiating an alliance favorable to both our parties. Please call any time, except Sundays, at number 19 Marebone Road, Westminster, and ask to speak to Dr. Thursday. Your discretion is requested in this matter." He was puzzled by this note, unsure of what to make of it. Perhaps he thought he could see what they had to say. After all, he was always curious and ready to explore new territory. Once he had recovered sufficiently, he would reach out to this strange group and see what they might have to offer him. And so began a new chapter of Lord Blackwood's story, one that included a mysterious organization called the SCP Foundation.
It does not leave bodies, just blood smeared across the roads. Hundreds dead, thousands left wondering what happened to their missing family members, as Foundation agents sneak into their homes and restructure their memories. One containment breach, one unfortunate photo of an impossible monster's face. All that's left is to clean up, bag the creature's head, and take it back to containment, hoping it would never be seen again. Far below, in a kingdom of fire, something even more diabolical takes an interest. Such power, such ferocity, such indiscriminate destruction. He hasn't seen anything like it in a long, long time, and he wants to get acquainted. Imagine being a creature so violent that you catch the devil's attention. Ugh, are those cobwebs? Gross, this place is filthy. I guess no one's been down here in a while? Hey, what's under this tarp? The Anomatron 6000. Looks like this thing hasn't seen a whole lot of use lately. What's the worst that could happen if I dusted it off? Chaos exploded beyond the doors of the ATV as they burst open, steel-capped boots thumping against the asphalt and crunching shards of broken glass underfoot. The blindingly bright neon of the strip was dwarfing the flicker of flames, barely making much more light than the usual twinkling machines that offered hollow promises of winning big. Agent North felt his fingers flex around the grip of his rifle as he caught sight of the carnage unfolding through the shattered glass front of the Vegas hotel. Jazz, better activate your disruptor. One of his squad mates nudged him back to awareness. Whatever's going on in there, it's turning these folks into animals. The squad flipped on the anti-memetic devices that the tech boys had attached to their tactical helmets, keeping themselves safe from whatever had infected the civilians inside. Or so they believed. They formed up, approaching the building in a defensive pattern, and cautiously made their way inside. The report had called it a riot, but that seemed like an understatement. The place had been ransacked so badly it was barely recognizable as either the hotel or casino it advertised itself as. Slot machines had been smashed to pieces, the metal and plastic torn apart seemingly by hand, given the red streaks and fingernails embedded in some. Discarded chips lay strewn across the floor, those that weren't being carried by the armfuls scooped up in the shirts of the people that were left standing. Each of them was frenzied, feral, eyes wide and bloodshot, baring all their teeth as they scrapped together. Agent North spotted two men trading punches, clawing at each other on the blood-stained marble floor, with the body of another lying still beneath them. The members of Mobile Task Force Mu-0 kept their weapons raised, but the civilians' wrath seemed to be solely focused on each other. All except one. Sat calmly at a blackjack table was a man in a suit, calmly sipping wine from a tall glass and humming to himself. There is a house in New Orleans. He casually turned around in his seat to face the Foundation operatives as they approached, laser dots hovering over the open shirt beneath his suit jacket. Evening, boys. I'm surprised it took you so long to find me. After all, where else on this mortal coil would I be if not Sin City? I mean, I'm practically right next door. The man was flicking a playing card around his fingers, the 6 of hearts. Anyone want to play? How about a round of Devil's Grip? Oh, and you can take those fancy new gizmos on your helmets off. You look ridiculous. But before we continue with any more of the Devil's Banter, a question for you. Is something interfering with your happiness or preventing you from achieving your goals? Regardless if you have a clinical mental health issue like depression or anxiety, or if you're just a human who lives in this world who is going through a hard time, therapy can give you tools to approach your life in a very different way. And that's why I'm excited to tell you about today's sponsor, BetterHelp. BetterHelp's mission is to make therapy more affordable and more accessible, and this is an important mission because finding a therapist can be really hard, especially when you're limited to the options in your area. BetterHelp is a platform that makes finding a therapist easier because it's online, it's remote, and by filling out a few questions, BetterHelp can match you to a professional therapist in as little as a few days. It's easy to sign up and get matched with a therapist. There's a link in my description. It's betterhelp.com/SCP Explained. Clicking that link helps support this channel, but it also gets you 10% off your first month of BetterHelp, so you can connect with a therapist and see if it helps you. And because finding a therapist is a little like dating, if you don't really fit with that therapist, which is a common thing with therapy, you can easily switch to a new therapist at no additional cost without stressing about insurance, who's in your network, or anything like that. So if you're struggling, consider online therapy with BetterHelp. Click the link in the description or visit betterhelp.com/SCP Explained. Thank you again, BetterHelp, for supporting this channel. And now back to our mobile task force and their dealings with the devil. The team exchanged glances, but not one of them touched their disruptors. Agent North spoke up, demanding this mysterious figure release the civilians from his influence, as a precondition for any kind of negotiation here. Influence? I did not do that. The man shrugged, the card between his fingers switching to the King of Diamonds with a sleight of hand trick. You ask me, that's just a design flaw. But then again, you weren't all made in my image, were you? The agent's voice got louder, barking for the mystery man to submit to their demands immediately. The squad members all raised their assault rifles. If the stranger didn't release the civilians, they might be forced to use lethal force. Oh, you mean release them from their basic human instincts? Well, that seems a little bit cruel and unusual, even for your Foundation. The man chuckled, finishing his wine. But if you insist. With a click of his fingers, the room went silent. Calm instantaneously spread among the people who had been literally tearing each other apart only seconds earlier. But taking more than a cursory glance at the civilian told the MTF operatives that there was still something wrong. Each of the people in the casino wore a vacant expression, eyes empty as if they were completely void of life. Agent North barked out a question. What had he done to these people? Now, Mr. North, the man said, standing up. A deal is a deal. Convey me to the Foundation. I've been waiting for the sightseeing part of my vacation. Hearing his name from this unknown, clearly anomalous reality warper made Agent North instinctively raise his gun. The man staring down the barrel didn't flinch. Instead, a wry smile crawled across his face. Oh, come now, Mr. North. Perhaps I shouldn't have expected rationality. Oh, that's a little beyond you, isn't it? The figure chuckled, everything about him filling the MTF operatives with an overpowering sense of dread as they kept their weapons trained on him. So many nights wondering about your wife, whether or not she forgave you for that accident. The man took a step forward until the rifle's muzzle was pushing directly against him. Would you like to know the truth, Mr. North?
his voice lowered to an ominous whisper.
She never did.
Bang! The shot echoed through the casino floor, a faint trail of smoke winding up into the air. Agent North blinked in disbelief. In the flash that followed him pulling the trigger, the figure standing before him and his squad mates had vanished. They scanned the area to try and spot their target, only to be met with pitch-dark shadows surrounding them. Came the man's voice through the emptiness. You can't kill the devil, Jeremy. Back at command, the Foundation analysts were panicking. MTF Mu-0 had vanished. They scrabbled around trying to figure out what to do. Someone threw out the suggestion that the full force of Alpha-1, the Red Right Hand, be dispatched to Las Vegas to launch a full-scale assault on SCP-4661, the area of the city that anomalously overlapped with another plane of reality, causing sinful behavior to intensify within Vegas. Another threw out the idea, suggesting that SCP-507 should be sent to retrieve the dimensionally displaced task force. As they squabbled, researchers and security found themselves being drawn into an argument, all of them feeling an overwhelming notion that they were right and everyone disagreeing with them was wrong. What had begun as a tactical discussion devolved into a free-for-all. Shoves turned into swings of fists, the hurling of office chairs as a brawl ensued. Little did any personnel notice an unauthorized new arrival, who seemed to be walking around the facility's halls. It was the same man from the casino, strolling calmly and casually past the windowed containment cells that housed anomalies, like an eccentric collector perusing an art gallery. Boring, the man scoffed, seeing an orange blob shrink away from him behind the glass. Oh, so boring. He passed a beak-faced doctor in dark clothes. Derivative, the man sighed, seeing a statue that refused to move even when he blinked. Absurdly overpowered. Within its acid-filled vat, the reptile seethed with anger. Oh, look, one of my antiques, the man mused, passing a vacant mahogany desk with two vacant chairs, a simpler straight-back seat, and a large, ornate throne-like office chair, embellished with brass and royal purple velvet padding. Then the man came to a windowless room, the one thing that seemed to garner his curiosity in the entire facility. In actuality, it wasn't the unassuming containment cell that caught his attention. It was the sounds of distraught crying emanating from within. The despaired sobs didn't deter the man from effortlessly waving his hands and causing the heavy, hermetically sealed door to start buckling, glowing as the dense steel began to melt. The molten metal door split apart, then cooled in an instant, leaving a gap in the entrance to the dark containment chamber. Sat in the far corner, rocking itself slightly, was a shape with legs and arms far too long to be hunched over comfortably in the cramped room. A paper bag had been left over its face, as the tall, wiry, thin creature gently rocked itself between sobs. SCP-096 had felt the same unease that now ran through the entire facility, and even with its face covered, it could sense its source getting closer with each step. Oh, enough, the figure said, walking into the cell, startling the shy guy. If I wanted to hear the desperate cries of the damned, I would have stayed home. The man clicked his fingers, causing flames to erupt out of nowhere, singeing the paper bag into nothing but ash in seconds. SCP-096 recoiled, pushing itself further into the corner, ineffectually covering its face with its elongated limbs. Now, don't cower. The man unnervingly, calmly offered out a hand to the creature. I did come all this way to see if the rumors were true. And just look at you, you're real. Even if I'm impressed. The rage of a creature that would kill a human just for the insolence of looking at it. Remarkable. Here, while everyone's hashing things out in the command center, what say you and I have a little chat about your future, 096? That's what they call you, isn't it? Slowly recognizing its designation, the shy guy turned, trembling to face the suited figure in its cell. The moment the man's eyes looked at its face, the anomalous creature could feel the familiar, intensifying rage that it was so accustomed to, urging it to lash out at the man and kill him on the spot. But somehow, it was being suppressed, like the figure's influence was enough to keep the rage state at bay, for now. Either that or, for maybe the first time ever, SCP-096 was too scared to attack. Oh, there's that handsome face, the man beamed. See, you wouldn't have to hide for hell's sake. You could be a real force for wanton chaos, my friend. Now, while I'm confined to only whisper in the ears of mortals, you should be getting out there and showing some abject misery. Look, there's a perfectly good desk of mine a few rooms away. What say we take a seat and strike up a deal? After all, better the devil you know. I can give you anything you truly desire, whether it's freedom from this place, revenge on the Foundation. If you're really all that insecure about it, I could even give you a facelift. In return, you have to do one thing for me. Let as many people see you as possible. Maybe even the whole world, even. Oh, you'd have so much killing to do.
The very suggestion of being perceived by so many people was enough to enrage SCP-096. It broke free of whatever unfamiliar hold the figure had over it, hurling one of its arms out in a vicious swipe. Just as its fingers were about to reach the man, they passed through the now vacant spot where he had been standing. He had vanished within a split second that the shy guy had lunged at him. The anonymous creature wailed, then screamed, as the figure's voice echoed around the room, giving another sinister chuckle.
Oh my, how disappointing, he sneered. To think you could have had anything you wanted. No matter. Screaming and trying to attack me won't do you any good either. I won't go down like some of the others that have snuck a forbidding glance at that mug of yours. My physical form isn't even really here. It's still trapped on the lowest layer. You're not the only one kept contained, my friend. I just use this human shape for personal travel above ground. But it seems my little vacation is coming to a halt. Here, won't you join me for the return trip? The ground beneath SCP-096's feet began to shudder violently, the floor cracking and crumbling away. But instead of bringing it crashing down to the floor of the facility below its cell, an amber volcanic glow rose between the cracks underfoot. Piece by piece, the floor broke away, some invisible force pulling SCP-096 downwards as it flailed its arms, clawing at the ground as it crumbled away until the shy guy lost its grip and began to plummet. Searing heat raged all around it, tongues of flame practically reaching out to singe the creature's body as it fell further and further. Its own wails and screams joined a deafening cacophony of others, of never-ending voices crying out in torment and suffering. After what felt like an eternity of falling and burning, SCP-096 hit the stony ground, the air pungent with the stench of brimstone. Sat before him on a chair adorned in brass and royal purple was the same man from earlier. As the shy guy staggered to its feet, the man's visage started to catch fire, slowly burning away to reveal the blood-colored skin and huge protruding horns of a fallen angel beneath the disguise. Perhaps after a several thousand-year stint in the Eighth Circle, you'll reconsider my generous offer. Satan chuckled before snapping his clawed fingers, causing SCP-096 to vanish in a burst of flame. Excruciating torture awaited the defenseless creature. The Prince of Darkness's underlings would see to that. But as he reclined on his throne, he didn't realize a tall, thin humanoid form reappeared behind him, eyes filled with a rage that didn't care if he was the devil. He should not have looked at its face. The devil struggles in the grasp of the nightmare he unknowingly brought down into his boiling kingdom. Perhaps there's a spell or some terrible curse that can free him from the monster's grasp, but somehow he knows that nothing will save him. He could flee to any of the Ninth Circles, and the monster would brave fire and brimstone to find him. He could throw the creature into a reoccurring pit of infinite darkness, and it would find its way back into the light. Somehow, in the same hubris that had gotten him cast out of heaven so many eons ago, the Lord of Darkness may have brought about his own destruction, and he may have thought he knew darkness, until the black maw of SCP-096 gaped open, and Satan himself beheld a darkness deeper and more permanent than any he had ever known. There is panic in the streets of all the world's major cities. A pale humanoid monster has gone on an unstoppable rampage, destroying lives with unmeasured speed and brutality. The fleeing people know they cannot fight, and that even the military has failed to stop this thing.
The only thought that rings in their heads is whether or not they will be next. The Foundation, however, comes to have a different perspective, one that a certain Dr. Dan has had for years. It is time to get rid of SCP-096 once and for all. In the depths of space, no one can see your face. Well, that's not exactly how the saying goes, but it was certainly the hope of one intrepid spacefaring mobile task force that was assigned with the Herculean task of neutralizing SCP-096, aka the Shy Guy, for good. After the tragic leak of video from inside Site-19, which depicted the Shy Guy inside of its containment unit, a viral sensation caused SCP-096's face to be seen by over 2 million internet users across the globe. The video was taken down by the Foundation, but not before 096 broke containment and claimed the lives of all of the many witnesses. This gruesome worldwide massacre required an exorbitant expenditure of high-quality amnestics and left the Foundation with a sobering reminder that some anomalies are simply too dangerous to be kept alive. Dr. Dan was right all along, even if his methods of proving it all those years ago had been utterly monstrous. Once the leakers were found within the Foundation, they were escorted on the same shuttle that would be transporting SCP-096 into deep space, where both the unfortunate leakers and the Shy Guy were about to be thrown into a black hole. The primary video leaker, a newbie researcher by the name of Dr. Arnold, was sweating in his lab coat as the shuttle drifted through the stars towards the location. Surrounded by mobile task force agents, he knew that attempting to fight for his escape would be completely fruitless, especially when the Foundation ship he and his fellow leakers were on was so far out in space. They're all really serious about this, he thought. In the brief time that Dr. Arnold had been employed at the Foundation, he could have sworn that he heard one mantra repeated to him at least a few dozen times. Secure, contain, protect. We do not destroy unless all other options are exhausted. As Dr. Arnold stewed on that quote, he wondered if all of his options truly had been exhausted. Was the Foundation really going to destroy him along with SCP-096, a being that had already caused untold death even before the accident that he had had a hand in causing? Was it fair to hold him responsible for the actions of a creature that, in a just world, would have been permanently dealt with a long time ago? However, outside of these thoughts, all Dr. Arnold could do was try to reassure the other researchers involved in the leak incident and wait for the shuttle to arrive at its destination, the Gaia BH1 black hole, the nearest black hole to the planet Earth. "Don't worry, this is all a ploy just to scare us," Dr. Arnold told the interns. "Throwing us out there would be murder." The SCP Foundation had to bring some previously classified technology out of storage in order to power a ship fast enough to cross the 1,500 light-years between Earth and Gaia BH1 within the time frame of a month. And Dr. Arnold found this overcommitment to the plot to destroy the Shy Guy to be shocking, as well as a sure sign that his superiors weren't joking around. Because of the overwhelming oppressive gravity of the black hole, there would have to be a significant distance between the Foundation space shuttle and the event horizon itself, or else the risk of all the staff being sucked in along with the leakers and SCP-096 would become too great. Instead, a portable version of SCP-096's containment chamber would be launched on a smaller rocket that would be guided via a pre-programmed route into the center of Gaia BH1. Dr. Arnold and the other leakers would be loaded onto the same rocket, which would boast no way for the unfortunate researchers to steer or redirect its course away from certain doom. Upon receiving confirmation that the ship was in range, the mobile task force agents escorted the leakers on board the rocket with weapons pointed at them. They loaded the containment unit into the rocket next, taking care not to leave any chance of damaging the walls. Soon, everything was prepared for launch of the miniature rocket. Dr. Arnold, SCP-096, and the rest of the terminated staff would be launched away, never to return. But while this process was taking place, a deeply ill-timed event was occurring all the way back on Earth. A popular gaming streamer and content creator by the name of Bridget Parks was in the midst of her latest reaction stream when a member of the chat sent a link to a horror video for Parks to react to. The message was given priority because it had been sent as a super chat, $100 super chat at that. What neither the SCP Foundation nor Bridget Parks knew was that the linked video was actually an archived copy of the viral video that caused SCP-096 to wreak total havoc on the world. It appeared that in the shuffle of administering amnestics and using Foundation resources to scrub the internet clean of all instances of Dr. Arnold's accidentally leaked viral video, at least one copy of the file was lost in the shuffle and re-uploaded to a file hosting site from a private external hard drive days after the most recently reported attack of the Shy Guy. Whatever reason this anonymous fan chose to send this particular video into the stream will most likely remain a mystery, but what is known is that Bridget Parks would have to react to it, or risk devaluing the pull behind the super chat. Bridget was already deeply sleep-deprived, as those who work in her industry often are, and had been reacting to a wide variety of frightening and creepy short films over the past 3 hours. She was willing to do anything to keep the subathon going, and with some mild trepidation, Bridget Parks clicked the link to the video. In the moments that followed, the face of SCP-096 was viewed live on the internet by the entirety of Bridget Parks' current streaming audience, and without delay, this information became known to the Shy Guy. As both the chat and Bridget herself gawked and laughed at the creature, reacting with disgust and disbelief at its appearance, SCP-096 began to stir within its containment unit. It slammed its fists against the wall with sudden ferocity, startling Dr. Arnold and the other passengers aboard the rocket. The mobile task force, still safe inside the main shuttle, made preparations for launching the rocket into the black hole. "Any passing words, Dr. Arnold? We'll be recording them," said one of the agents present, snickering as his hand hovered over the launch button. In a panic, Dr. Arnold blurted, "Containment breach!" Every agent aboard the shuttle felt their hearts drop into their stomachs, because this was the one thing that the Foundation didn't want to happen. Truthfully, having allowed Arnold and the others squirm all the way to Gaia BH-1 Black Hole had been deemed sufficient punishment for his transgression, and the plan up until this point had been to wait until the most pivotal moment to reveal to Arnold that he and his cohorts would be allowed to live and return to Earth. The fact that they would all be demoted to D-Class personnel was beside the point, as mostly the Foundation didn't want to needlessly throw away lives that could be used to further scientific purposes. And yet, as Dr. Arnold screeched and carried on, the MTF agents made the swift and impulsive call to launch the rocket immediately. Regardless of the circumstances under which SCP-096's face had been viewed, there was zero chance that they would allow the thing to escape from its chamber before sending the rocket past the event horizon. Whatever the implications or ripple effects, the unplanned death of Dr. Arnold and the errant awareness of SCP-096 would have were questions for later. Now was the time for disposal. The mobile task force pressed the rocket launch button, sending the guided missile and its terrified occupants hurtling towards Gaia BH-1. As the Shy Guy hammered away at the walls of its containment chamber, Dr. Arnold and the others faced away and prayed to whatever power would answer that the last moments of their fleeting lives wouldn't include being ripped apart by an enraged humanoid, while also being spaghettified by a black hole. Unfortunately, one of those two outcomes was inevitable. The rocket sailed right into the gravity well of Gaia BH-1 and began to vanish from observable reality. Dr. Arnold and the others felt the indescribable sensation of being stretched into thin ribbons of matter by the force of gravity alone. SCP-096 began to undergo the same process inside the durable walls of its containment unit, though those same walls, as well as the entire rocket, were not durable enough to withstand being compressed. Back on Earth, the streaming audience of Bridget Parks was cracking a number of hurtful jokes at the expense of SCP-096, comparing it to popular creepypasta characters such as Slenderman. Bridget herself was facetiously calling members by their chat names and acting annoyed that such a video was even linked in the first place. None of them knew of the reckoning that might very well be coming for them, all from the depths of space. The members of the Foundation aboard the shuttle continued to observe Gaia BH-1, even as the rocket had vanished beyond the event horizon, hoping that despite the unforeseen loss of personnel, the nightmare of another disastrous SCP-096 containment breach was over. What happened next made the very concept of known physics seem like an irrelevant joke. From inside the black hole, the spaghettified form of SCP-096 began to hold itself in place,
The rest of the rocket and all of the researchers on board were not nearly as lucky. But then again, the effects that Gaia BH-1 had on them was the expected result. What the Shy Guy was doing went beyond all estimation, exerting a force of propulsion that was keeping pace with the unbelievable pressure of gravity of a black hole. Despite this, the Shy Guy was still stretched beyond recognition, a pale white line that seemed to go on forever into the vortex of Gaia BH-1. Even in this abstract two-dimensional shape, the rage of SCP-096 at the ones who had seen its face was palpable. Its entire length began to shudder, pulsing with kinetic energy that had already surpassed almost anything in the known universe. To the outside observers who could only glimpse the impression left by the black hole, SCP-096 was already well and truly gone. But the longer the agents of the Mobile Task Force stared into the abyss, the more anxious they felt at the possibility of the Shy Guy somehow making it back from beyond the event horizon. And sure enough, like a nightmare that had spontaneously emerged into the daylight, the Foundation staff became able to see the tip of the spaghetti strand that was SCP-096. The Shy Guy had now partially stretched itself out of the grasp of the event horizon and back into observable reality. It was not yet in any recognizable shape, but the gradual appearance of a stretched-out version of its face did appear across the closer extreme of its distorted anatomy. It was almost like some kind of horrible worm with the face of a melting ghost, but how it looked was nothing compared to the implications of this form of SCP-096 being able to be seen again. Because if any piece of it had returned from the event horizon at all, and those observable pieces were starting to more closely resemble the Shy Guy's natural shape, this meant that the Shy Guy wasn't just pulling itself back with raw physical strength, it was increasing in velocity to such an extent that its body would soon be outrunning the force of gravity altogether.
Mother of God, said head field researcher Newman. 096 is already faster than light.
The Foundation staff could do nothing but gaze in alarm as the Shy Guy's head returned to its normal shape. It was a comically surreal and horrible image, like a cartoon character from the rubber hose era of animation whose neck was stretching off screen. But any dark sense of humor derived from the appearance of the Shy Guy quickly vanished as the researchers realized all at once,
oh crap, we just looked at it too.
From the innermost depths of the void, a second strand of spaghetti matter separated from the main ribbon of SCP-096's form. Like string cheese, it rolled slowly to the surface of observed reality and formed an even more elongated limb of the Shy Guy. Like a colossal rope lasso, the arm dripped in and out of existence until a second super long arm joined it, and it became apparent what was happening. SCP-096 was thrashing against the gravitational pull of the black hole, swimming out of its seemingly inescapable current with two hideously distorted arms as paddles. It was as if someone had drawn SCP-096 with a pair of the same extending libs that Michael Jordan famously used to beat the Monstars in the basketball game in the classic animated live-action hybrid movie, Space Jam. The Shy Guy continued to swim forth, both arms windmilling at unfathomable speeds as it continued to break from the grasp of Gaia BH-1. Now only its legs remained trapped on the other side of the event horizon, but at this rate, they wouldn't be for long. Every researcher aboard the shuttle dreaded the possibility, no, the dreadful eventuality, that 096 would snap itself free from the black hole's orbit and be unleashed upon the universe once again. And without a doubt, everyone aboard the shuttle would be the first victims of the Shy Guy. Though the exact order in which SCP-096 kills those who observe its face has been the subject of continued debate, the fact that Earth was 1,500 light-years away meant that any other potential targets were that far away too. There was no escaping the onslaught of SCP-096, and no way to redirect its anger to a new target.
He's picking up so much speed,
Mobile Task Force Agent Smith remarked. A horrible sound reverberated across space as SCP-096's legs zoomed to catch up with its body from the other side of the event horizon. In a truly unprecedented break from physics,
the creature returned to its original shape, creating the mother of all sonic booms in the process. The sheer release of energy obliterated the shuttle, and any traces of space matter within the area around the black hole was also utterly obliterated. Like a murderous rubber band, SCP-096 blasted off from this point of elastic reunion, torpedoing across the vastness of the universe towards the Earth. The Shy Guy's target? None other than Bridget Parks and her entire active fanbase. But this one ill-timed stream would have greater consequences than just the permanent cancellation of one formerly beloved content creator. It would mean the destruction of all life on the planet Earth. For you see, SCP-096 didn't possess the ability to deaccelerate its mass before impact with the blue and green sphere. And now, its entire faster-than-light form had been launched at the Earth from the inside of Gaia BH-1's event horizon, like a projectile from a railgun. It was over. The laughter, the Foundation, and civilization itself, all swept away in an instant as SCP-096 collided with the Earth in a truly unforgettable Holdo maneuver. The blue planet exploded like a watermelon struck with a sledgehammer, and SCP-096 was pulverized into broken or tangled limbs. From there it sailed through space, slowly regenerating from its wounds as it passed farther and farther from the planet that once housed so many doomed onlookers. It was unknown how long the Shy Guy would survive out there, or where it would wind up next, but it was more than certain that no human would ever see its face again.
Chaos had erupted. All hell had broken loose, and nightmares were running amok. Even from her perspective, watching as fleshy abominations tore through the streets of New York City, Eliza Flynn couldn't escape the feeling that the entire world had gone mad. Only moments before, things had been calm, normal. Another mundane, uninteresting day in the Big Apple. Now she was watching in horror from underneath an overturned table as a group of things had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Unbeknownst to Eliza, these creatures were instances of something known as SCP-610, alternatively going by the name The Flesh That Hates. From her hiding place inside the local coffee shop she frequented, they looked like horrific mutated masses of flesh that barely resembled anything even close to human. But that's what they were, or at least had been. Eliza had witnessed a barista rushing out into the street, trying to get away from a group of SCP-610s that were bashing their appendages against the front window. In trying to make a break for it, the mutated creatures attacked the barista, killing him upon making contact with his skin. It was only a short while afterwards that Eliza spotted his body moving, the infectious process only accelerated by the heat from a nearby car that was on fire. Before long, what had once been a barista, an ordinary person, was now another of the grotesque flesh monsters. Mike, she remembered. His name had been Mike. She'd read it on his name tag when she came in for her morning coffee. He had always smiled, never got the spelling of her name right on her to-go cup, writing it with an S instead of a Z, and now he was gone. Worse than dead, he wasn't even Mike anymore, instead turned into another SCP-610 monstrosity. Too petrified to move, terrified of being caught and turned into another of the fleshy nightmares, Eliza stayed hidden. This was it, she thought to herself. Any moment now, one of those things would find her, either breaking through the street-facing window of the coffee shop or slithering in through the rear fire door. Sure enough, the flesh formerly known as Mike, the barista, turned. Where had once there been a head was now a featureless blob that had fused with the shoulder, but Eliza could tell its eyeless stare was being directed at her, and she had nowhere to run. Mike's arm, which was now a slimy blood-red tentacle, began slamming against the glass, cracks forming across the surface. Eliza's eyes darted around the room, trying to look for some kind of way out. Her options were limited, and even then, they didn't amount to more than hiding in a storage cupboard and prolonging the inevitable. She needed a miracle. As if to answer her prayers, a blinding white light erupted from somewhere out of view, beyond the window. Turning away, Eliza had to shield her eyes from the searing glow, blinking away spots in her vision as she looked to see what had happened. The SCP-610 creature, Mike, had vanished, a dark outline scorched against the glass.
as if it had been obliterated by an intense focused blast. That light, whatever it was, had vaporized it. The sound of commotion came bustling through the door, and distorted, mechanical-sounding voices called out.
Hello, is anyone there? Hello, is anyone in here?
One garbled. We mean you no harm, another said, but you need to leave this place as soon as you can. Cautiously, Eliza stood up from under the table. Standing at the entrance to the coffee shop were a trio of figures. Each one of them had machinery, all manner of metallic components protruding from their bodies, replacing arms, legs, parts of their faces. Eliza stared at them, unsure whether these cyborgs were as harmless as they claimed. One even had a cannon in place of one of their hands, which was still smoking from the blast that had killed the SCP-610 instances outside.
Did the flesh make contact with you?
One of the figures asked. No, Eliza replied. That's how they spread, right? It's like an infection. I watched it happen. Indeed, the cyborg with the cannon arm replied. The flesh being loose is only the beginning. If you are uninfected, then we'd ask you to come with us. We'll explain on the way. Hang on, who are you? Eliza asked, concern on her face. And where are you taking me?
We are the Church of the Broken God, one of them answered, and we're getting you out of New York.
The idea of a person making their way out of a city that never sleeps on foot would be laughable to anyone that lived there, even before it had become overrun with monsters. But the subway wasn't exactly running on time, and the roads were gridlocked with cars that had either been destroyed or abandoned by their owners. So walking out of New York was the only option. The Church of the Broken God cyborgs explained to Eliza as much as they knew about what had happened. They described an organization, a secret cabal with power spanning the entire world called the SCP Foundation. Apparently, this foundation had been responsible for gathering and safeguarding the world from dangerous and unexplained phenomena. You mean like those flesh things? She asked.
Exactly. They called those SCP-610.
But recently, something had changed. The Foundation had turned its seemingly inexhaustible resources to the goal of exterminating humanity. It was by their hands that instances of SCP-610 had been unleashed in major cities, not just New York, but Delhi, Tokyo, London, and countless others. Those were far from the only anomalies the Foundation had deployed either. As they walked, the cyborgs described how someone called Mr. Deeds had been assassinating heads of state the world over. They also spoke of a horrifying reptile that was now running wild and slaughtering everything in its path.
We at the church had to act. Whatever the Foundation's reasons for unleashing this hell, we couldn't sit by and allow them to destroy everything. So we've aligned ourselves with the Global Occult Coalition to assist them in fighting against the flesh that hates. In exchange, we have vowed to help transport survivors to safety.
But where can we possibly go that's safe? Eliza interjected. If the Foundation have the reach you say they do, if they have all these horrible creatures at their disposal, what chance do we have at surviving? Well, there is always our path, one of the Broken God's followers replied. The path of standardization, becoming one with machine. Our mechanized parts are safe from the flesh's corruption. If you would consider joining us. Eliza took a quick glance at the metallic components of her cyborg companions. They looked like they hurt as much as becoming a SCP-610 monster would have. She politely declined, although it led to the rest of their journey continuing in an awkward silence. Eventually, the Broken God cyborgs brought Eliza to an extraction point, where they left her in the care of the Global Occult Coalition. Boarding a convoy, her and a number of others were ferried out of New York State by the GOC. For the first time since this had all started, Eliza started to think that maybe she was heading to somewhere safe. That sliver of hope all came crashing down the moment the convoy was attacked. Armed assailants opened fire on the trucks. They were quickly identified by Coalition soldiers as members of the SCP Foundation's mobile task forces, special operations troops sent out to pick off survivors. In the midst of the firefight, gunfire erupting all around her, Eliza never felt so terrified. One of the GOC officers turned to her as they crouched behind cover.
Listen, I shouldn't be telling you this, but there's rumors of a survivor settlement not far from here, he barked. I'll draw their fire. You run. Get as far away from here fast as you can and don't look back.
Doing as she was told, Eliza sprinted away from the wreckage of the convoy until her legs refused to run any further. She trudged alone through an empty town, abandoned. It felt like a place out of a nightmare. The world was decimated, virtually post-apocalyptic. The further she willed herself to walk, the more she could feel herself giving up that she would never even find the settlement, if it even existed at all. Hope had abandoned her, and at her lowest point, Eliza dug her heels in and dropped to the ground, both exhausted and convinced she'd been hiking towards nothing. The feeling of being moved caused Eliza to stir, waking her up from a dream that had been almost as bleak as her new reality. Someone was carrying her on what felt like a stretcher, she quickly realized. Before she had a chance to ask who they were, the pair of shadowy human shapes brought her through the woods to what looked like a campsite. "Don't be alarmed," one of them said in a voice that sounded so optimistic it felt almost alien, as if this person was from another planet where things were far less horrible. Looking around, Eliza noticed the glow of a campfire illuminating the nearby trees. A handful of people were huddled together in makeshift tents, resting and wearing contented, almost happy expressions. Then Eliza's eyes were drawn towards something else, some slimy mass gliding around the camp. At first she thought it was another instance of SCP-610, until she saw an amorphous, gelatinous orange blob glowing in the firelight. To the Foundation, it had been known as SCP-999, but to its newfound family of human survivors, this creature was their savior, a bastion of hope and happiness in a devastated hellscape, the Tickle Monster. Welcomed into the survivor community with open arms, Eliza was soon exposed to SCP-999's anomalous effects. The creature seemed to warm to her instantly, greeting her with the enthusiastic friendliness of a small dog. Even after as little as a single interaction with it, she felt her lack of hope and depressed feelings towards the bleakness of the world had almost entirely faded. She felt happiness, pure, genuine happiness, for the first time in recent memory. Thanks to the Tickle Monster, Eliza's entire outlook had completely changed. The same was true for the other survivors that had formed a settlement around the happy orange creature. They had all come seeking an escape, not just a physical place that was out of harm's way, but somewhere they could reject the harsh reality of what the SCP Foundation had done to the world. And SCP-999 had provided that for them all, curing the displaced refugees of their woes, keeping them in perpetually high spirits. Most of them had reached such a point of contentment that they'd forgotten their old lives before the collapse, before the anomalies, and the Foundation. Although the Tickle Monster demanded nothing of its newfound family, apart from the occasional playful tickle wrestle, Eliza and a group of the other survivors would venture back to the nearby abandoned town just beyond the woods. Once there, they would scavenge for as much food as they could find, keeping a close eye out for any candy with which to feed SCP-999. Even though they knew 999 was more than happy to provide positivity to the survivors, each one of them felt it was the least they could do for their favorite orange slime ball. There was such a continuous state of love and happiness in their camp that the survivors were hardly fazed when a Foundation soldier inadvertently stumbled upon their settlement. Before he could raise his weapon and fire, SCP-999 slid between its friends and the soldier, blocking the path of his bullets. Without any shred of malice or hostility, the delightful blob leaped towards the attacking MTF operative and embraced him. Instantly, the Foundation foot soldier's demeanor changed. Before, he had been glassy-eyed, emotionless, like something deep inside him had broken. But after their hug parted, the man was euphoric, grinning in a state of elation for long afterwards. For a time, Eliza sat with the soldier, Sergeant Callows, and listened to him explaining how he wanted to renounce the Foundation, to stay with this community of survivors now he knew SCP-999 was here. "Do you remember anything from before?" she asked curiously. "Before?" Callows echoed. "You mean before the Foundation did all this?" Eliza nodded. Remembering the outside world was hazy now, like trying to recall the vague details of a dream. "Not much," the former MTF trooper answered. "They wanted us to kill everyone because of it." "What, like the Stephen King book?" "No." Callows chuckled. "They told us it had latched itself on to everyone, all human subconsciousness. It had plans, something really, really awful. So the Foundation's plan was to wipe everyone out." "Wouldn't that include everyone who works for the Foundation?" "No, they, altered us, made it so we couldn't feel pain anymore.
He paused and began giggling uncontrollably, as if he had just understood the punchline to a joke. In fact, Kalos said between fits of laughter, that's probably how 999 was able to fix me. Next to him, Eliza couldn't help but laugh too. The humor was infectious. Because you couldn't feel pain? She giggled. Yeah! Kalos exploded, delighted tears rolling down his face. I lost the capacity for it. I was hollowed out, and that would have made it easy for SCP-999 to fill that space with this! He rolled over onto the floor, still chortling unstoppably, and this didn't stop for hours. The Tickle Monster's powers of positivity had increased exponentially since it had found itself free from the Foundation facility it had used to live at. Much like Callow had explained to Eliza, it had allowed the lovable blob to correct the alteration the Foundation had made to the former MTF sergeant, allowing him to feel euphoria in the place of his total absence of all pain. And now, thanks to the influence of SCP-999, the threat posed by both the SCP Foundation and whatever this IT entity was seemed so far away, so irrelevant, and did little to dampen the high spirits of the survivors in the camp. But in their collective sense of bliss, Eliza, SCP-999, and the other survivors became a little oblivious to the outside world and its horrors. Little did they know, there was still danger lurking much closer than they realized, one that had spread from miles away and would very soon be at the settlement. It was Eliza and Callow that first discovered what was lurking nearby. They had both been searching for food in the ruins of the old town beyond the woods, which felt more and more like a completely different world the longer they spent in the camp with SCP-999. As Eliza rummaged through the storeroom of an abandoned supermarket, she heard a scream of agony coming from nearby. Callow. For the first time in months, panic, fear, and adrenaline rocked her system. It almost made her feel sick. She had been so overloaded with positive endorphins that it had practically numbed her to all other feelings. But instinct kicked in, fight or flight hitting her with the force of an ice-cold bucket of water, and she ran out into the store to look for Callow. What she saw gave her a terrified knot in her stomach, the kind she hadn't felt since the day the nightmare had started. The flesh that hates, an instance of SCP-610 was standing in the aisles of the empty supermarket. The sight of the grotesque mutated form shuffling towards her made Eliza freeze on the spot. It took a further moment to realize that Callow had long since stopped screaming. Eliza's thoughts had picked up speed. For the first time in months, she was processing information without it being dulled by the euphoria brought on by SCP-999. It made her realize that this SCP-610 had either killed Callow, and he'd soon be turning into one of those flesh creatures, or this was Callow, and he'd already changed. Thinking fast, Eliza sprinted through the supermarket, hearing the snarls of the flesh coming after her. She passed a shopping cart, and in an instant, grabbed its handlebar, turning the metal cage around and racing full force towards the SCP-610 instance chasing her. The cart collided with the blood-red mass of the flesh, the sheer force knocking the creature onto its back and giving Eliza a window of opportunity to race out of the supermarket, watched by a gaggle of mutated creatures. Those of them that still had eyes followed her movements as she ran back towards the woods, toward the camp, and slowly, the flesh that hates began to follow. From the moment that she returned to the settlement, SCP-999 could immediately sense that Eliza was in a state of panic. Instinctively, the creature glided up to her, only seeking to comfort her and make her forget about whatever had troubled her. "No! Stop!" she protested, as much as she wanted to not worry about the impending danger. SCP-999 recoiled from her, a wounded expression on its gooey orange face. "I'm sorry, it's just we're all in serious trouble," Eliza urged. The other survivors gathered around lazily, each of them seeming upbeat despite her grave news. "The flesh! SCP-610, they're here, they found us!" she explained. "They killed Callow, and it won't take them long to find us." "They won't come here," one of the survivors replied, not argumentatively, but in a more uplifting and reassuring tone. "None of the other anomalies have found us in months," another interjected, smiling. "Not even the Foundation can get us here. We're protected. The Tickle Monster keeps us all safe." "But what if it can't protect us from the flesh?" Eliza desperately tried to warn her fellow survivors, but they were in too much of a carefree state to fear the approach of the flesh that hates. A number of them tried to convince her to relax, spend some time with the Tickle Monster so she wouldn't feel as bad. As appealing as that sounded, Eliza didn't want to let her guard down. She felt she owed SCP-999 for keeping her and the others alive, for helping them forget the horrific world the Foundation had unleashed. And even if she was the only one, she'd protect it. Night had fallen. The sound of every snapping twig felt like it could be one of the SCP-610s approaching. The rest of the camp was fast asleep, save for Eliza, wielding a flaming branch in one hand to ward off the flesh. Sure enough, through the shadows of the woods and the low light of her torch, she saw shapes began to shuffle towards her. The slick, bloody creatures looked even worse in the dark, shambling over to Eliza, backing away cautiously as she brandished her flame. But the flesh that hates was closing in, more and more of them slithering out from between the trees, causing her to step back in the direction of the camp. Suddenly, an excitable orange mass swept past Eliza. Under the torchlight, she saw SCP-999 approaching the fleshy mutations. "No!" she cried out, horrified at what they would do to her camp's protector. To her surprise, the flesh stopped in their tracks as the tickle monster wriggled up to them. They seemed to get closer, examining the orange goop as it grinned at them. Then, as if they had lost their innate hostility to anything that they hadn't yet infected, the SCP-610 creatures turned and left. Perhaps it was something within the slimy substance the tickle monster was made of that repelled the flesh that hates. Or maybe it was because it was such a sheer force of overwhelming good, and its increased power, that allowed SCP-999 to pacify the monstrosities. Either way, Eliza breathed a sigh of relief. The grinning orange blob turned to her and smiled, leaping up into her arms and allowing her to carry it back to camp. As SCP-999 turned her relief into happiness once again, it seemed that no matter how bleak the world might be, even in a timeline as horrifying as that of SCP-5000, wherever the tickle monster goes, there will always be the promise of positivity, and with it, a sliver of hope from the friendliest anomaly of all.
The SCP Foundation has gone up against a lot of anomalies that can be best described as demonic, but few fit the bill better than the demons and imps of SCP-5049, Demon Dan's Discount Homunculus Depot, a skin-stealing enterprise designing bespoke demonic disguises on the behalf of 7 mysterious demon lords. Anyone that the Foundation has managed to capture related to this anomaly has been assassinated by the demon lords, eliminating the prospect of further investigation. But what if the Foundation brought in another expert to help? A bona fide expert in the occult, DC's devious demon detective himself, John Constantine. Maybe he can finally give us the lead we need to bring down those demon lords once and for all. And with the help of the Anomatron 6000, we're going to find out exactly how that situation would play out. Let's rev up the machine and take a look. It was a cold night in New York. If you've ever been there, you'll know that most nights are. But on this particular night, a certain chill was streaking its way through the air, as icy cold as the grave. This wasn't just a deathly gust of wind or any other freak occurrence of the weather though, especially judging by that piercing, wailing shriek it gave as it passed by, a cry loud enough to wake both the living and the dead alike. And hot on its tail, chasing through the rain-dampened streets after it, long trench coat whipping behind him, was the one man stupid enough to try and catch it. You see, this thing he was chasing was a spirit. Some might have called it a banshee or a Yanaki Baba, but all our coat-clad friend called it was a right bloody nuisance. As for who in heaven, in hell, or on earth he was, that's easy. If you were to rummage through the pockets of his coat, you'd find the answer, along with an interesting assortment of mystical objects. Beneath the charms and trinkets that he carried on his person was a crumpled off-white business card. Printed on its surface in simple black lettering was one name, John Constantine. And underneath, along with a phone number, were the words Exorcist, Demonologist, and Master of the Dark Arts. Although the word Master has been crossed out with Petty Dabbler written above. Our friend John really hated putting on airs. He turned down an alleyway just as the spirit did, its screams rippling through the silence. Dead end. There was nothing but a solid wall ahead. Not that it mattered. The shrieking entity lacked a physical corporeal form, but the sight of an obstacle in its path caused it to pause just for a split second, a short moment, as it tried to think over or through. And that tiny little instance of hesitation, well, that's what John had been waiting for. As he ran towards the spirit, he reached into his coat pocket, pulling out a lighter. Its surface was engraved with a phrase in Latin that read, Fiat iustitia et pereat mundus, meaning, let justice be done, though the world may perish. That had long been John's credo, to stop at nothing to achieve righteous justice, no matter what the cost or how bad things got. Admittedly, that was a little easier to accomplish when you owned a blessed lighter. Striking it, John breathlessly uttered an incantation to command the holy fire within. His hand caught ablaze as he took hold of the flame, barely feeling the pain of it burning. Casting it towards the screeching spirit, a bright orange streak shot forward and ensnared the runaway creature. It hovered above the ground, writhing and thrashing in the air as it struggled to free itself from its fiery bonds. Shaking his hand to extinguish it, John reached into his other pocket, looking for the small jar he'd put there. To his horror, the glass container was gone. Constantine frantically patted the outside of his coat, trying but unable to find it. He must have dropped it during their chase, and without the jar, he had nothing to trap the spirit in.
Typical,
he grumbled to himself, turning to look at the shrieking specter wriggling its way out of the flame. John looked around for something, anything he could use to contain it. Finally, he spotted something left discarded in the alleyway. It was an empty whiskey bottle, filthy and covered in grime.
Well, suppose this will have to do,
Constantine said aloud to no one other than himself. He was a bit of a fan of his own voice, even if his overconfidence did regularly cross the line into arrogance. Placing the bottle neck up on a dry patch of ground, John hurriedly pulled a piece of chalk from his pocket. He started to mark the asphalt, creating a circle around the bottle. Symbols taken from ancient languages and magical texts surrounding the unlikely vessel. His hands at his sides, Constantine took a deep breath and began muttering in Aramaic. To the untrained ear, it would have sounded like an incomprehensible incantation, although in no uncertain terms, John was just telling the spirit to pack it in and get in the bottle before you wake the whole city. With a final screech of dissatisfaction, the entity was pulled into its cramped new home, like a mystical vacuum cleaner sucking up a cloud of dust. With an exhausted sigh, John knelt down to pick up the bottle. The glass surface was warm to the touch now that the shrieking spirit was contained inside. He yawned, putting the bottle in the pocket of his trench coat. He had a nice cozy shelf back in the house of mystery where he could keep this troublesome siren and let it gather dust, trapped and unable to cause harm to any mortal ever again. But it was just as John was preparing a spell to transport himself back to his base of operations that his cell phone started to ring.
Hello?
He answered bluntly. He was too tired for whatever this was. Hi, is that Mr. Constantine? A female voice asked from the other end of the line.
Depends on who wants to know, love,
John replied. My name's Emma. A friend of mine gave me your card. They said that, she paused, sounded like she was sniffling. They said that you could help me get my brother back. As much as it had already been a long night, and even though he might often act like he didn't care, John was rarely heartless enough to turn down a request for his help. Giving another sigh, John told Emma he'd look into it, but she'd need to give him the full story in person. The coffee shop was one of the few open this early, as morning started to dawn over the city. All of New York was gearing up for another day of hustle and bustle, people shoving past each other to ride the subway to jobs they hated. Stepping inside with his usual air of swagger and bravado, John spotted Emma sitting and waiting for him. She had a mug of coffee in her hands, but wasn't drinking it. The lack of steam seemed to indicate it was already stone cold.
You must be Emma,
he greeted her, doing his best impression of a friendly smile, extending a handshake.
John Constantine, at your service.
Oh, hello, Emma responded, awkwardly accepting the shake.
You sure I can't get you anything stronger?
John offered as he sat down opposite. Stronger? It's 8 o'clock in the morning. Isn't it a bit early for that? She asked.
Never too early in my book.
John chuckled dryly, picking up a menu and scanning his eyes over it.
Here we are, breakfast. One should never battle demons on an empty stomach.
So what can I do for you, Emma? He asked, not even looking up from the menu, still half focused on what he was going to order. Well, Emma began. Like I said over the phone, something happened to my brother.
Run off, did he?
Constantine interjected. Yes and no, not exactly. She sounded confused.
like she was aware that what she was attempting to describe wouldn't make any sense when she said it out loud. He did disappear for a few days, actually. We've been living together since our parents died in this tiny little apartment, so we can tell when one of us has left. It was like one moment he was there and the next he wasn't.
Sounds like a pretty run-of-the-mill missing persons case, love.
John sighed.
Not exactly my department. You're best going off to the coppers for something like that.
I tried that. Emma raised her voice slightly, getting agitated. Or scared. I told the cops Ethan was missing and they filed a report, but they dropped the case when he... John thought about making another snide comment to get her to finish her sentence, but chose to wait instead. He came home, just like that a few days later. The police questioned Ethan and asked him where he'd been, and he just told them he had gone to a hotel for a few nights, she explained.
Open and shut then.
John shrugged. Except the thing that came back, it's not my brother. Emma continued, trying to hold back frightened tears. It looks like him and even sounds like him, but it's not Ethan.
You think something happened to him?
Constantine pondered. Maybe. I don't know about possessions and demons and all that stuff, but I was told you might be able to help.
As much as I'd love to help you out, I'm afraid I need a little more to go on than that,
John admitted, a tiny shred of sympathy in his tired eyes. I recorded this, Emma exclaimed, producing her phone. That's part of what made me call you, since he came back. Ethan, well, not Ethan. He started staying up late at night.
Doing what exactly?
The paranormal detective asked. Chanting, she answered, hitting play on her phone. The audio recording started. It was faint, but John could just about hear someone growling. It was a human voice, male as expected, but it sounded all wrong. Ethan, or whatever was pretending to be him, was making noises closer to that of a wild animal than a person, speaking in a garbled, unintelligible tongue that sounded distinctly demonic to John's experienced ears.
What was he doing the night before it disappeared?
He asked after a solemn moment's pause. Just sitting at home watching TV, nothing out of the ordinary, Emma answered.
But specifically,
John said with urgency in his voice.
What was he watching?
I don't know, she exclaimed. He was just flicking through channels, but there was hardly anything on that late except ads. Leaning back in his seat, John tutted to himself, shaking his head.
Demon Dan, you old codger,
he muttered. Who's Demon Dan? Emma asked.
I'm so sorry, love,
John replied, dodging the question.
But your brother's gone. And right now, there's some nasty blighter from the pits of hell itself using his skin as its own personal human disguise. We need to find it and send him all the way down south.
South? Emma echoed, too confused to cry. You mean, like, to New Jersey? John smirked dryly.
Oh, much further than that, love,
he chuckled.
Now, where would Ethan usually be at this early hour?
Normally, he isn't up this early. He'll be asleep back at the apartment.
Perfect.
Constantine clapped his hands and stood up from the table.
Ever seen an exorcism before?
Hurriedly, Emma escorted John back to the apartment she and her brother had shared. There, they found Ethan, or rather the thing pretending to be him, seemingly laying sound asleep. It was only as John approached, hands raised cautiously, that the disguised demon rose and lunged at him, snarling like a rabid animal again. Luckily, while the entity within was a powerful agent of darkness, the outer shell it was wearing was still mostly human. A quick blow from a frying pan connected with Ethan's head, thanks to Emma, and knocked him out long enough for John to make the preparations. Clearing the floor, ripping up the carpet to gain access to the floorboards below, John and Emma shifted the unconscious Ethan into the center of the room. Around him, Constantine began marking out a ritual circle on the woodwork. He'd brought along his bag, producing a series of candles from it, placing each one at the points of a pentagram he drew within the circle. Buried in the bag were a few extra tools of his many trades, some extra spellbooks, holy water, and even some hallowed brass knuckles. He pulled one of the knuckle dusters out and pocketed it. He hadn't used them in a dog's age, but better to be safe. You didn't answer before, Emma chimed in, watching the demonologist at work.
Come again,
John replied as he started painting runes around the pentagram. When I asked you who Demon Dan was, she clarified.
A right pain in the backside, I'll tell you that for nothing.
He chuckled.
Think of him like the used car salesman of the underworld. I've only ever heard stories, mind you. I wasn't certain until you mentioned that Ethan was watching ads on the telly.
So what? Emma asked. This Demon Dan guy, he has his own commercials?
Spot on,
John smirked.
He runs some place called Demon Dan's Discount Homunculus Depot. The ad appears on your TV, usually at random, and then Dan starts hawking in wares. You know, real salesman type. That whole infomercial lock. What is he selling, though? She cut in, her voice telling John she had already half figured it out, but didn't want the answer to be as horrible as the one in her head. John paused for a moment, looking up from the nearly complete circle of occult symbols. Us, he replied plainly. Human beings. Once the ad's over, the nearest door becomes a gateway to his little corner of paradise. Whoever sees it ends up there. That's when Dan hollows a person out, scoops out their soul until they're just a husk. That's what happened to poor Ethan here. Emma sniffled, holding back tears. But why? Demons need vessels, love, Constantine answered. They can't well be running up about here in broad daylight. That's what Dan does. He takes them apart and stitches them back up, turns human beings into bespoke skin vehicles for the worst hell has to offer. With the circle finally complete, John retrieved one of his spellbooks and a vial of holy water from his bag. It was time. Opening the book to the right chapter, he splashed some of the blessed liquid over Ethan laying in the middle of the circle. Instantly, he woke up again, growling angrily as the water singed his skin like burning acid. Even through its disguise, it was still enough to sting the demon. It went to lunge at the English exorcist again, only to find an invisible barrier blocking its path. The spell John had cast was working, keeping the monster contained for now.
You,
The demon gurgled from inside its skin suit, lifting a finger to John.
you are known to us, Constantine.
Oh yeah? He replied sarcastically. My reputation has a habit of preceding me.
Indeed.
The creature replied, chuckling in a mocking fashion.
We know what you've done. Your transgressions, your mistakes, oh, so many failures. The great John Constantine. Nothing but a fraud.
That's enough out of you, mate. John spat, flicking through the pages of his tome looking for the right incantation.
Your mother and father,
The demon growled.
Mary Ann Thomas, and Cheryl, your sister. Was it worth it, John? A spell to make you a powerful magician? Was it really worth the fire that claimed their lives?
John forced himself to ignore the demon's taunting, beginning to mutter a spell under his breath. All the while, he was aware that Emma was standing next to him. He could see her concerned, frightened look out of the corner of his eye.
And then poor defenseless Astra,
The hellspawn continued.
practically handed over to Nurgle on a silver platter, and all thanks to you, John.
I told you, John smirked, finally reaching the right passage.
That's enough!
The whole room shook, books flying off shelves as if full force of an earthquake had hit the apartment. In fact, it was worse than that. It was as though a tornado was blasting through the place, magical gusts of wind throwing everything into disarray. Images bombarded Constantine's mind, the sights that Ethan would have seen that night he was taken. He could see the commercial on the TV, the logo for Demon Dan's Discount Homunculus Depot appearing on screen in baby blue bubble lettering. Then there was the monster himself, Demon Dan. His dark green skin, patches of thick brown fur appearing randomly over his body. Next came the sight of the store itself, the rows upon rows of hanging human corpses, all hollowed out shells ready for Dan's demonic customers to slip inside. But all the while, John didn't let up. Slinging more holy water at the disguised demon, he shouted the words to the spell as loud as he could, repeating the entire passage over and over. Inside the circle, the creature thrashed and growled, hovering above the ground as the hellish host was forced out of Ethan's remain.
The Seven Lords are ever planning their invasion.
The demon snarled.
You can't stop what's coming, Constantine.
If I had a quid for every time I heard that, John chuckled. With a final deafening crash, the body finally dropped back to the ground, still and lifeless. Emma couldn't help but scream as she looked at her brother, deflated, emptied inside, and now left as little more than his empty skin.
No time for that, love.
Constantine urged her, pulling his phone from his pocket and typing out an urgent SOS text.
Now we're in real trouble.
What the hell do you mean, real trouble? Emma yelled, sobbing uncontrollably as she cradled Ethan's hollow body.
Well, Demon Dan's not gonna be too pleased when one of his customers complains about what I just did,
John replied, checking his phone. She hadn't texted back yet. This was an emergency, so he'll probably be here any second now. Practically on cue, the front door to the apartment swung open, and out stepped Demon Dan himself. He towered over both John and Emma, almost 7 feet tall on his long goat legs, and even uglier than he had looked on the TV.
I should have known,
he bellowed, showing off rows of pointed teeth as he laughed.
If it isn't the Hellblazer himself. You've got some nerve messing with my business, little man. And you've got some bloody cheeks snatching human beings for your little hustle, mate.
John retorted, slipping something out of his coat pocket as he squared up to the grotesque green-skinned demon.
A few words of advice, lad. Cash up, pack up your bags, and close shop.
Demon Dan threw his head back and laughed, a twisted, inhuman sound.
Or what?
He snarled with a grin.
I've got a thriving enterprise. Business is booming. Do you really think you can stop me all alone, Constantine?
John smirked, feeling his phone buzz in his pocket.
Who said I was alone?
A blast of magical energy lit up the apartment as the raven-haired woman appeared in a black tuxedo jacket and matching top hat, a white shirt and bow tie beneath. She gave a flick of her hand right towards Dan, casting a spell. Before the demonic salesman could comprehend what was going on, a portal erupted behind him with enough force to drag him into it. Demon Dan tried desperately to scrabble to grip at the floorboards, only to feel a shoe standing on his clawed fingers. Looking down at him, John was wearing something metal over his fingers.
You're out of business, mate.
With a swing of his fist, the hollowed brass knuckles smashed into Demon Dan's face, burning his green skin and sending him tumbling backwards into the portal's magical pole.
You took your time,
John jokingly scolded. A thank you wouldn't go amiss, John. Zatanna Zatara sighed. I didn't have to come just because you texted me.
Cheers,
Constantine said earnestly. He knew that Demon Dan wouldn't be gone for long, but maybe a short stint in purgatory would at least put a halt to the satanic salesman's schemes for the time being. Although swept up in the excitement of his temporary victory, John didn't notice Emma's eyes quickly flash an infernal shade of red. Now go check out SCP-343 The Devil's Deal to be made an offer you won't be able to refuse. Or if you want more clashes between comic book icons and creatures of chaos, then try Deadpool vs. SCP-682 for more.